Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Danmachi, My Familia, All Heroines from Multiple Worlds. Part 1. Speaking of the labyrinth city Orario, it is the undisputed center of the world. Countless riches, glory, and dreams are buried within that bottomless dungeon. Gods descended from the heavens. Seeking excitement, they sealed the vast majority of their divine power and majesty to descend to this place they call the lower world. By granting Falna to mortals, they make them their familia to conquer that bottomless dungeon. As the saying goes, it's good to enjoy the shade of a big tree. Joining a powerful and prosperous familia is the dream start for every rookie adventurer. Adventurers gain wealth by killing monsters to level up and obtaining magic stones and dropped items. And the gods enjoy the game of watching their children grow and competing with other familias. But there are always exceptions in the world. For the fifth time, Heimer watched a passing adventurer cast a disdainful glance at his recruitment poster before walking away quickly. He finally couldn't help but sigh. He leaned against his temple. Well, let's call it a temple for now. In reality, it was just a small two-story building. Beside the door pillar, he held a wooden sign with several large characters crookedly written in the common tongue. Heimdall Familia, sincerely recruiting adventurers, any gender, any race, room and board included, excellent benefits. Passers-by would scan the sign, then look at the building behind it, and finally land on the face of Heimer, who was holding the sign. Most people would be stunned at first, then a complex expression of sympathy, doubt, and skepticism regarding his offer of room and board would appear on their faces. Then they would quicken their pace, as if afraid of being pestered. Heimer himself knew that this presentation was indeed a bit poor. As a transmigrator who had come to this world and somehow became an ancient god. Transmigrating to this world and luckily becoming a god. Logically, Heimer should have been laughing in his sleep. But reality gave him a loud slap in the face. In Orario, whether a god is doing well depends mainly on two things, reputation and financial power. Famous gods, like the well-connected Loki or the goddess of beauty Freya, don't even need to actively recruit. People wanting to join their familias would break down their doors. Gods with financial power, like the goddess of forging Hephaestus, can use top-tier equipment and benefits to attract adventurers. But he, Heimer, had neither reputation nor money. Frustrating, more than just frustrating. He had finally experienced what it felt like for Hestia, the goddess who presides over the eternal sacred flame, to be unable to recruit any familia members in the lower world. Sigh. Heimer sighed again, leaning back in his chair as his consciousness sank into his mind. It had been a month since he descended to the lower world. Last week, he had spent all his savings to make this recruitment sign, starting the first step of his grand ambition, recruiting people. As a result, reality gave him a loud slap in the face. Ha! A god living on the streets. This title was the most accurate summary of his current situation. Just then, a light sound of footsteps stopped in front of Heimer. Heimer looked up. An elven girl was standing in front of his stall, curiously eyeing the wooden recruitment sign. She had the signature pointed ears of the elven race and a beautiful face. Her smooth, pale blonde hair shimmered in the sunlight, and she wore a set of well-fitted light leather armor. It revealed her slender figure while maintaining the efficiency of an adventurer. An exquisite short bow hung at her waist, and a quiver was on her back. She was clearly an archer. More importantly, she looked like a newcomer. Truly experienced adventurers wouldn't spare a second glance at a roadside stall like his. An opportunity. Heimer immediately stood up straight, wearing what he thought was his kindest and most sincere smile. Good day, beautiful lady. May I ask, are you an adventurer who just arrived in Orario? Are you looking for a suitable familia? The elven girl's gaze moved from the wooden sign to Heimer's face. When she saw Heimer's appearance, a flash of surprise crossed her emerald eyes, followed by a slight blush on her cheeks. But it was quickly masked by her good upbringing. Heimer's appearance was currently his only asset besides his divine power. With black hair and black eyes, his features were as handsome as a god's most outstanding masterpiece. Oh wait, he was a god now, so never mind. His aura was clean and fresh, even in simple linen clothes, his exceptional grace was hard to hide. In terms of looks alone, he was enough to make 99% of the gods in Orario jealous. But the people of Orario were very realistic. Admiring your face was fine, but entrusting their lives to you. Sorry, for capable people, it's better to show the strength of your familia first. Yes, my name is Layla. I've just arrived in this city. The elven girl nodded slightly, her manner elegant. Her gaze moved back and forth between Heimer and the dilapidated temple with a hint of scrutiny. May I ask, are you the Lord God of this Familia? That would be me. Heimer puffed out his chest, trying to look more reliable. Although my Familia was just established, it has infinite potential. If you join now, you'll be a core member of the founding level. The future is limitless. Heimer began to pitch incessantly, using the same empty promises of startup companies from his previous life. And think about it, beautiful Miss Layla, once our Familia grows into a top power in Orario in the future, what an honor it will be for you to be the first member to join. Your name will surely be engraved on the first page of our Familia's history. Layla listened quietly without interrupting Heimer. When Heimer finished in one breath, only then did she speak unhurriedly, her questions cutting directly through the pile of flowery words Heimer had spoken. Then may I ask, Lord Heimer, is your name famous in this place or when you were in the heavens? Or do you have any close relationships with the gods of other familias stationed here? This question left Heimer stumped. I'm relatively low-key, so my reputation isn't prominent in this world. Heimer spoke vaguely. After all, although his name wasn't as resonant in this world as Loki, Freya, Hera, or Zeus, he was by no means a nobody in that distant heaven. It's just that, if he announced those titles in this world, basically no one would believe him. Fortunately, Layla didn't show any ill expression because of Heimer's answer. Her behavior remained polite and proper as she continued to ask questions calmly. But the content of the conversation was getting more and more serious. So, is your Familia's base, this building? Are there any plans for subsequent renovations or relocation? What is the source of funding? Faced with these questions, Heimer completely began to sweat. For now, we'll just make do here. Thrift is a virtue. As for funds, once we recruit members and explore the dungeon, we'll have them soon. In other words, not only is the current number of Familia members zero, but even the startup capital is zero. Layla summarized, not giving Heimer a chance to defend himself, and then asked. Heimer's smile froze on his face. Only one chief god, no members, no funds, no reputation, and even the base is crumbling. The current state of the Heimdall Familia was summarized clearly. Layla looked at Heimer, and a polite but distant smile couldn't help but appear on her delicate face. Just like a noble lady rejecting a suitor who wasn't her social equal. Lord Heimer, thank you very much for your introduction. Your personal qualities are truly, truly outstanding. Layla deliberately paused on Heimer's personal qualities, her gaze scanning his handsome face. But, as expected, the word arrived, albeit late. The strength of a familia isn't solely determined by its Lord God. The familia's size, the average level of its members, its reputation with the guild, and its financial situation are all factors we elves must consider when choosing our home. My family holds some renown back in my homeland. They expect me to join a familia with at least a D rank evaluation, possessing stable logistical support and no fewer than 2 senior adventurers above LV.3 as mentors. So, this isn't merely my personal preference. I truly cannot justify this to my parents. You must understand my meaning. They would think I have entrusted myself to the wrong person. Furthermore, if I were to join you, would our familia's headquarters be located in this building? If I were injured, would the familia have sufficient funds to purchase expensive potions for me? If I wished to upgrade my equipment, do we have our own blacksmith, or connections to commission a master from the Hephaestus familia? After speaking, Layla took a step back and performed a flawless elven bow towards Heimer. So, thank you very much for taking the time to meet with me today. However, regarding your invitation, I must decline. I wish you the best in finding suitable familia members soon. Good luck, Lord God. Having said her piece, Layla turned and left, her steps light and swift, without a hint of hesitation. It was as if she had merely inquired about the price of a roadside item and found herself completely uninterested. Heimer's hand remained raised, frozen midair. The smile on his face hadn't fully receded yet, making him look rather comical. Entrusted myself to the wrong person. That assessment was both painfully accurate and deeply cutting. Heimer slumped dejectedly back onto his stool, running his hands through his hair. This was already the third time he had mustered the courage to make the first move. The previous 2 targets, a dwarf burly man and a beastkin youth, hadn't even exchanged 3 sentences with him before walking past as if he were air. At least this Miss Elf was willing to stop and chat with him for a bit, even if the conversation's content could be described as every sentence being a critical hit. Indeed, in this realistic world, good looks alone were useless. He gazed at the bustling crowd on the street. In the distance, babble pierced the clouds, the sole passage connecting the surface and the dungeon. Countless adventurers formed groups large and small, marching towards it with high spirits, or emerging from it laden with spoils. They belong to all sorts of familias, the powerful Loki familia and Freya familia, or smaller, struggling new forces. And then there was him, Heimer, a lone god, standing out so incongruously here. This really was a hellish difficulty start. Heimer lamented in his heart. Transmigrating and becoming a god sounded awesome. But the reality was, for the gods of the heavens to descend to the lower world for entertainment, they had to abide by its rules, voluntarily sealing away the vast majority of their power. They retained only their immortality, divine aura, and the ability to bestow mortals with blessings. In all other aspects, they were the same as mortals. They got hungry. They got tired. A god without a familia was like duckweed without roots, incapable of doing anything. No matter how strong his divine power was, it remained sealed and unusable. Wanted to fight monsters and clear dungeons. Sorry, gods cannot enter the dungeon. Therefore, recruiting familia members was the only path for a god to develop after descending to the lower world. So, for a god to want to recruit familia members, he needed to have appeal. Connections, financial resources, and ability, all were necessary. Yet, Heimer's divine nature was notoriously unknown in this world. Although he was a transmigrator, he wasn't a nameless god. In the distant heavens, in that divine realm where even time seemed blurred, his divine nature possessed many titles that made the other gods take notice. Lord of War, Calamity of War, Master of Iron and Blood, Gravedigger of Civilizations, Midwife of Civilizations, Source of Calamity, Terminator of all things, Last King. His origin did not stem from myth, but from many concepts. From the moment the first ape learned to sharpen a stone to pierce the skull of prey or its own kind. From the moment the first bronze sword took shape in the furnace fire, letting out a clear, ringing cry. His divine nature was born amidst those flying sparks and flowing blood. As long as intelligent beings still clashed over interests, as long as a single living being still raised a blade against another, his divine flame would never extinguish, his divine throne would forever loom over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Thus, Heimer represented the entire process within a single species, from the tentative beginnings of war's germination, to the wildfire-like spread of conflict, and finally to its destructive conclusion, and all the elements that drove this process. Sounds impressive, right? It's practically like a final boss level setting. But so what? On this land called Orario, no one knows him. Heimer still vividly remembered the scene when he excitedly ran to the Adventurers Guild to register as a god. Reciting his long list of titles. The expression on the face of the half-elf staff member named Aina shifted from a polite smile to extreme confusion, and finally to a, "Are you messing with me?" look. Heimer remembered it clearly to this day. Sigh. How bitter. Heimer sighed again, picked up the despised recruitment sign from the ground, and prepared to pack up and go home. It seemed today would be another day of zero harvest. Although gods couldn't die, the feeling of being so hungry his stomach was sticking to his back was genuinely unpleasant. Perhaps, should he really give up on this path of starting his own venture? The Hephaestus Familia was always recruiting apprentices for blacksmithing. With his divine nature, he could probably become a high-level blacksmith there. Or go help the Mayak Familia pound herbs. Mayak was a good-natured fellow, he probably wouldn't mind an extra mouth to feed. Although doing that would be a disgrace in the divine realm. But it was still better than him, unable to bear the humiliation, returning to the heavens or continuing to starve on the streets of Orario. Just as Heimer was wallowing in self-pity, doubting whether he should find a way to sneak out of the city. Lines of text shimmering with a pale blue glow, visible only to him, suddenly materialized before his eyes. Ding. Detected host has survived alone in the lower world for 1 month. Familia recruitment system, activation conditions met. Starting up. 1%, 20%, 70%, 100%. System activation successful. Transdimensional Familia recruitment system at your service. A series of notification sounds rang in his mind. Heimer was completely stunned, the recruitment sign in his hand clattering to the ground. This is a system. The Golden Finger, a must-have for transmigrators, arriving a full month late, had finally come. Transdimensional Familia recruitment system. Could it recruit members from other worlds? If he went to other worlds, could he unleash his divine power there? Although in this world, he was a poor god restricted by the rules. In other worlds, he was the genuine article, a chief god capable of igniting wars of myth. Novice gift pack has been issued. Open immediately. Open. Heimer didn't even need to think, he directly recited it in his mind. Opening novice gift pack. Congratulations, host has obtained. 1. World Selection Beginner X1 randomly selects a world for exploration. 2. Passive Skill Divine Appraisal. You can view detailed information of any non-divine existence, including potential, skills, and unknown backgrounds. In an instant, a massive stream of information flooded into Heimer's mind. The sensation wasn't abrupt, it was as if some inherent instinct belonging to him had been awakened. Subconsciously, Heimer directed his newly acquired divine appraisal at a LV.1 adventurer by the street. Instantly, a semi-transparent panel appeared beside that person, visible only to Heimer. Name: Rick Dorn. Race: Human. Level: LV.1. Potential evaluation: D. Mediocre. No special bloodline or talent. Maximum projected level: LV.2. Skills: None. Magic: None. Background: Farm boy from the countryside. Came to Orario seeking overnight riches. Timid personality. Heimer. Good grief, that's way too detailed. Even private details like timid personality were laid bare. This ability was simply the ultimate tool for preventing misjudgment during recruitment. In this Orario teeming with swindlers, being able to see through someone's true nature at a glance meant holding absolute initiative. Thinking this, Heimer suppressed the wild joy in his heart, forcing himself to calm down. Now wasn't the time to stand on the street grinning foolishly. Heimer quickly picked up the wooden sign from the ground and rushed back to his dilapidated temple at top speed. Bang! The door slammed shut heavily, cutting off the noise from outside. Even in the dim interior, the light in Heimer's eyes was frighteningly bright. It was time to truly begin his career as a god. He found a chair that was still usable, sat down, took a deep breath, and focused his will. A crystal clear, azure blue panel materialized before his eyes. Divine Status Panel. True name: Heimer. Race: God, Conceptual Divinity. Divine Titles: War, Weaponry, Conflict, End, and 108 other hidden entries. Current Familia: Heimer Familia. Familia rank: I, even lower than a stray dog on the roadside. Familia members: O, a commander without troops. Familia funds: 150 valis, just enough for 3 days of black bread. Divine authorities. Instinct: as the divine embodiment of the Lord of War, you possess a natural understanding of all forms of techniques that surpasses the imagination of any species. Whether it's forging, swordsmanship, magic, or combat, a single glance allows you to perceive their essence. Legacy of Embers. Civilization originates from tools and fire, you are the master of iron and blood. You possess supreme authority over forging and creation, capable of analyzing and reproducing any weapon or tool whose structure you comprehend. As long as materials are sufficient, the quality of items you forge has no upper limit. Falna. Basic formula. Grants mortals blessings, allowing their potential to be quantified and developed. Divine power, sealed state in the lower world. Status: cannot be used in Orario. Current reserves: 999,999,999 plus, almost infinite. Hyper-dimensional Familia recruitment system functions. World screening. Currently available for activation. Divine appraisal. Activated. Possessed items. World screening beginner X1. Looking at the comment, even lower than a stray dog on the roadside, on the panel, Heimer's mouth twitched. This system's mouth is truly venomous. But that didn't dampen his good mood in the slightest. After all, times were different now. He, too, was now a god about to recruit his Familia. System: use world screening. Thinking this, Heimer gave the order without hesitation. Heimer couldn't wait to see which world his first Familia member would come from. Command confirmed. Initiating first random world search. Disturbing world lines. The sea of possibilities churns. Accompanied by the system prompts, Heimer felt ripples surge around him. These ripples pierced through Orario where he was, pierced through the crystal walls of this world, and cast him into a boundless sea composed of countless points of light. Each point of light seemed to represent a complete world. Setting world screening criteria. Criterion 1. Existence of high potential suitable candidates. Criterion 2. World rules have high tolerance for divine interference. Criterion 3. Initial landing point is relatively safe. In the vast sea of possibilities, countless points of light that didn't meet the criteria rapidly dimmed. It was like sifting sand with a great wave. In the end, only a scant few points of light remained, stubbornly flickering. Screening complete. Locking onto target. Heimer's gaze was guided by the system, focusing on one particular point of light emanating a faint cherry blossom-colored glow. Target world locked. World code S14. Alias: Armed Girl Campus Power Game. Analyzing World Information. World Code S14. Current Anchor Point. IDA Symbiosis Academy. World Background Summary. An academy with a long history and special traditions. This academy was once an all-girls school for nobility and recently began experimenting with co-education by admitting male students. However, to suppress the rough male students, the academy granted female students the right to be armed with swords. Currently, the academy is dominated by a group of armed girls known as the Five Swords of the World. Special rule. All male students entering this academy must undergo correctional education, forced to wear heavy makeup and female attire, surviving at the bottom of the academy at the cost of their male dignity. The combat power level isn't particularly high, still within the human range, quite fitting the initial landing point is relatively safe criterion. Heimer continued reading. Power System Assessment. Primarily swordsmanship and martial arts. Some powerful individuals possess physical abilities surpassing ordinary humans, capable of achieving effects akin to superhumans through special breathing techniques or sword skills. List of high potential suitable candidates. List of high potential suitable candidates. Number 1 Inaba Tsukuyo. Title: Cloud Sword, one of the five swords. Style: Yagayu Shinkage Ryu. Characteristics: blind, exceptional hearing, special constitution. Number 2 Tianyu Zanjin. Title: Empress. Style: Yukyu Ancient Martial Arts, Uechi Ryu. Characteristics: extremely high mastery over her own body, possesses hand blades as sharp as swords. As Heimer's gaze lingered on the panels glowing with faint blue light. As a transmigrator with memories of a past life, he was particularly familiar with these names. He understood their essence even more deeply than the few lines of introduction provided by the system. So it's this world. Heimer leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, producing a rhythmic, tap-tap, sound. In this world named, Armed Girl, if one were to choose Familia members, these two undoubtedly stood at the apex. First, this one Inaba Tsukuyo. In the eyes of ordinary people, blindness might seem like a defect abandoned by the gods, a fatal flaw that prevents one from becoming strong. But in Heimer's view, this was precisely a window left by the gods, leading her to a higher realm. Human senses often interfere with each other. When other senses occupy the vast majority of the brain's information processing, people tend to overlook the flow of wind, the tremor of muscles, and the momentary stagnation of air before killing intent blooms. As the ancient saying goes, the five colors blind the eyes. An excess of colors and light actually obscures the mind's eye that penetrates directly to the essence of things. Inaba Tsukuyo lost her sight, but in the process, evolved her hearing to an unbelievable degree. Capable of hearing every rustle of grass and movement of wind throughout the entire academy. This ability, in the complex environments of Orario's dungeon where vision is often obstructed, is practically a divine skill born for survival and slaughter. Not to mention the Yagayu Shinkage Ryu she practices. It's a mad swordsmanship that abandons defense, focusing on extreme speed and iijutsu. Its greatest characteristic is one-strike kill. Meaning the very first strike drawn can be fatal, the so-called, no doubt on the first strike, certain defeat on the second. That is to say, with this sword style, the absolute focus, the very essence, lies in the first strike. The first strike is lethal. If the opponent can dodge the first strike, then after seeing the second, they can turn defeat into victory. A girl who cannot see the world can wield the fastest sword. What is often born from such contradictory contrast is a monster that breaks conventions. If she were to receive a god's blessing, this so-called, exceptional hearing, would very likely be sublimated into a rare skill similar to, mind's eye. An absolute S-class potential candidate. As for the second one, Heimer's gaze shifted to that domineering name Tianyu Zanjin. If Inaba Tsukuyo is an ultra-fast blade sheathed and hidden, then Tianyu Zanjin is a heavy hammer fully drawn, wantonly unleashing destructive power. Empress. This title is not undeserved. She single-handedly defeated the so-called Five Swords of the World, one by one, reigning supreme over the entire IDA Symbiosis Academy. The Yukyu Ancient Martial Arts, Uechi Ryu she masters. Emphasizes the ultimate training of the physical body. The value of a girl who can forge her own body into a weapon is self-evident. Moreover, more importantly, it's her mentality. That mindset of looking down on everything, craving to challenge the strong. This is precisely the core driving force to become a top-tier adventurer. Lions do not associate with sheep. To tame such an empress, ordinary methods are meaningless. Only by demonstrating strength greater than hers can make her willingly lower her proud head. One is the union of the strongest shield and spear, the other is the ultimate speed and perception. I must personally go and find these two. As a deity. This is a decision that a Familia head deity, aspiring to stand at the pinnacle of Orario, must possess. In this world filled with competition, if you are slow by one step, you will be slow in every step. Since the system has given me an opportunity, I must use lightning fast speed to recruit the strongest prospects into my fold. So-called high potential does not just refer to their current strength, it refers more to that possibility within them to break the shackles of fate. System. Heimer stood up and adjusted a non-existent collar. Although he was still wearing that simple linen garment, his aura at this moment was as if he were already clad in divine armor, standing upon the clouds. Lock onto world coordinate S14. Open the teleportation channel. Target location, Ida Symbiosis Academy. Command confirmed. World coordinate locked. S14 Ida Symbiosis Academy. Detected that host's divine power is in a sealed state, cross-world teleportation will consume system energy reserves. Teleportation ready. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the system's cold countdown ended. Inside Heimer's temple, the originally calm space suddenly rippled violently. A bright blue light gate appeared out of thin air, instantly swallowing Heimer's figure. The next second, the temple returned to a deathly silence, leaving only the recruitment sign that had fallen to the ground, still lying lonely in the dust. World number. S14. Ida Symbiosis Academy. It was afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the lush branches and leaves, dappling the walls of the school building. This was an academy filled with a strange atmosphere. The girls wore neat uniforms, but carried various weapons at their waists or on their backs. And the boys mostly kept their heads down, faces painted with ridiculous heavy makeup, cowering and avoiding the girls' gazes, like a flock of frightened quails. This was the academy's unique correctional rule. However, in a corner of the campus, in a special area known as the Academy Head's Office, or perhaps an even higher level, the air felt exceptionally heavy. A figure was standing quietly in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the students scurrying below like ants. It was a young girl with long black hair and a tall stature. Her eyes were sharp as knives, exuding an arrogance that looked down upon everyone. Tianyu Zonjin. This empress of the Symbiosis Academy was currently feeling an unprecedented sense of boredom. Yes, boredom. When a person stands at the apex of the pyramid and looks around, only to find no one worthy of a fight, that loneliness of being high up will gnaw at the soul. The 5 swords. They are just a little stronger, that is all. Playing king in this narrow cage is, in the end, just being a frog in a well. Human desire is endless. When the need for survival is met. When the peak of power is reached. Deeply rooted in human genes, that longing for a higher realm will grow wildly like weeds. She craves opponents. She craves the kind of strong person who can make her blood boil, her heart race, and even make her feel a long-lost sense of fear. Only on the edge of life and death does life bloom with its most dazzling radiance. This is why some people are always keen on challenging limits, keen on climbing those seemingly insurmountable peaks. Because on that precipice, there is scenery that the mediocre can never appreciate. How boring. Just as Tianyu Zonjin was immersed in this feeling of emptiness from having no rivals. An anomaly occurred suddenly. Without any warning. The originally cloudless sky suddenly split open with a huge gash. It was not dark clouds, nor was it thunder and lightning. Rather, it was as if someone were holding an invisible pair of scissors, forcibly cutting a crack into the curtain known as the sky. A bright blue radiance poured down from the crack, instantly shrouding the entire academy. That light was not blinding, but it carried a majesty that made one unable to look directly at it. It was as if some high-dimensional existence was gazing through this crack at this tiny world. The commotion in the academy stopped instantly. Whether it was the armed girl waving a bamboo sword while scolding a boy, the boys cowering in the corners, or the teachers preparing lessons in the office. Everyone involuntarily raised their heads, staring blankly at the anomaly in the sky. At the very center of that light, a figure slowly emerged. Black hair and black eyes, dressed simply. But the aura emanating from his very bones, one that transcended all living beings, made everyone feel an urge to bow down and worship the moment they saw him. He was none other than Heimer. With his divine power unrestricted. Heimer defied the laws of physics, hovering in midair, stepping down step by step as if walking on invisible stairs. His feet did not touch any solid object. Yet the air beneath his feet seemed to be paved with invisible jade steps. With every step he took, the void would ripple with visible rings. That was not magic, but an anomaly caused by pure divine power compressing the physical laws of this fragile world. The noise below had long since vanished. Whether it was the girl wielding a bamboo sword or those boys with faces covered in makeup, they were now like puppets whose pause buttons had been pressed, able only to look up, watching that figure descend from the sky step by step. Finally, Heimer stopped at a high altitude about 10 meters outside the floor-to-ceiling window of the academy head's office. His gaze penetrated the special bulletproof glass and landed without obstruction on the black-haired girl. Their gazes met in the air. Heimer spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly entered the eardrums of everyone present, as if a great bell had been struck directly in the depths of their souls. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to experience the feeling of truly being alive? This classic line, which had echoed across who knows how many planes in this universe. Now spoken by a true deity, it was no longer a simple question, but a dialogue that struck straight at the soul. Once these words were spoken, the girl behind the window raised the corners of her mouth slightly. No fear. No panic. In those black eyes that had always only revealed arrogance and boredom, a flame named fanaticism finally ignited at this moment. Interesting. Tianyu Zanjin murmured softly. Facing that suffocating divine might, she tilted her head back and revealed an excited smile. If you can really let me experience what it means to be truly alive, anything is fine. As Tianyu Zanjin finished speaking, Heimer's figure vanished suddenly. No afterimage, no sound of breaking wind. It was as if this frame of the picture had been directly cut out. The next instant, Heimer was already standing in front of Tianyu Zanjin, the distance between them less than half a meter. Close enough to clearly see himself reflected in the other's pupils. At the same time, Heimer also felt the palpitation arising from the depths of Tianyu Zanjin's heart at his arrival. I sense from your heart that you desire to challenge me. Do you want to challenge me? To challenge a deity with a mortal body. Such ambition is indeed rare in that world. Heimer was not repulsed by Tianyu Zanjin's fighting spirit. On the contrary, he appreciated it greatly. After all, in Orario, which of the adventurers standing at the apex, from LV 6 to LV 7, did not harbor strong ambition? Some had even truly attained the qualifications to touch the realm of the gods. I want to. Since that is the case. Heimer lowered his gaze, looking at the girl whose muscles had instantly tensed to their absolute limit. Then, come. Whoosh. At the moment Heimer's voice fell. Tianyu Zanjin moved. No, it was a concept faster than movement. Her center of gravity sank instantly. Her right foot slammed down, shattering the floor beneath her. Her whole body was like a fully drawn powerful bow, the brute strength accumulated over years exploding without reservation at this moment. Her hands turned into hand knives, her fingertips shimmering with a cold, hard luster like metal. Yukyu Kobujutsu. Uechi Ryu. This was an ancient martial art that tempered the flesh to the extreme, turning every inch of the body into a lethal weapon. Nukite. Elbow strikes, knee strikes. At the moment she took her stance, thousands of attack routes, power-generating techniques, and muscular rhythms unfolded, decomposed, and reorganized in Heimer's mind as clearly as a holographic projection. The authority of the Lord of War allowed him to instantly see through all the secrets of this martial art. Even more thoroughly than the ancestor who created this martial art. Too slow. Heimer said softly. Bang! A dull explosion erupted between the two. Tianyu Zanjin's hand knife, capable of cutting through steel, was forcibly repelled by an irresistible force just before it touched Heimer. That force arrogantly tore her stance apart. It penetrated the steel-hard muscular defense she took pride in and blasted directly into her body. This force was enough to cripple a seasoned level 1 adventurer. PFF'd. A blossom of blood bloomed on her finger. It was the blood vessels bursting under the instantaneous pressure. Tianyu Zanjin was sent flying backward, slamming hard into the office desk behind her. The solid wood desk instantly shattered into pieces. She fell miserably into the pile of wood chips, clutching her finger as bright red blood flowed through her fingers and dripped onto the floor with a drip, drip sound. Pain. Intense pain. Since she reached the top and developed a body of bronze and iron bones, how long had it been since she felt this sensation? 3 years. 5 years. Since those so-called strong people fell at her feet one by one, her world had been nothing but boring crushing victories. And now, that long-lost pain, which felt as if it would tear her soul apart, made her body tremble uncontrollably. Not because of fear, but because of excitement. Ha! Ha ha! Tianyu Zanjin stood up unsteadily, looking at the blood all over her hands, the smile on her face growing wider and even appearing somewhat distorted. Is this blood? Is this pain? She looked up, her dark eyes staring intently at Heimer, who stood in place, her eyes filled with fanaticism. Heimer looked at the girl who was clearly injured but whose aura was rising even higher, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Truly someone he had chosen. The strike he just used had enough power to break the bones and tendons of a seasoned level 1 adventurer. But Tianyu Zanjun, relying solely on her physical body to resist, had only suffered a minor injury, and not even many bones were broken. This physical strength was already no less than that of low-level adventurers wearing light armor. As long as she was granted a Falna, her potential would be immeasurable. Heimer made a fair assessment. However, before Heimer could speak. Instead, Tianyu Zanjun, who had been acting wild and looked as if she would rush up to continue fighting to the death the next second, made a move that even surprised Heimer. She did not hesitate. One knee bent. She knelt heavily on the debris-covered floor. She lowered that head, which had never been lowered to anyone, and knelt before Heimer in a posture of near submission. God, please take me away. To that place you mentioned where I can truly live. Tianyu Zanjun only respected the strong. Ultimately. For creatures that worship power, language is the most hollow. Just like lions meeting on the wilderness, what decides their status is never who roars louder or whose mane is smoother, but whose claws and teeth are sharper, capable of tearing open the other's throat. Therefore, as a martial arts fanatic, Tianyu Zanjun not only knew this well but was also a fanatical follower of this creed. A wise choice. I have received your desire. Although you are currently just an unpolished stone. As long as you follow me, even the gods in the heavens will one day marvel at your sharpness. Now, stand up. After Heimer finished speaking, he looked toward the glass window. His gaze passed through layers of school buildings and landed on a quiet direction deep within the academy. There, an extremely weak but exceptionally sharp presence was investigating the movement here. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Tianyu Zanjun didn't act coy and stood up very briskly, casually wiping a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. Next, come with me to meet the others. Heimer didn't waste any more words, turned around, and left. Tianyu Zanjun was stunned for a moment, then followed with 2 steps, her tone carrying undisguised arrogance. The others. In this academy. Is there anyone else worthy of your attention? This wasn't arrogance, but a statement based on facts. After all, in this academy she had ruled for so long. The so-called 5 swords of the world had all become her defeated opponents. To this, whether they are qualified is not for you to judge. But for me, Heimer's indifferent voice drifted over. Tianyu Zanjun immediately had no more doubts and followed submissively. After all, this was the judgment of that god who was stronger than her. The corridors of Ida Symbiosis Academy were spacious and bright. But at this moment, the corridor that should have been full of noise was unusually deathly silent. Although that divine might, which felt like the sky was falling, had been retracted. The lingering fear still kept the ordinary students hiding in their classrooms, not daring to show their heads. Now, in the corridor, there were only 2 figures walking one after the other. The sound of footsteps echoed in the silence, sounding exceptionally clear. They're here. Heimer suddenly stopped. He cast his gaze toward the corner at the end of the corridor. There, 2 figures were blocking the inevitable path. One person on the left, with short black hair, set off by a black school uniform with a red collar. What was eye-catching was the white Hanya mask covering the upper half of the girl's face. Ferocious, distorted, and exuding an ominous aura, it completely hid the girl's face, revealing only a pair of bottomless eyes and tightly pursed lips. Besides that, the girl's right thumb was resting on the handguard of the katana at her waist. The blade revealed an inch of cold gleam. It was precisely the starting stance for a draw and slash attack at any moment. In contrast, the young girl standing half a body length behind her to the right had an aura that was clearly much weaker. She had short pink hair and was tightly clutching a black telescopic baton in her hand. Although she also wore the uniform indicating armed privileges. And had a badge symbolizing her status pinned to her chest. Those somewhat evasive eyes and slightly trembling legs fully exposed her inner unease. Onigawara Rin, one of the core members of the 5 swords of the world who dominated Ida's Symbiosis Academy through armed force. And her follower. The second in command of the 5 swords. Nono Mozunono. With just a single glance, Heimer recognized the identities of the 2 girls blocking the way ahead. Halt. A man I've never seen before. How did you sneak into this academy? And, Onigawara Rin's gaze moved past Heimer and landed on Tianyu Zanjun behind him. Through the eyeholes of the mask, her pupils could be seen shrinking violently. Tianyu Zanjun, you're actually following behind this man. This doesn't seem like your style at all. Seeing this scene, Onigawara Rin even felt it was somewhat absurd. That empress, who was so arrogant she looked down on everyone but herself and had defeated the 5 swords of the entire school one by one, was now actually following closely half a step behind this man. Onagawara Rin had never seen such a posture from Tianyu Zanjin, not even when facing the academy director. Does what I do have anything to do with you? Also, move aside. I don't have time to play house with you children right now. Hearing this, a flash of ferocity instantly crossed Tianyu Zanjin's narrow eyes. She had just found a new goal named God. She was currently in a state of fanatical excitement. Now, facing questioning from a former defeated opponent. Tianyu Zanjin's only reaction was displeasure and a desire to crush her. After all, while she was as docile as a cat in front of Heimer, it didn't mean she lacked claws and fangs in front of others. Because of this, that tyrannical aura Tianyu Zanjin had managed to suppress with great difficulty suddenly showed signs of spiraling out of control. Playing house. Such a massive anomaly just occurred, and the entire academy has entered a state of maximum alert. As one of the 5 swords, I have a responsibility to eliminate all uncertain factors. Tianyu Zanjin, even you cannot ignore the school rules at a time like this. Onagawara Rin was clearly stung by the phrase, and her voice rose. The fingers resting on the sword guard also tightened slightly. Furthermore, the aura on this man is very dangerous. I must investigate his identity thoroughly. Having said that, Onagawara Rin's gaze locked onto Heimer with intensity. This sharp intuition made Heimer look at her with a bit more respect. After all, when animals face a natural predator, they often have 2 reactions: flee, or fight to the death. Onagawara Rin had clearly chosen the latter. You want to investigate? Tianyu Zanjin let out a sneer, about to step forward to give this ignorant fool a lesson. However, a hand moved horizontally in front of Tianyu Zanjin. Heimer stopped Tianyu Zanjin. After all, since this trip was to recruit for his Familia, meeting her by chance meant he might as well try to recruit her. After all, Onagawara Rin's talent in swordsmanship wasn't bad, it just met the standard. But, Onagawara Rin's heart as a swordsman was in turmoil. Based on the information Heimer recalled from his past life's memories. The reason she wore an Oni mask was that her mother loathed her appearance, which resembled the father who had eloped with a lover. Thus, she had been forced to wear the mask by her mother since childhood, a habit she hadn't changed even after moving to the school dorms. This was not a good thing. Because it was related to the ancient school of swordsmanship Onagawara Rin studied, Kashima Shinden Jikishinkage Ryu. This ancient school of swordsmanship emphasized spiritual training to temper the heart and courage. Its manual, Ju Aku Hai, the 10 evils, explicitly prohibited 10 character flaws such as arrogance, greed, and fear. The cultivation process required achieving personal perfection through internal refinement, believing that progress in swordsmanship must be accompanied by the elevation of moral character. Practitioners of the Edo period needed to realize the state of Ken Zen Ichinyo, the sword and Zen are one during wooden sword practice, combining technical training with Zen meditation. However, at this moment, Onagawara Rin was clearly acting contrary to the ancient school of swordsmanship she studied. She had closed herself off behind a mask, attempting to use external ferocity to gain a false sense of security. This was, in itself, a form of escape. But the sword will not smile upon those who escape. Thinking of this, Heimer stepped forward. A massive sense of pressure washed over her. Facing Heimer's gaze, Onagawara Rin felt the other person instantly become incredibly tall. As if a mountain was about to collapse, the shadow it cast completely enveloped her. Fear. This is the most instinctive reaction of a living creature when facing an incomprehensible and powerful existence. But in the end, creatures often use anger to mask fear. Just like a cat driven into a corner, it will puff up its fur and hiss to put on a show of strength. Onagawara Rin let out a low shout to dispel the trembling in her heart. Clang. The long blade left its scabbard. There were no fancy probes. Facing an opponent who could make her heart skip a beat, her first move was a full power killing strike. Such decisiveness, her combat awareness isn't bad. Heimer thought to himself. Onagawara Rin used the Kashima Shinden Jikishinkage Ryu. Secret technique. Dragon Tail Return. It was primarily based on wide-range slashes. The blade drew an arc in the air. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. Enough to cut through steel. However, in Heimer's divine eyes, which saw through the essence of all techniques, the trajectory of this strike, the point of exertion, and even the subsequent variations were all incredibly clear. The heart is still too chaotic. Heimer gave a simple evaluation. Then, he lightly hooked his finger. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking air suddenly rang out. Standing beside Onagawara Rin, the originally trembling Nono Mozunono only felt her hand lighten. The white telescopic baton she was tightly clutching actually seemed to have a life of its own, suddenly flying out of her hand. Nono Mozunono let out a cry of surprise. Before she could even react, that baton had already crossed several meters and landed steadily in Heimer's hand. Immediately after, clang, a crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the corridor. That baton, which wasn't particularly sturdy, struck with extreme precision against the side of Onagawara Rin's long blade. Specifically, at the weakest point of the blade's power. The so-called, using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds. A massive counterforce instantly traveled through the hilt and throughout Onagawara Rin's entire arm. The web of her thumb went numb. The long sword in her hand almost flew out of her grip. What should have been a killing blow was neutralized just like that, effortlessly. The blade deviated from its intended path, grazing the edge of Heimer's clothes before hacking heavily into the nearby wall, kicking up a spray of stone chips. And then, snap! The tip of the baton in Heimer's hand stopped precisely on top of Onagawara Rin's mask. It was less than a centimeter away from that Hanya mask. But this was just a light tapping motion. Onagawara Rin, however, seemed as if she had been hit by a freezing spell, instantly stiffening in place. She stared blankly at the tip of the baton right before her eyes. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back. Because she knew all too well. If he had put any force into that strike, her head would have burst open like a ripe watermelon. Heimer looked at the stiffened Onagawara Rin and spoke slowly. Your sword is bound by your heart. Or rather, it is bound by this mask of yours. The pupils beneath Onagawara Rin's mask contracted slightly. The essence of swordsmanship is purity. But when you swing your sword, you are filled with self-loathing and a fear of being watched. Too many stray thoughts. Tuck, tuck. As Heimer spoke, he used the baton in his hand to lightly tap on that hideous Hanya mask, making a tuck-tuck sound. What do you know? Onagawara Rin's voice trembled slightly, yet she was still stubbornly holding on to her last bit of defiance. This is to cover up your weakness. Heimer interrupted her mercilessly. Just like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Thinking that if it can't see the predator, the danger no longer exists. Little did they know. This self-deceiving sense of security is precisely the poison that kills growth. Under the protection of darkness, the soul shrivels, and courage erodes. Until finally, the mask is no longer camouflage, it becomes a cage that imprisons the soul, eventually taking over and becoming a real part of that person. Take it off. As long as you still admit to being a swordsman. Face the thing you fear most in your heart. As soon as these words were spoken, Onagawara Rin's hand holding the sword began to tremble violently. Take it off. In front of this man, and even in front of Tianyu Zanjin. Let him see this cursed face of hers. This face that was loathed by her mother and regarded as ominous. No. She instinctively wanted to retreat. That fear even outweighed her fear of death. However, Heimer did not give her a chance to shrink back. Too slow. With a soft sigh, Heimer applied a slight amount of force with the baton in his hand. Crack. A crisp cracking sound rang out. That hard Hanya mask, which had accompanied Onagawara Rin for years, was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Immediately after, with a clatter, the mask completely shattered. Countless white fragments danced in the air like withered petals. Beneath the mask, that face, which had been hidden behind the hideous demon mask, was finally exposed to the air. There was nothing ominous, much less anything ugly. It was a delicate and refined face. Furthermore, the fair skin beneath the mask had a sickly paleness due to years of being hidden from the sun. At this moment, those eyes that were originally behind the mask were filled with panic and a hint of shame, as if she had been thrown naked into a crowd. There were even tears welling in the corners of her eyes from the sudden shame of the mask breaking. Wah! Onagawara Rin let out a short cry of alarm and instinctively went to draw her sword again. Since the side of her she least wanted to be seen had been exposed, then. Kill him. Kill everyone who saw this. Even though her reason was frantically sounding alarms, and even though her body was shivering in fear, the emotion called shame and resentment had completely overwhelmed everything else. However, Heimer reached out directly, grabbed her hands, and forced her to lift her head and look him in the eye. No matter how much force Onagawara Rin used, he remained motionless. The so-called way of the sword begins with etiquette and ends with the heart. Right now, your sword heart is full of noise. Shame, anger, fear, these emotions are like dust on a mirror, preventing you from seeing yourself clearly, and from seeing the sword in your hand clearly. Such a sword heart is impure. However, I didn't help you take off the mask to humiliate you, or to judge your past. I just wanted you to understand a principle. Humans, as creatures, are accustomed to disguising themselves. They put on all kinds of masks to protect themselves. Sometimes it's to avoid harm, sometimes to fit into a group, and sometimes to gain approval. There is nothing inherently wrong with this. After all, in this world full of thorns, bearing one's true heart often means proactively handing the knife that will hurt you into someone else's hands. But, if you wear a mask forced upon you by others for too long, humans will even forget what the face beneath the mask originally looked like. Therefore, only by facing your true heart can you reach the end. So think about it carefully. When you first swung a sword, was it to cut down an enemy, or to cut down that once cowardly self? If you thought it through and no longer want to be a pathetic creature bound by the past, but a swordsman who hungers for power, then come find me. I can take you to other worlds. In that world, there is a vastness beyond your imagination, and opportunities to test that dusty sword heart of yours. Having said that, Heimer loosened his grip. Without any support, Onagawara Rin slumped like a boneless mollusk, falling onto the floor covered in mask fragments. She panted heavily, her delicate face, now without the mask's cover, a mix of shame, anger, and bewilderment. Afterward, Heimer didn't spare her another glance. He simply turned his hand over, palm up, and lightly tapped the void with his slender fingertip. Buzz. The white Hanya mask that had shattered into countless pieces on the ground seemed to have its rewind button pressed. Countless white fragments danced and reassembled under the guidance of divine power. In just the blink of an eye, that perfectly intact, hideous Hanya mask hovered once more above Heimer's palm. Make your choice as soon as possible. I won't stay in this world forever. So you only have one chance. As for what your final decision will be, that is for you to decide. After Heimer finished speaking, he returned the Hanya mask to Onagawara Rin and brushed past her. At this point, Onagawara Rin knelt blankly on the ground, watching that receding back as it gradually moved further away. Another world. For someone like her, who had always lived within the square inch of heaven and earth that was the academy, preoccupied daily with the mundane trifles of correcting boys and maintaining order, this vocabulary was simply too distant. One could even say it was utterly absurd. However, hey! Before Senior Rin could recover from the massive shock, a contemptuous sneer interrupted her train of thought. Tianyu Zanjin followed silently behind Heimer. As she passed by Senior Rin, her footsteps paused slightly. Within those obsidian-like eyes was an undisguised mockery, sweepingly unscrupulously across Senior Rin's youthful face, which no longer had any concealment. It really is the face of a crybaby. The corners of Tianyu Zanjin's mouth curled up as she spat out malicious words. Compared to that mask, this crybaby face suits the current you much better. After saying that, Tianyu Zanjin seemed to lose all interest, not even sparing Senior Rin another glance. She directly stepped out with her long legs, quickly catching up to Heimer ahead, leaving behind only an arrogant silhouette. This was a lion's final mercy toward a defeated dog. Upon hearing this, Senior Rin bit her lower lip hard. A crybaby. No. Senior Rin whipped her head around, her gaze locking onto the two figures about to disappear around the corner. Even if her cheeks were still burning with shame, even if her shoulders couldn't stop trembling from the heart palpitations just now, her body had already made a choice ahead of her brain. Fear. Of course there was fear. Facing a monster who could crush one's mental defenses with mere presence and even possess the miraculous power to repair shattered objects, how could one not be afraid? It was the instinctive reaction engraved in human genes when facing an unknown threat, as natural as an antelope trembling when encountering a lion. But, the reason humans were able to stand out from thousands of primitive species and stand at the apex of this planet wasn't just because they learned to sharpen stones or use fire. It was also because of an instinct older, deeper, and more powerful than fear. Curiosity. When the first ape tremblingly climbed down from the safe canopy, its feet touching the peril-filled grassland teeming with saber-toothed tigers and dire wolves. What drove it to take that step wasn't just the unbearable hunger in its belly. It was pure curiosity about what exactly is on the other side of the horizon. It was this curiosity that led humans, during those countless dark and cold nights, to choose not to curl up in the depths of caves, but to look up at the vast starry sky. It led humans to cross surging oceans, conquer mountains that pierced the clouds, and even attempt to touch the realm of the gods. Fear certainly allows one to live longer. But only curiosity allows one to live in a broader world. At this moment, the same was true for Senior Rin. If it's true, what kind of scenery would that be? The answer was like a wildfire suddenly ignited in the depths of her heart, instantly burning everything dry. Thinking of all this, Senior Rin gritted her teeth, a flash of decisive severity in her eyes. She immediately grabbed the tachi that had fallen on the ground and stumbled after them. Senior Rin. Wait for me, Senior Rin. Seeing this, Nono Mozunono, who had been hiding on the side like background scenery, hurriedly hugged her baton and chased after her with a mournful face. Ida's Symbiosis Academy, old school building gymnasium. This building, which rarely saw visitors on ordinary days, was currently shrouded in an unusual silence. The afternoon sunlight spilled through the high ventilation windows, projecting pillars of light onto the wooden floor, where countless tiny dust motes floated slowly. A girl had already been waiting here for a long time. She wore a traditional red and white kimono, her long white hair tied into two low twin tails hanging down her sides. Her figure was petite, one could even say thin, making her look like an exquisite Japanese doll. Inaba Tsukuyo. The youngest of the 5 swords of the world, and the only middle school student. At this moment, she was sitting formally on a cushion in the center of the gym, eyes tightly closed, hands placed flat on her knees. A mock sword with the appearance of a tachi lay quietly beside her. In her perception, the world was black. But this did not mean nothingness. On the contrary, for someone who had lost the dominant sense of vision, the world instead revealed its more delicate and essential side. For human beings, more than 80% of the information processed by the brain comes from vision. Relying too much on eyes often makes the brain lazy, ignoring the whispers of the wind, the vibrations of the floor, and the temperature changes flowing in the air. When the door of vision is closed, the windows of hearing, touch, and smell are thrown wide open. Just like those creatures living in the deep sea or caves, they evolved extraordinary sensory organs to adapt to the darkness. Bats accurately prey on moths in the pitch-black night sky, and blind fish never strike rocks in rapid undercurrents. Therefore, for Inaba Tsukuyo, every movement in her surroundings instead constructed a world in her mind that was more three-dimensional than what vision could see. She could hear every sound in the entire academy clearly. And this was not some kind of magic. It was a sublimation of biological instinct after training the sense of hearing to the extreme. And now, all the sounds were conveying a single message to her. An incredible existence has arrived. He's here. Tsukuyo tilted her head slightly, her ears hidden under her silver white hair twitching slightly. Her thin, cherry-colored lips parted slightly as she breathed out 2 soft words. Creak. Almost at the same instant her voice fell. The heavy gymnasium door slowly swung inward. A flood of light poured into the dim interior as the door opened. Against the light, Heimer's silhouette was stretched long. Behind him followed the cold-faced Tianyu Zanjin, along with the panting Senior Rin and Nono Mozunono, whose faces still bore a lingering flush. Oh. Heimer crossed the threshold, his gaze falling on the petite figure sitting in the pillar of light. Seeing the other party's posture, which was clearly that of someone who had been waiting for a long time, a flash of appreciation crossed Heimer's eyes. It seems you knew I was coming. Heimer didn't beat around the bush and walked straight toward the center of the hall. Yes, Lord God. Tsukuyo leaned forward slightly, performing a standard ancient salute. As soon as these words were spoken, hearing this title, Tianyu Zanjin, who was following behind Heimer, raised an eyebrow slightly. Meanwhile, the panting Senior Rin and Nono Mozunono froze at the entrance. Lord God. Senior Rin and Nono Mozunono held onto the doorframe, their faces full of disbelief. You know who I am. Heimer naturally ignored the commotion behind him and looked at Tsukuyo with interest. No, Tsukuyo does not know your name. Tsukuyo shook her head. However, Tsukuyo can hear it. Hear it? Yes. Tsukuyo pointed to her ear. From the moment you descended, the sounds of the entire academy changed. The wind stopped flowing, the birds stopped singing, and even the dust in the air is trembling. That is the instinctive submission of all things when facing an absolute superior. Moreover, I also heard you first defeat the Empress, and then use student Nono Mozunono's baton to shatter Senior Rin's mask. I heard all of these clearly. As Tsukuyo recounted the details of the battle that had just taken place in the teaching building one by one. Tianyu Zanjin stood to the side watching coldly, her brow furrowing slightly, clearly feeling quite disdainful of such eavesdropping methods. However, deep within Tianyu Zanjin's pitch-black eyes, more solemnity also appeared. After all, this was the gymnasium of the old school building. The straight-line distance from the teaching building where the conflict had just occurred was at least several hundred meters. In between were layers upon layers of walls and trees, as well as the never-ending noisy human voices within the academy. In such an environment, to not only hear it, but also accurately reconstruct every frame of the battle, and even distinguish the material of the weapons and the exact points of impact without a single error. This feeling of being watched from the shadows, of having one's every move clearly heard by an unseen party, while remaining completely ignorant of the observer. For Tianyu Zanjin, who was accustomed to controlling everything, this was undoubtedly an extremely unpleasant experience. This rabbit's ears were, as always, irritatingly sharp. Splendid, Heimer stopped 5 steps away from Inaba Tsukuyo. He lightly clapped his hands. He didn't stint on his praise, and the admiration in his eyes was even more intense. To be able to reconstruct the entire battle based solely on auditory information from such a distance. Such hearing is incredibly rare, even in Orario, a place teeming with monsters. Heimer's tone carried undisguised appreciation. After all, for a god, the value of a mortal is never singular. Strength or magical power were merely vulgar components in the system of evaluation. This unique way of perceiving the world. This acuity that could extract key information from myriad noises. Its value far surpassed mere destructive power. One could even say. This talent was practically tailor-made for the dungeon, which was filled with fog, traps, and sudden crises. Lord God flatters me, Inaba Tsukuyo bowed her head slightly. Her silver-white long hair slid down her cheeks, obscuring nearly half her face. This is merely a small bit of cleverness forced upon me because I lost my sight and must struggle to survive in the darkness. If such paltry tricks earn the praise of Lord God, then I am deeply humbled. However, I do have one question. That is, why did Lord God specifically come to such a remote location? Is it for my sake? Inaba Tsukuyo paused, and a flicker of confusion seemed to cross her unfocused red eyes. This was precisely what confused her the most. After all, why would a god possessing such immense power, one who could even subdue that arrogant empress, specifically seek out someone like her, a broken individual who possessed nothing but swordsmanship? Faced with the young woman's query, Heimer's reply was as decisive as ever. That is correct. I came precisely for you, Miss Inaba Tsukuyo. It is because I need your sword. Or, to be more precise, I need you to become my Familia member. Familia member. Familia member. The word resonated in the air. This direct strike. Even though Inaba Tsukuyo tried her utmost to maintain her usual placid demeanor, a slight ripple could not help but stir within her heart. A faint blush quickly crept up her face, which was as delicate as a porcelain doll. After all, no matter how mature she usually appeared, no matter how much she acted like a detached master, she was, ultimately, still just a girl in her teens. Faced with such a straightforward, sincere, and even infatuated declaration from a god. That unique shyness of a young girl inevitably leaked out from behind her grandmaster facade. Familia member. Inaba Tsukuyo softly repeated the word. Although it was somewhat embarrassing. She could clearly feel the god's gaze fixed upon her, intense and sincere. For Inaba Tsukuyo, accustomed to being revered or kept at a distance by others, such a look was strikingly unfamiliar. Since Lord God is so candid, then I need not feign airs any longer. It's just, I am still a little curious. That is, why did Lord God go to such great lengths to descend into this world? What is that world you speak of like? Inaba Tsukuyo raised her head, regaining her voice, though she could not see, her red pupils accurately locked onto Heimer. This question was not only what Inaba Tsukuyo wanted to know. It was also what everyone else was most curious about. Even Tianyu Zanjin, who stood behind with a furrowed brow, and Onagawara Rin and Nono Mozunono, who had yet to recover from the shock, perked up their ears. That world. If you wish to understand that world first, I think I must first give you a brief explanation of what, for a god with infinite lifespan, is the greatest poison. For a god with infinite lifespan, unchanging monotony is the greatest poison. Gods have already spent eons in the heavens. Day after day, year after year. As time passed, life in the heavens became increasingly like a long, suffocating torment for gods possessing eternal life. To the extent that, in order to escape the tediousness of the heavens, which was enough to drive consciousness mad, some gods chose suicide as a form of amusement. After all, for us, death is merely a slumber lasting 10,000 years. However, as time wore on, some gods began to go mad and chose to persecute other gods into brief annihilation as a form of extravagant entertainment. Although the vast majority of gods did not advocate for this form of entertainment, it was enough to prove that the gods of the heavens had an unconquerable enemy. Upon hearing this, not only Inaba Tsukuyo, but also Tianyu Zanjin, Onagawara Rin, and the others behind her showed expressions of astonishment. Gods could also be bored. So bored that they resorted to killing each other. This notion, which completely overturned their understanding, had a huge impact. However, Heimer paid no mind to their shock and continued speaking. So, we made a decision. To seek unknown excitement, to fill the eternal void. Gods are permitted to leave the stagnant heavens and descend to the lower world. That is the world I have always spoken of. We established a rule. Gods are forbidden from using divine power in the lower world, they must live like mortals. They might even get drunk on wine brewed by mortals. And then, we bestow a gift upon chosen children of the lower world, a gift named Falna. They become our respective Familia members, possessing the key to unlocking the shackles on their potential. They explore the source of the ferocious monsters spread across the entire continent, the bottomless dungeon filled with indescribable monsters. By fighting monsters, they obtain magic stones and strip materials. This is exchanged for wealth, fame, and the growth of their own strength. As for us, we sit in the audience seats and witness, with our own eyes, the epics of friendship, courage, growth, betrayal, and love and hate enacted by the children we chose. Perhaps you are curious why noble gods are obsessed with this mortal game. The reason here is simple. It is precisely because of the uncertainty inherent in life. In the heavens, everything was known, omniscient. It was like a movie that had been previewed 10,000 times, dry and tedious. But in the lower world, at the dawn of evolution, life was a miracle born to fight against entropy, the ultimate law of the universe. Mortal lives, even if brief as morning dew. It is precisely because of this brevity that they can erupt with a brilliance capable of drawing the attention of gods within a limited time. Even the weakest ant, the sword strike unleashed in a desperate struggle for survival, is still filled with unpredictable variables. For this reason, when a mortal breaks through their own limits to create a great achievement never foreseen even by a god, out of a desire to protect companions or for pure ambition. In that moment, that spark known as the unknown. For a god steeped in eternal loneliness, it is the sweetest wine in this world, the most dazzling light. This is not merely a god's twisted observation of the lower realm. It is a resonance between both sides in the quest for the essence of life. Gods envy the potential of mortals. Mortals crave the power of gods. This is the core contract of that world. An epic game where both sides take pleasure, wagering their lives and glory. So, this is the place I'm taking you to. A world without ceilings, only endless challenges. A world where even if you die, you can die spectacularly, rather than rotting away in day after day of boredom. As Heimer's voice fell, the gymnasium fell into a dead silence. Only the occasional sound of the wind from outside the window and the slightly hurried breathing of the crowd intertwined in the air. And this was not fear, but an unprecedented throbbing. Like an eagle imprisoned for a long time, seeing the blue sky called freedom for the first time through a gap in its cage. That tremor originating from the depths of the soul made their fingertips go slightly numb. Hey! Tianyu Zanjun raised her hand, casually brushing back a strand of black hair falling by her ear. Those black pupils, which were originally always filled with arrogance, were now like ignited dry grass, burning with an almost obsessive flame. She looked at Heimer, her gaze burning. As if looking at the salvation that had finally arrived after her long wait. For this empress who had already stood at the pinnacle of the academy. The world Heimer described was simply a paradise tailor-made for her. That kind of place is the destination I've dreamed of. Tianyu Zanjun made no effort to hide her desire. If there really was such a world, even if she died the next second, it would be 10,000 times better than rotting and stinking here. To this, Heimer nodded slightly and turned his gaze to the others. Nono Mozunono had already shrunk her neck, subconsciously hiding behind Onagawara Rin, clearly frightened. But Onagawara Rin and Inaba Tsukuyo fell silent. Although they didn't state their positions as directly as Tianyu Zanjun, the light in their eyes couldn't lie. After all, that kind of thought, who hasn't had it? As practitioners of martial arts, as those who hold sharp blades. Who doesn't long for a stage where the sword in their hand can truly show its value? Who would be content to stay in this tiny campus until graduation, and then fade into the crowd? Just as the atmosphere was reaching its peak. Thump. A sudden, loud bang echoed from the ventilation window above the gymnasium, extremely disruptive to the atmosphere. Everyone looked toward the sound. They saw the high ventilation window of the gymnasium. Following that was the clanging sound of a heavy object hitting a metal pipe, and the low growl of some startled beast. Iaa. It hurts. Are you an idiot? Slipping at a time like this. Accompanied by a flurry of dust. Everyone left the gymnasium area and looked out. They saw two figures, or more accurately, two people and two bears, fallen miserably below the high ventilation window. The first one encountered was a girl with a head of brilliant blonde hair, the ends curled into waves that looked like baguettes. She wore a modified school uniform and was still clutching a thick dictionary tightly in her hand. Kikakuho Mary. One of the 5 swords of the world, and a well-known rapier user in this academy. This is far too inelegant. This is absolutely that stupid bear's fault. Kikakuho Mary slapped the dust off her uniform while holding a thick dictionary with her uninjured hand, her face full of annoyance. The culprit of this commotion was clearly not her. As for the one beside her, it was a petite blonde girl who looked like she was still in elementary school. Hanasaka Warabi. Also one of the 5 swords members. Despite her youthful appearance, she was the oldest among the 5 swords. However, that almost toddler-like appearance really wasn't very convincing. Seriously. It's all your fault. Failing at the critical moment. You've completely embarrassed me. At this moment, Hanasaka Warabi was speaking while clutching her swollen foot, glaring at the giant bear lying on the ground with a look of disappointment. Yes. A giant bear. A real black bear wearing a collar. This black bear seemed to be a pet kept by Hanasaka Warabi. Because it had heard Heimer's remarks about gods and was frightened into weak knees by the faint divine pressure, it tripped and fell, leading to the complete failure of this seemingly perfect stealth mission. Honestly. I told you to practice your sense of balance more, but you didn't listen. Hanasaka Warabi scolded the giant bear, which was currently holding its head and shivering, in a fit of rage. Then, she seemed to realize something. She turned her head and happened to meet those pairs of half-smiling eyes. Ah! Hanasaka Warabi froze on the spot. Facing Hanasaka Warabi's instantly stiff expression and Kikakuho Mary's attempt to hide her face with the dictionary like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. The atmosphere in the air instantly became a bit subtle. Eavesdropping. Until a whisper broke the awkwardness. The one speaking was Onigawara Rin, who had just slightly calmed her emotions. She was seen. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her gaze, which had been dodging due to shame, instantly became sharp. For Onigawara Rin, everything that just happened, her mask being shattered, her true face exposed, and that psychological analysis that was almost like a public execution, was the dark history she least wanted outsiders to know in her life. A rival like Tianyu Zanjin, who already knew her well, was one thing. Being heard by Inaba Tsukuyo was also unavoidable. But if Kikakuho Mary and Hanasaka Warabi, 2 people she didn't get along with on a regular basis, had watched the whole thing. As members of the 5 swords of the world, to engage in such behavior is hiding in the shadows and peeping like rats. Don't you feel ashamed? Onigawara Rin took a sudden step forward. Although she still had a blushing face, the tachi in her hand had already been unsheathed half an inch, gleaming coldly. Ha! After being called out by Onigawara Rin, Kikakuho Mary instantly bristled, her golden curls trembling with her movements. She slammed the thick dictionary shut, her exquisite face, unique to those of mixed heritage, flushing red as she argued loudly. Who was eavesdropping? This is called strategic reconnaissance. Do you understand strategic reconnaissance? An intruder capable of causing such terrifying anomalies suddenly appeared in the academy. As the 5 swords responsible for maintaining public order, we naturally had to come to confirm the situation immediately. Exactly. Hanasaka Warabi, beside her, also ignored her foot pain and hurriedly waved the wooden staff in her hand, echoing like a bristling kitten. I specifically rushed over to provide support. If it hadn't been for failing at the critical moment, we would have made a magnificent entrance long ago. The 2 of them spoke in harmony, trying to use the volume of their voices to cover up their lack of confidence. However, their mutually understanding, shifting gazes still betrayed the fact that they had actually arrived long ago and had been watching the show with great interest from above for quite a while. Do you think I'll believe that? Onigawara Rin did not relax at all because of these 2's banter. On the contrary, after experiencing that kind of public execution where her mask was forcibly removed, her nerves were now like a string tightened to the limit. Any slight disturbance could cause an overreaction. This was not mere sensitivity. Rather, it was a stress mechanism triggered by a living being's extreme sense of insecurity. When a person is used to hiding in a shell, once that shell is shattered, even a light breeze from the outside world feels no different from a biting cold wind to her senses. To the point that Onigawara Rin keenly perceived something in the air, besides Kikakuho Mary and Hanasaka Warabi with her bear. There was also a more obscure gaze mixed in, one that made her instinctively feel uncomfortable. It wasn't a straightforward stare like Tianyu Zanjin's. It felt more like being watched by a cold-blooded animal. Since you said you rushed over to provide backup, then why are you still hiding your head and showing your tail? Also, come out. Or do I have to invite you out? After saying that, a fierce light flickered in Onagawara Rin's delicate eyes, now deprived of their mask's concealment. Her sword finger pointed toward the pile of old gym mats in the corner outside the gymnasium. As soon as those words were spoken, Kikakuho Mary, who had been looking down and patting the dust off her clothes in an attempt to maintain her last bit of elegant image, was stunned for a moment. Hey, Onagawara Rin, what kind of madness are you displaying? We aren't some kind of suspicious people. We are fellow maintainers of order at Aichi Symbiosis Academy. We sensed an unidentified intruder entering, so we. Thinking Onagawara Rin was talking about her, Kikakuho Mary's face turned red as she tried to use that set of official rhetoric to cover up the fact that she was actually there to eavesdrop. After all, if she, who had always prided herself on being elegant and ladylike, were known to be hiding in a corner eavesdropping like a pervert, how could she continue to hold her head up in the academy? That kind of thing. Once it spread through the academy, it would be social death. Exactly. Hanasaka Warabi was also rubbing her still aching ankle while waving the short stick in her hand, quickly chiming in with a show of bravado. We weren't eavesdropping or anything. That was tactical lurking. Tactical, do you understand? And, Onagawara Rin, have you been scared stupid? Are you hallucinating? There's absolutely nobody there. After all, the place Onagawara Rin was pointing to only had a pile of old gym mats, there wasn't even a ghost of a person there. However, before Kikakuho Mary and Hanasaka Warabi could conclude that Onagawara Rin was truly seeing enemies in every bush due to overstimulation. As it turned out, from right behind that long accumulated pile of old gym mats, a light, airy voice suddenly drifted out. That voice didn't contain any panic from being exposed, instead, it carried a sort of playfulness, as if intentionally revealing oneself during a game of hide and seek. Oh dear. Little Satori has been found. There wasn't even any intention to hide anymore. And then, the figure of a girl with long emerald green hair slowly stepped out from the shadows of that pile of old gym mats. She wore a neat uniform, and a harmless smile hung on her face. That smile was so standard that it made one feel as if the expression were painted onto a mask. She looked harmless, even a bit dorky and cute. Nemume Satori. The last of the 5 swords of the world, and also the most inscrutable one. If someone didn't know her, they would likely be deceived by this seemingly harmless appearance at first glance, thinking she was just an innocent girl who had wandered in here by mistake. However, upon seeing Nemume Satori, the bodies of the several people present all tensed up in unison. You. Since when were you there? Kikakuho Mary's eyes widened, and the dictionary in her hand almost fell to the ground. As a master of Western swordsmanship, she had actually failed to notice anyone in that position. I've been here the whole time. Nemume Satori scratched her head, the smile on her face still not changing in the slightest. From when you were eavesdropping. And from when Onagawara Rin classmate's mask was shattered. Even. From when that god-sama descended. Little Satori has been here the whole time. Little Satori originally thought she could watch for a bit longer. After all, Rin classmate's expression just now was truly too interesting. As Nemume Satori spoke, she scratched her head, that signature temperatureless smile hanging on her face. But I didn't expect Rin classmate's senses to have actually become so keen. Even though back when you wore the mask, your senses were as dull as a rock. It seems God-sama was right, the mask really did bind you. After finishing her sentence, Nemume Satori's gaze bypassed everyone and landed directly on Heimer, who was standing in the very center. She tilted her head, and the curve of that smile at the corner of her mouth deepened. Nice to meet you, God-sama. I am Satori, Nemume Satori. The things you said just now were truly interesting. So, is that world really full of various adventures like you said? If it's true, then little Satori wants to go. She really wants to go. Little Satori wants to see if she can find something in a world like that that can make her feel a little bit like she's alive. Nemume Satori's tone was light and cheerful. At this point, the 5 swords of the world. Onagawara Rin, Kikakuho Mary, Hanasaka Warabi, Nemume Satori. As well as the Empress Tianyu Zanjin, who had already defected. The top combat power of this academy was basically all present. This scene, if the ordinary students in the academy were to see it, their jaws would probably drop in shock. After all, on normal days, none of these people would yield to the others. Being able to get them to stand quietly together was simply a miracle. Facing Nemume Satori's almost pathological statement, Kikakuho Mary finally couldn't help herself. Clutching the thick dictionary, she looked at Heimer with some unease, then looked at the others around her. Hey, are you guys serious? Going to another world or whatever? No matter how you think about it, that kind of thing is very dangerous. Kikakuho Mary's voice was a bit dry. Although the impulse to become stronger just now had indeed made her head hot for a while. But, when that hot blood cooled down and reason reoccupied the high ground, she still felt a faint sense of unease. Yeah, if we really go, then can we still come back? Hanasaka Warabi asked weakly. This question undoubtedly hit the weak spot of everyone else except Tianyu Zanjin and Nemyum Satori, including Onagawara Rin. After all, although she longed to become stronger and longed to break free from the past, that didn't mean she was willing to completely cut off all ties with this world. Her life was here, as well as her past, which, though not beautiful, had always existed. Asking them to abandon everything and go to a completely unknown world. That kind of price was too great. So vast it was daunting. Regarding this, Heimer did not show an expression of disappointment. On the contrary, this kind of hesitation was actually normal. After all, not everyone was like Tianyu Zanjin and Nemyum Satori. This was the truest portrayal of humanity. Longing for the unknown scenery of the distance, yearning to escape the stagnation of the status quo. But when the door leading to a new world truly opens and the cold wind blows in, the anxiety of being lost on the road ahead, as well as the attachment to their existing stable life, will turn into heavy chains, firmly dragging back the steps humans take. It's just like those people clamoring to go on a spontaneous trip. When the moment truly comes to resign, check out, and pack their luggage, most people will still worry about the future, and finally silently stuff the suitcase back under the bed. The so-called burning one's bridges is, in the end, a trait possessed only by a minority of people. You can. Since I, as a god, can take you there, I can naturally bring you back. Traveling to and from this world is not a difficult task for me. Facing the expectant or uneasy gazes of the girls, Heimer gave an affirmative answer. Instantly, the air on the scene relaxed. Hanasaka Warabi let out a long breath and patted her chest. Kikakuho Mary also showed an expression of relief, as if as long as they had this return ticket, the journey to another world would become a slightly more exciting school field trip. However, before this relaxed atmosphere could spread, Heimer's next words were like a bucket of ice water poured over their heads. But, if you have the mindset of going to give it a try and coming back if it doesn't work, then, I suggest it's better to stay here. Life is something that often only explodes with amazing power when there is no way back. Even the most cowardly mouse, when cornered by a cat with no escape, will show its fangs and fight to the death for that slim chance of survival. This determination to burn one's bridges is an indispensable fuel on the path to becoming strong. But once life has a way back, once you know there is a safety door behind you that is open at any time, and you can just turn around to return to that warm, comfortable, danger-free bed, that will to struggle for survival in a desperate situation will collapse. It's like a tightrope walker. If there is no safety net, he will be fully concentrated with every step, every cell screaming to maintain balance. But if there is a thick sponge mat spread below, he will think, it's fine if I fall anyway. And so, the movements of his feet will slacken, and the string in his heart will loosen. The so-called last stand has never been a tactical choice, but a state of mind. When a person knows they still have a way back, the moment she swings her sword at a monster, her strength will be 1 point less. The instant she dodges a claw, her speed will be 1 beat slower. But in that world, this 1 point less of strength, this 1 beat slower of speed, is the boundary between life and death. The place I am taking you to is not an amusement park, nor is it a simulated stage for you to play hero games. People really die there. A monster's claws will tear open the throat of every adventurer who underestimates the dungeon. If at that moment, what's in your head is, I want to go home, instead of, I'm going to kill this beast, then, you will truly be dead. Heimer's voice fell. The gymnasium fell into a dead silence. Even Tianyu Zanjin, who was the most excited before, now restrained her smile, and her gaze became solemn. She wasn't afraid of death. But she understood Heimer's meaning. This wasn't just a question of dying or not. It was a kind of resolve. A crazy resolve to completely cut off the past and bet one's entire life on the gambling table. So, Heimer spread his hands, as if issuing a final ultimatum. Those who want to come with me, please kill that self who can still return in your heart. Treat this departure as a one-way ticket. If you don't have that resolve yet, then please just let it be. Heimer finished speaking. He said no more, just standing there quietly, waiting for their choice. In this situation, the first to break the silence was naturally Tianyu Zanjin. After listening to Heimer's words, the fanaticism in her eyes did not fade, but instead became increasingly intense. What a boring question. To me, this world has long been like a lifeless grave. Since it's a grave, then why linger? As long as I can feel the pain of being alive, what if it's a one-way ticket? Tianyu Zanjin strode behind Heimer without the slightest hesitation. With someone taking the lead. Naturally, there was a second person to react. It was Inaba Tsukuyo. As it was seen, carrying her tachi, she slowly stood up from her cushion. In that case, Tsukuyo will go too. After all, Tsukuyo's world was originally pitch black. Since it's night everywhere, then why care if the door behind is closed? Since this is the trial ground Lord God has prepared for Tsukuyo, then Tsukuyo can only go forth. And being able to hear a different sound of the wind, Tsukuyo will be satisfied. With that said, Inaba Tsukuyo opened her red pupils that could not see at this moment. Holding her long sword, she walked toward Heimer's side. In the blink of an eye. Among the 5 swords, the first person had made a choice. Seeing this, Nemume Satori tilted her head, and the fake smile on her face vanished for a moment. But soon after, she replaced it with an even more brilliant and more dangerous smile. Since everyone is so interested, then if little Satori doesn't go, won't I miss many interesting things? Besides, a game with no way back is even more exciting, isn't it? With that said, Nemume Satori skipped over and stood on Heimer's other side. At this point, one after another, people had expressed their stance. At this moment, among the 5 swords, only Onagawara Rin, Kikakuho Mary, and Hanasaka Warabi remained where they were. The pressure on the 3 increased manifold. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Every second became incredibly long. Kikakuho Mary tightly held the dictionary in her arms. Her gaze drifted back and forth between Heimer and the others. This was the campus she was familiar with, the life of a refined young lady she had long since grown accustomed to. Though a bit boring, it was absolutely safe. What Heimer spoke of was that unknown, peril-filled dungeon where one might actually die. Once she took that step, there would be no turning back. Thinking of this, Kikakuho Mary wanted to say something to object, to say how unreasonable this was, and to ask why she couldn't have the best of both worlds. But the words reached her lips and simply wouldn't come out. Because Kikakuho Mary knew very well in her heart. Heimer was right. She was exactly the kind of person who would never dare to dance on a tightrope as long as there was a safety net. Hanasaka Warabi simply plopped down on the ground, burying her head in the black bear's thick fur as if trying to escape this heavy choice. Onagawara Rin, however, was different. She still held the hilt of her sword tightly. Without the mask to hide behind. The expression on her face was plain for all to see. Fear remained. Hesitation remained. But, beyond that, an emotion called indignation was wildly taking root in the depths of her eyes. Was she really going to let it end like this? To keep wearing that broken mask, to keep living in her mother's shadow, to keep playing this game of 5 swords house in this cramped academy. And then wait until graduation to marry and spend a mediocre life. If this was truly what she wanted, then why did she chase after them just now? Why follow them here like a fool, not only being humiliated but also persistently hanging on? At this thought, Onagawara Rin took a deep breath. Supporting herself against the ground, she stood up unsteadily. Her legs were still a bit weak. Her heart was still pounding wildly. But, her gaze was fixed intently on Heimer's figure. If there is no way back, then there is no need to retreat. Just keep moving forward. Just swing the sword. Even if hell lies ahead, it's better than rotting away here. And so, Onagawara Rin grit her teeth and, step by step, moved in front of Heimer. This was not just a decision. It was a declaration of war against her former cowardly self. I'll go. Senior Rin. Are you serious? That kind of other world that sounds so dangerous. And you have to leave this place. Nono Mozunono, who had been shrinking back as a background character, widened her eyes upon hearing this, looking as if she had seen the sun rise from the west, her face full of disbelief. She was still deathly gripping the baton that Shirakawa had returned, her knuckles turning white from the excessive force. To her, Onagawara Rin was not just a senior, but someone she looked up to in the way of the sword. How could that senior Rin, who always wore a mask and was strict but more upright than anyone, suddenly abandon everything in the academy? I've thought it through, no. Onagawara Rin didn't look back, but her voice was exceptionally firm. Her back was held straight, as if she were straightening her spine for her entire lifetime in this moment. I've made up my mind to make a change. With that, Onigawara Rin stepped forward and stood firmly by Heimer's side, shoulder to shoulder with Inaba Tsukuyo. Thus, among the 5 swords, 3 had already stood by Heimer's side. The originally balanced situation tilted instantly. Pressure. A tangible pressure instantly poured onto the remaining 2 people. Kikuko Mary, and Hanasaka Warabi, who still had her head buried in the bear's belly. The air in the gymnasium seemed to become thick. All eyes, whether it was Heimer's calm, abyss-like gaze or the scrutinizing looks of the 3 who had already decided, felt like needles pricking them. Kikuko Mary clutched the thick dictionary in her arms tightly. Her nails dug deep into the book's cover. To go, or to stay? This should have been a serious question of life and death. Reason told her that staying in this academy with a luxurious life in her status as a young lady was the most correct choice. After all, who would want to risk their life against monsters that sounded both disgusting and dangerous? But, at this moment, in Kikuko Mary's mind, her rational analysis was instead completely drowned out by another, even stronger emotion. And that was the fact that Onigawara Rin was going. The same Onigawara Rin she usually mocked for wearing a tacky mask and being as conventional as an old fogey. The person who, in her eyes, was always indecisive. This time, she had actually chosen that path full of thorns without any hesitation. And what about herself? Shrinking back here like a quail. To be outdone like this. If she backed down now, she would be losing to Onigawara Rin. That feeling was 10,000 times more unbearable than being told to die. Arg. Seriously. At this thought, Kikuko Mary irritably ruffled her blonde hair, which she usually maintained meticulously and never allowed to be even slightly messy. Then, thud. That thick dictionary she treated like a treasure and carried everywhere was slammed hard onto the floor by her. I'll go. Who's afraid of whom? I've had enough of being stuck here every day anyway. Since even a coward like Rin dares to go, what's there for this lady to be afraid of? Having said that, as if to prove her determination, she didn't even go to pick up the dictionary, but strode over to Heimer's other side. She even deliberately bumped Onigawara Rin's shoulder and let out a cold snort. Thus, 4 were in place. Now, everyone's gaze finally fell on the figure still sitting on the ground, head buried in the black bear's thick belly. Hanasaka Warabi. This girl, as petite as a primary schooler, was currently acting like an ostrich, trying to use the black bear to shut out reality. Muffled mutterings could still be heard from her. Should I go? Should I really go? It sounds so scary. I'll die, right? I'll definitely die, right? But, Hanasaka Warabi couldn't help but quietly lift her head from the thick bear fur, revealing a pair of timid, large eyes. She cautiously scanned the 4 people already standing by Heimer. Tianyu Zanjin looked down from above. Kikuko Mary had her chin tilted up. Even Nemyum Satori was currently looking at her with a smile, head tilted, as if saying, oh my, it seems Warabi is the one being left behind tilde. If no one else was going. As long as there was even one person to stay with her, she would definitely be the first to raise her hand in favor of staying. But now, everyone else was going. Was she to be the only one left? Hiss. With that thought, Hanasaka Warabi suddenly jumped up from the ground, stomped her foot hard, and then, as if to bolster her courage, looked at the still dumbfounded black bear. Since everyone is going, don't even think about running away. Saying that, Hanasaka Warabi grabbed the thick chain around the black bear's neck. You're coming with me too. If we die together. OWW. At these words, the black bear immediately let out a cry of disbelief. It stared with its black bean eyes at its owner, who was usually unreliable but at least seemed to care for animals. The bear's face was filled with the despair of, are you sick? And, please spare this bear. It only came to watch the show. Why did it have to be dragged along as cannon fodder too? Wah. However, even though the black bear dug its 4 paws into the ground, leaving deep scratches, and let out miserable cries. In the end, it was helplessly dragged before Heimer. At this point, the 5 swords of the world, along with the Empress Tianyu Zanjin, were all assembled. However, looking at their death-defying expressions, as if they were about to be executed the next second. Heimer couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a wave of helplessness. Alright, put those expressions away. Why is everyone putting on such faces? Although I said that world has no retreat. I didn't say I'm throwing you over immediately to feed the monsters. There's no need to make it seem like a final parting. Besides, I am not some unreasonable evil god. Since you have already made up your minds and entrusted your lives to my hands, then, I will naturally leave you some time To deal with the lingering attachments in this world. Whether it's saying goodbye to friends, packing luggage, or eating one last thing you want to eat. Anything you want to bring or can't let go of, hurry up and settle it. Then, come with me with a light heart. Don't be late. As soon as these words were spoken, the somewhat tragic atmosphere instantly collapsed. The women, whose nerves had been tense, immediately deflated like punctured balls and let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Hanasaka Warabi plopped down onto the ground, wiping the cold sweat from her forehead without any regard for her image. That scared me. I thought we were going to die right away. Kikakuho Mary also swayed slightly, quickly picking up the dictionary from the ground and hugging it close. Even Onagawara Rin, who had truly made up her mind, slightly retracted the determination in her eyes, revealing a hint of complexity. After all, if one were to truly leave, who could really be without any lingering attachments? Thus, for the next few hours, Ida's Symbiosis Academy fell into an uproar. After all, the news spread quickly. Or rather, these few individuals were already the focus of the academy. The moment they made their decision, the girls who had always followed behind them quickly learned everything. Inside the girls' dormitory, a group of people waited with varied expressions. Senior Rin, Nono Mozunono stood at the very front, tightly clutching the white sap that Heimer had already returned. Watching Onagawara Rin walk out of the room, Nono Mozunono, who had always stuck to Onagawara Rin like a shadow, became anxious, her eyes turning red, tears welling up. Are you really going to leave? In the future, who will teach me swordsmanship? Who will patrol with me? Without Senior Rin, I can't do it alone. Onagawara Rin stopped walking, looking at the junior who had always depended on her. She couldn't help but sigh, reaching out to pat Nono Mozunono's head, her expression complicated. Noin. You are no longer a child. You are also a swordsman of the Jikishin Kage Ryu. A swordsman cannot hide behind others forever. Since you have become a candidate for the next of the 5 swords, you must learn to stand up on your own. My sword has found a new direction. And you must also find your own path. The future of the academy is entrusted to you. This is a trial, and also an opportunity. On the other side, Yusukerbara Choka had wrapped herself into a cocoon with her long whip, attempting to stop Kikakuho Mary from packing her luggage. Miss Marie, you can't abandon me. Without your elegant guidance, my whip technique will become as weak and powerless as noodles. Shut up, Choka. Kikakuho Mary yelled impatiently while stuffing various skincare products and strange Western sword maintenance oils into a box. I am going to conquer another world. I am not going on vacation. Besides, if I don't leave, you will forever just be a follower. Straighten your chest. Don't disgrace my name. As for Hanasaka Warabi, she was surrounded by a group of people. They were her subordinates, the 3 beasts. Higashitsune Tsunami held an iron fan, looking worried. Tanahara Kinu had a pencil clipped behind her ear, unconsciously tapping her dual police batons. Saruwatari Nico pushed up her goggles, tightly gripping the adjustable wrench in her hand. Big sister. Are you really not taking us? We are the 3 beasts. We swore to follow Big Sister forever. Idiots. That place is very dangerous. Hanasaka Warabi corrected them, then pointed to the black bear behind her, Kyujin, who was licking the fur of a fluffy little bear. Moreover, not only am I going, Kyujin is going too. And Kyujin's child, this newborn little fellow, is also coming along. If Kyujin and I leave, someone has to stay here to look after the house, right? What if those boys in the academy rebel? You all watch over things properly. Wait for me. Wait until I become a great hero, I will definitely come back to see you. Looking at her 3 subordinates who always followed her in her antics. Hanasaka Warabi sniffled, putting on an air of Big Sister's authority. Did you understand? Yes, Big Sister. Looking at their Big Sister, whose eyes were clearly red but who was desperately trying to act cool, the 3 beasts nodded vigorously. Their voices were perfectly synchronized, even carrying a slight sob. And, in another secluded corner of the academy, the shadow of an old tree was as thick as undissolvable ink. Nemume Satori squatted under the shade of the tree, fiddling with several poisoned blow darts in her hand. In the shadows behind her, a petite figure with short hair, Masogi, stood quietly. Are you really going, little Satori? Masogi's voice was somewhat raspy, revealing clear concern. That world might be even more cruel than he said. Cruel. Nemume Satori stopped what she was doing and tilted her head. The smile on her face remained innocent, yet it carried a chill that made one's spine tingle. Is this world not cruel, then? It's just that the blades are hidden beneath the smiles. Besides, Nemyum Satori stood up and patted the dust off her skirt. If I leave, won't you no longer have to be that shadow, sister? You can go back to being the real little Satori, or go back to being Misogi. Isn't that quite interesting? Misogi fell silent. After a long while, she finally spoke cautiously, her voice so soft it was nearly scattered by the wind. You must come back alive. Of course I will. Nemyum Satori smiled with narrowed eyes, waved her hand, and turned to leave. At the same time, Ida's Symbiosis Academy, top floor. The Academy Director's office, which symbolized the highest power in the entire Academy. At this moment, an indescribable fragrance of tea permeated the air. I am truly very sorry, Lord God. This happened so suddenly, and the Academy is in a remote location, so we didn't have time to prepare tea and snacks worthy of your status. Please do not take offense at such crude offerings. The woman speaking was the nominal academy director of this school, Fujibayashi Yoshino. She had professional, short deep purple hair and wore a well-tailored business suit. Her usual calm and composed demeanor as a powerful woman in control of everything was now completely gone. With her hands folded in front of her, she bowed slightly, as if even her breathing was deliberately slowed down. No matter. I came uninvited in the first place. As an uninvited guest, it would be somewhat rude to be picky about the host's hospitality. Heimer did not dwell on trivialities like the tea. Instead, he took a small sip of tea and set the cup down. The crisp sound of the porcelain hitting the saucer made Fujibayashi Yoshino's shoulders tremble slightly. Besides, compared to the tea, I am more concerned about another matter. Regarding the purpose of my visit and my intention to take those children away. I assume the academy director has already told that child what happened here. That child. As soon as that pronoun was mentioned, Fujibayashi Yoshino's breathing visibly hitched for a moment. She naturally knew who the child Heimer was referring to was. Narukami Kaharu. She was the half-sister of Inaba Tsukuyo. A genius who used Unyo. A genius swordsman who had defeated her biological mother and forcibly seized the title of second, when she was the same age as Inaba Tsukuyo. She had mastered the two great instant kill techniques of Unyo, Zunli, and Liming. She was the thunder god, who struck fear into the hearts of countless swordsmen. In addition to that, although Narukami Kaharu was at another school, she had countless ties to Ida's Symbiosis Academy. One could say that the current system of Ida's Symbiosis Academy was established with Narukami Kaharu's direct influence. The purpose of this move was to treat the academy as a massive petri dish, hoping that through the cruel slaughter here, the strongest, poisonous insect, would emerge as the final survivor. Yes. Fujibayashi Yoshino lowered her head, her voice tightening slightly. To lie in front of a god would undoubtedly be foolish. When you first descended, she already sensed the anomaly. I reported the situation truthfully. And she said. Fujibayashi Yoshino paused, seemingly weighing her words. She thinks it's very interesting. After all, since even a Lord God has taken an interest in her, GU insects, it proves her I was correct. GU insects, huh? How arrogant. Treating lives with infinite possibilities as mere insects. However, it doesn't matter. Heimer did not mind her phrasing. After all, from the moment humans stepped out of their caves, the instinct for competition was carved into their genes. Whether it be society or school, in a certain sense, are they not just different forms of jars? Living in groups gives weak individuals the right to survive. But at the same time, it constructs a larger jar. Just as if you put 100 poisonous insects in a jar, the one that survives in the end will inevitably be a monster that has absorbed all their toxins. Survival of the fittest, natural selection. No matter how many layers of civilization these words are wrapped in. The bloody cruelty at their core has never changed. Narukami Kaharu saw through this. Thus, she even pushed things along, attempting to cultivate the strongest GU king. Heimer was not repulsed by this, on the contrary, he particularly appreciated the move. Speaking of which, before I descended to this world, in the list of candidates I had drawn up, there were indeed a few other names besides the current ones. Among them, coincidentally, she was included. However, this time, I am only taking these few people. Heimer gave Fujibayashi Yoshino a meaningful look. As for her, if she wants to see other sights, then let her be prepared. The next time I descend, I want to see what kind of surprise she, as the greatest GU king, can bring me. As soon as these words were spoken, Fujibayashi Yoshino's whole body jolted. Even with her head lowered, one could clearly see her folded hands tightening slightly. The shock in her eyes flashed for a moment, only to be quickly replaced by an even deeper sense of awe. Yes, I will convey your will to her truthfully. With that, Fujibayashi Yoshino bowed deeply. A moment later. On the plaza in front of the main gate of Ida Symbiosis Academy. The sun was setting in the west. In the empty plaza, all non-essential personnel had been evacuated. Tianyu Zanjin stood with her arms crossed, tapping the ground with her toe. Beside her, Inaba Tsukuyo held her tachi, quietly resting with her eyes closed. Onigawara Rin had already packed her mask into a small box and kept it close, and was now seriously checking the luggage she was carrying. And, at this very moment, hurry up, hurry up. Kyujin, stop dawdling. Hanasaka Warabi was struggling to drag the black bear, which refused to move for its life. The poor black bear's claws dug into the ground, leaving several deep marks, and it let out a whimpering sound as if calling for help. Oh my, if Warabi-chan can't pull it, little Satori can help tilde. Nemume Satori squatted nearby, playing with a few blow darts that gleamed with a cold light, and said with a smile. For example, how about a needle to make it fall asleep? I don't need your fake kindness. Hanasaka Warabi hurriedly blocked the black bear, glaring at her warily. As for Kikaku Homeri. Ah, my conditioner. And my tea set. Are these really all staying behind? She was fretting over the suitcase, which was stuffed so full it wouldn't zip, her golden curls ruffled into a bird's nest. They aren't coming. Amaha Zanson shot her a cold glance. Except for weapons and essentials, throw away all other dead weight. We are going to fight to the death, not on a picnic. But, Kikaku Homeri wanted to argue back. Just then. An invisible pressure suddenly descended. The previously noisy square instantly fell silent. Everyone instinctively looked up toward the school building. Heimer's figure appeared on the steps. He scanned the crowd. Are you all ready? Ready. Onigawara Rin was the first to stand straight and answer loudly. The others nodded one after another. Even Kikaku Homeri, who was still agonizing over her suitcase, gritted her teeth, kicked the suitcase aside, and only grabbed the thick dictionary to hold in her arms. Then let's go. Heimer didn't waste any words. He raised his hand and tapped lightly into the void in front of him. A deep blue light gate appeared out of thin air, its swirling ripples like a deep vortex, exuding a heart-stopping aura. Step through this gate. Ahead lies Orario. It is also the starting point of your new lives. After Heimer finished speaking, he stepped inside first. Amaha Zanson followed closely behind, a fanatical smile on her lips, without the slightest hesitation. Inaba Tsukuyo, Onigawara Rin, Nemume Satori. One figure after another disappeared into the light gate. Finally, Hanasaka Warabi took a deep breath and tightened her grip on the chain in her hand. Let's go. Kyujin. Awoo. The black bear let out a mournful howl, holding its cub with a look of utter despair, and followed. One human and two bears rushed into the light gate. As the light gate swallowed everyone's figures. The next second. The wind stopped, the clouds dispersed. Only a few fallen leaves swept up by the wind remained, along with the suitcase abandoned on the roadside. In front of the glass window of the headmaster's office. Fujibayashi Yoshino looked at the empty square. Yusukarbara Choka snuck onto the square and dragged Kikaku Homeri's luggage back to the girls' dormitory. Thus, Orario, West Street, at the end of a remote alley in the old city district of the 7th Ward. Inside Heimer's temple, the previously dead silent space suddenly rippled violently. Immediately after, a flash of light, a crowded mass of people appeared out of thin air, instantly filling the already not very spacious second-floor hall. Ouch! Don't push, don't push. My dictionary. Awoo. Who stepped on Kyujin's foot? After a chaotic scramble, the women finally managed to stand firm and began to look around. Is this the temple? Although it was said that we need to strive through hardships. But this is just too harsh. Kikaku Homeri widened her eyes, looking at the mottled walls, the swaying chandelier, and the pile of debris in the corner that had been sitting there who knows how long. Shut up. Amaha Zanson scolded coldly. She didn't care about the simplicity of the environment. Instead, she immediately walked to the window and looked out through the dust-covered glass. Creak. As the window opened, outside, the massive babel reached straight into the clouds, and people were coming and going on the bustling streets. All kinds of strange races. Beastmen, dwarves, elves. Even just a glimpse. One could see demi-humans with animal ears carrying huge battle axes walking by, dwarves with long beards carrying ore bags laughing loudly, and lithe elves weaving through the crowd. An exotic and vibrant atmosphere instantly rushed in with the wind. This is another world. Amaha Zanson's fingers gently caressed the window frame, the light in her eyes becoming increasingly fervent. Really? It's really different. Onagawara Rin also leaned over, watching a squad of adventurers passing by below, wearing armor and exuding the scent of blood. Gone were the pretentious rules of the academy. Everything here nakedly displayed the beauty of power. Inaba Tsukuyo stood in the center of the hall, eyes closed, also listening intently. The sound of the wind, the vibration of the earth, and something small, hidden in the air yet seemingly omnipresent, is flowing. Inaba Tsukuyo reached out, as if trying to grasp something invisible in the air. Is this the world the god spoke of? Inaba Tsukuyo gripped her sword tightly, her body slightly tense. Although the environment sounded dilapidated. But she could feel that even a random passerby outside the window had an aura that could not be underestimated. Here, it truly is a world of the strong. Just as the women were feeling incredibly curious about this new world. Knock knock knock. The somewhat deformed wooden door of the temple was suddenly knocked on forcefully. This sudden sound made everyone alert instantly. Amaha Zansen's hand blade stance was immediately set, Onagawara Rin's hand rested on her hilt, and even the big black bear stood up vigilantly, letting out a low growl. Heimer. Are you inside? Open the door. A vibrant, girlish voice came from outside, sounding quite boisterous. Hephaestus just gave me a few croquettes, and had me run over specifically to call you to go eat with the Hephaestus Familia. If we don't go now, we'll be late. Hearing this voice, Heimer rubbed his forehead helplessly. Hestia. Or rather, Orario's famous, blue ribbon, poverty god, and lowly goddess. As a goddess who was also struggling miserably in Orario, she and he were among the few fellow sufferers in this world. They often relied on each other for support. However, before Heimer could tell everyone not to be nervous. Creak. That already not so sturdy door was pushed open from the outside by Hestia. Honestly, what are you dawdling? She saw a delicate lowly goddess with twin tails, wearing that iconic short white dress with a blue ribbon tied at the chest, and possessing an outrageously curvaceous figure barged in with a slight frown, acting completely unceremonious. However, the next second, Hestia's voice abruptly cut off. As if an invisible hand had seized her by the throat. She remained frozen in the act of pushing the door open, one foot over the threshold, the other still outside. Her large blue eyes were fixed intently on the interior of the room. Because she saw that, in this dilapidated shrine, which even mice usually avoided, it was now packed with people. And, they were a group of uniquely beautiful girls who looked anything but easy to deal with. A haughty and domineering long black-haired beauty. A white-haired girl in a kimono with her eyes closed. A short-haired swordswoman with an air of righteousness. A blonde with curly hair clutching a dictionary. A lowly holding a smacking little bear. And a green-haired girl whose smile sent chills down one's spine. And also, that massive black bear, so large it nearly scraped the ceiling, scratching its belly with a simple, honest expression. Hestia. The air instantly fell silent. Hestia blinked her eyes. And blinked again, as if confirming whether she was still dreaming or hallucinating from hunger. She looked at the group of girls who were also eyeing her curiously. Then looked at Heimer. Finally, Hestia couldn't help but raise a hand to rub her eyes. The paper bag in her hand fell to the floor with a thud, 2 hot potato croquettes rolling out. And when Hestia opened her eyes again, finally confirming it wasn't a hallucination. Ha, ha, ha. A scream loud enough to lift the roof erupted instantly. Hestia stiffly turned her neck, pointed at Tianyu Zanjin, then at the bear. Finally, her gaze landed on Heimer's face, one that could outrage both gods and men. What's going on? Is this still the shrine of that Heimer who could barely afford meals and spent all day mooching food with her? Where did this whole houseful of beautiful girls come from? And what the heck are those 2 black bears, one big and one small? At that moment, the immense sense of contrast instantly shattered Hestia's fragile psychological defenses. This feeling was like your best friend who ate instant noodles with you every day and complained about being jobless. Suddenly one day, pulling up in a luxury car with a group of supermodels, stopping in front of you and saying, "Bro, come on, let's go to my villa for a royal feast." Betrayal. Deep betrayal. It surged into Hestia's heart like a tidal wave. Hey, Heimer. Hestia's voice suddenly shot up an octave, her trembling finger pointing at the room full of people, the sides of her cheeks puffing up visibly. Who are all these people? You actually went behind my back. Behind my back and found so many. Wah. We all agreed to be Orario's moocher gods together. How could you secretly get ahead like this? Calm down, Hestia. Heimer reached out and patted the head of this bristling lowly goddess, casually picking up the fallen bag of potato croquettes and blowing off the dust. What do you mean secretly got ahead? This is called a success after long accumulation. And Heimer took a bite of the hot potato croquette and pointed at the group of girls behind him with varied expressions. Isn't this perfect? Since Hephaestus is treating, it's just a matter of a few more pairs of chopsticks. A few more pairs of chopsticks. Hestia looked at the room full of people, and the two bears, her corners of the mouth twitching uncontrollably. This won't even fit at one table. And these children. Are they really the familia you recruited? They don't look like locals of Warario at all. Don't worry about that. Let's hurry up and go, didn't you say we're almost late? It wouldn't be good to keep Hephaestus waiting. Heimer waved a hand, cutting off Hestia's interrogation. And so, after a chaotic uproar, this oddly assembled group finally walked out of the dilapidated shrine. The twilight in Orario was the busiest time of day. The streets were brightly lit, magic stone lamps emitting a soft glow. Wow, those ears. Are they real? Kikakuho Mary, holding her dictionary, pointed at a passing rabbit girl, her eyes wide as she couldn't help exclaiming. Shish. Don't point, it's rude. Though Onagawara Rin said this, her eyes also kept darting to the rabbit girl's twitching long ears, her hand constantly resting on her sword hilt as if overly tense. Is that a beastman? Tianyu Zanjin saw a burly, fierce-looking pigman adventurer carrying a giant axe pass by. Awoo. Hanasaka Warabi's large black bear, named Kyujin, was completely enticed by the rich aroma wafting from a street-side barbecue stall, losing all reason, drool pooling on the ground, wetting a patch of the pavement. Come on, Kyujin. Don't embarrass us. It and the other little bear stubbornly refused to budge, forcing Hanasaka Warabi, her face flushed red, to desperately tug on the chains, leaning back almost like in a tug of war, barely managing to drag them both away. Along the way, the girls acted like country bumpkins just entering the city, no, even more exaggerated than that. They showed immense curiosity towards every magic stone lamp, every non-human passerby, even the roadside drainage ditches. That look in their eyes was as pure as a child seeing the blue sky for the first time. Hestia, walking beside Heimer, watched the girl's uncultured demeanor, and her suspicions only grew stronger. She nudged Heimer with her elbow, lowering her voice, her expression full of disdain. Heimer, confess honestly. Did you trick these kids who just arrived in Orario? Looking at them, they haven't even seen demi-humans before. Hestia crossed her arms, looking as if she had seen through the truth. Heimer just shrugged, not refuting. After all, in a sense, saying he tricked them here wasn't wrong. After all, those grand promises about vast horizons, and the feeling of being alive, were indeed a bit like painting a pie in the sky. However, looking at the light shimmering in the eyes of the girls ahead, the corner of Heimer's mouth curled up slightly. Because they had taken the bait. From the perspective of evolution, the human species is itself a collection of contradictions. Just as humans are not born brave, the fear of the unknown is the first line of defense etched into our genes for survival. But, over the long passage of time, another, deeper, more primitive instinct can gain the upper hand, suppressing that fear. That is, curiosity. Fear of the unknown makes creatures stop within their perceived safe shells, drawing boundaries around themselves. But curiosity. It can swiftly pull humans away from the fear of the unknown and make them start greedily seeking all that is unknown. Precisely because it is an instinct deeper and more ancient than fear, firmly rooted in human genes. It is a more enduring driving force than hunger. Because the history of human migration is a history sparked by curiosity. From the first time Homo sapiens ventured out of the African continent in ancient times, to the later navigators who sailed their ships time and again into the vast oceans. Behind every adventure in human history, besides the pressure of survival, wasn't it precisely that primal impulse of wanting to see what lies beyond the mountains, and wanting to know if there is land across the sea, at work? It cannot be denied that, as the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. This spirit of courting death, seemingly etched deep in the human genome, has led humanity to die repeatedly on the path of recklessness, paying a painful price. But it is also this very spirit that allowed humanity to conquer the land, the skies, and the seas, ultimately setting their sights on the stars. Don't worry, as long as they have this drive, I believe they will soon amaze the entire city of Warario. We're here. As Heimer's voice fell, after walking for about 20 minutes, the group finally came to a halt. Before their eyes, in the line of sight ahead, a magnificent building came into view. The headquarters of the Hephaestus Familia. The moment they stepped into this area, a wave of heat, completely different from the outside, washed over them. It wasn't the temperature of flames, but the passion of steel and forging, radiating from countless furnaces operating day and night. This was the workshop and stronghold of the largest forging familia in Orario, the Hephaestus Familia. A huge signboard was engraved with the pattern of two crossed hammers. Weapons and armor hung all over the walls, reflecting cold and captivating glimmers of light under the glow of magic stone lamps. Great swords, battle axes, spears, rapiers. Each piece was exquisitely crafted, with streamlined designs and perfect balance. Even an amateur could tell at a glance they were extraordinary. For a group of young women who live and breathe martial arts, this place was simply paradise. Onigawara Rin's footsteps instantly froze. Her gaze was glued to a tachi displayed in a showcase. The blade was pitch black throughout, with cloud pattern-like forging marks on its edge, exuding a heart-palpitating aura of sharpness. As a swordsman, seeing a famous blade of this caliber was like an alcoholic spotting aged fine wine, utterly impossible to look away. However, when Onigawara Rin swallowed hard and her gaze drifted down to the price tag beneath the blade. Famous blade Black Crow. Craftsman, Hephaestus Familia Senior Blacksmith. Price, 3,800,000 valis. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Onigawara Rin counted the string of zeros, her face instantly turning pale. In the end, she could only avert her gaze in despair and squeeze out a dry sentence. This price is absolutely outrageous. Although she wasn't clear on the purchasing power of this world's valis. Just thinking about the dilapidated shrine she had just left. She immediately felt that a famous blade of this level was far, far beyond her reach. However, Heimer did notice Onigawara Rin's gaze and couldn't help but take another look at that famous blade. Hey, Heimer. Hestia. You're too slow. At that moment, a slightly hoarse yet magnetic female voice came from deep within the workshop. Everyone turned to look. They saw a woman with fiery red short hair striding towards them. She wore a crisp white shirt and black trousers, a black eye patch over her right eye. This did nothing to diminish her beauty, instead, it added a touch of imposing aura. It was the main deity of the Hephaestus Familia, Hephaestus herself. Thus, in the dining hall of the Hephaestus Familia residence, the long dining table was laden with sumptuous food. The two black bears, the big Kyujin and the small one, were settled in a corner, gnawing wildly on bone in meats thicker than their thighs. Hanasaka Warabi similarly stuffed her mouth full of meat, her cheeks puffed up like a hamster's. Kikakuho Mary, though trying her utmost to maintain the elegance of a young lady, found her fork moving swiftly in the face of these never-before-seen otherworldly delicacies. In contrast, Tianyu Zanjin and Inaba Tsukuyo were much quieter. Though their eating speed was no slower. Hephaestus sat at the head of the long table. Her single exposed eye looked over the table of people devouring their food, and the bears in the corner. Her face, usually known for its stern and efficient demeanor, showed signs of cracking. So, Hephaestus rubbed her temples and looked at Heimer, who was sitting nearby, eating with a calm expression. Is this what you meant by it's fine to bring a few extra mouths? Don't put it that way, Hephaestus. These are all promising seedlings of taken a liking to. The future strongest familia in Orario is right here. PFF'd. As soon as these words were spoken, Hestia, who was drinking soup, couldn't hold back. A mouthful of thick soup sprayed out, even splashing a bit onto the table. Flustered, she grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth, coughing and widening her eyes. Cough cough cough. Strongest familia. With these kids who just arrived, and those two bears. Hestia's face was full of disbelief. Hephaestus, however, did not mock her. After all, as a deity who had descended long ago, she had been operating in the lower world for many years and had seen countless adventurers. Her eye for people was naturally much sharper than Hestia's, who had descended not long ago and was still freeloading off her. As the saying goes, laymen watch the spectacle, while experts discern the essence. Precisely because of this, after Hephaestus's gaze swept over them, her previously casual expression gradually grew serious. A glint flashed in her single eye, a light only a true expert could understand. It was the light of delight upon finding a treasure. Most things in this world are like this. So-called raw gems are priceless treasures in the eyes of those who understand, perfect raw material for forging legendary divine weapons in the future. In the eyes of those who don't understand, they are merely common, mud-stained stones by the roadside. However, in this world, swift horses are common, but those who recognize them are rare. In this fiercely competitive Warario, countless newcomers with dreams flood in every day, rushing into the dungeon like moths to a flame. And countless others leave dejectedly, or even vanish without a trace. Even children who truly possess decent potential may end up lost in the crowd, struggling their whole lives in the mire of the lower ranks, if they join the wrong familia, follow the wrong deity, and don't receive proper guidance and development. Opportunity is often more important than talent. Hymer. Thinking of this, Hephaestus withdrew her gaze and looked again at the male god sitting beside her, who was leisurely cutting his steak. Her tone lost some of its teasing and gained a touch of gravity. It seems during this time, you've really excavated an incredible mine. A mine. Hestia looked utterly confused, her fork still holding a piece of potato. She looked at the girls, then at Hephaestus. Her big eyes were filled with big questions. Where's the mine? They aren't carrying any ore on them. Idiot. As soon as these words left her mouth, Hephaestus couldn't hold back. She raised her hand and rapped Hestia's head with her knuckles. A crisp thunk sounded. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hestia covered her forehead, tears welling in her eyes. Hephaestus, why did you hit me? I hit you to help you see the light. The mine I mentioned refers to these children themselves. Every one of these children in Hamo Familia is a top-tier raw gemstone. As long as they are polished a little, granted a falna, and have their divine fire ignited, they can bloom with astonishing brilliance. So, calling them a mine is not an exaggeration at all. If you wretch, could just spare a little effort to observe the children in the lower world, you wouldn't be a commander without any followers at my place even now. Hephaestus shook her head helplessly, feeling frustrated that the other party wouldn't live up to her expectations. Hestia, being scolded, shrank her neck and dared not retort. She could only use her fork to stab a piece of steak forcefully, take a fierce bite, and mutter softly, "What is it? I'm just not ready yet," and similar things. Speaking of which, since Hestia says you are newcomers who just arrived in Orario, then, Hymer, you probably haven't granted these children the falna yet, right? No falna means no level, no status. Even if their foundation is good, in Orario, they are just ordinary people at LV.0. I haven't had the chance yet. Hymer shrugged. I just brought them to the temple, and before I could even catch my breath, I was dragged over by this Hestia. I didn't even get to drink any water. After saying that, Hymer glanced pointedly at Hestia, who was focused on polishing off the steak in her mouth. MMPH. Hestia protested twice, but because her mouth was stuffed with food, it was quite unintelligible. Since that's the case, then there is no time like the present. Hephaestus looked around at the group of girls and then at the sky outside the window, which had already turned completely dark. How about you all stay here tonight? With so many people, your temple, which even mice would find crowded, definitely won't be able to accommodate you. After all, Hephaestus pointed to the two black bears in the corner. Just these two black bears would probably take up half of your floor space. Although my Familia's base isn't exactly luxurious, there is more than enough room to spare a few guest rooms. Perfect. Tonight, you can also perform the ritual of granting the falna to these children here. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of all the girls lit up instantly. Especially Kikakuho Mary, who was still worrying about whether she would have to sleep on the floor at night. Really? Can we take a hot bath? Of course. Hephaestus smiled generously. Although we are blacksmiths, our quality of life is not bad. After all, only when you are well rested can you have the strength to swing the iron hammer. Then we will impose on you. Since things had reached this point, Hymer did not stand on ceremony and agreed on behalf of all the girls. As for Hestia, after she finally swallowed the last bite of steak in her mouth, her cheeks were bulging like a hamster hoarding food, and after swallowing with great effort, she wiped her mouth, still wanting more. Her big blue eyes immediately looked suspiciously at Hephaestus, who was sitting in the main seat. Hephaestus, you aren't trying to poach my members, are you? As soon as she said this, Hephaestus's face, which had been smiling, stiffened. Subsequently, she sighed helplessly and raised her hand again. The movement was exceptionally practiced. Thump. A crisp flick to the forehead sounded again. Eek. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Hestia covered her forehead. Hephaestus retracted her hand, her single eye full of the helplessness of, I never expected Hestia to be smart anyway. Dummy. Am I that kind of person? Besides, even if I wanted to poach, I would have to see if Hymer is willing to let them go. After saying that, Hephaestus glanced pointedly at Hymer. Hymer smiled slightly, neither confirming nor denying. Let them go. How could that be possible? Even if the highest god came, they shouldn't even think about snatching a single person from his hands. However, after finishing dinner, when passing by the huge weapon display cases outside the dining room, Heimer keenly noticed. Whether it was Onagawara Rin holding her tachi, the always squinting Nemuum Satori, or even that Nemuum Satori who usually looked lighthearted. Their footsteps would subconsciously slow down. Their gazes were like being drawn by a magnet, glued to the weapons displayed in the cabinets that were emitting a cold light. That kind of look. Heimer was too familiar with it. That is a swordsman's longing for a sharp blade. Humans, as a species, have had an obsession with weapons carved into their bones since the moment they learned to make tools. Just like an ape without claws or fangs, picking up the first sharp stone, thereby gaining the ability to tear apart its prey. Weapons have never been just tools. They are extensions of the human body, the embodiment of will, and even more so, the only reliance for the weak to challenge the strong. Just as in human history, humans once fed on giant elephants. For these girls who have always relied on their bodies and ordinary iron to fight in this low martial arts world. These weapons in Orario, crafted from monster materials and even enchanted with special effects, are undoubtedly the most lethal temptation in this world. It's like a traveler in the desert seeing a clear spring. That longing cannot be concealed. Especially Onagawara Rin. Even after reluctantly moving her gaze away from that famous blade black crow priced at several million valis, she still kept looking back every few steps. Seeing this scene, Heimer stroked his chin thoughtfully. After the figures of the girls disappeared at the end of the corridor. Heimer turned around and looked at Hephaestus, who had not yet left. Hephaestus, if you aren't busy tonight, I would like to talk to you. Oh, it seems you noticed it too. The look in those children's eyes when they looked at my wall of weapons. It was just like a hungry wolf seeing meat. Hephaestus looked at Heimer with interest. However, weapons of the Hephaestus brand are not cheap. Given your current situation, are you sure you can afford them? Regarding that, I naturally have something to offer. So, wait for me. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Danmachi, My Familia, All Heroines from Multiple Worlds. Part 2. And so, a moment later, the guest room of the Hephaestus Familia. Although it was a guest room, the conditions were just as he had said. Quite good. A spacious room, soft carpets, and they even thoughtfully prepared spare clothes. At this moment, the air in the room was filled with the moist heat characteristic of just having bathed. All the girls had finished washing up and changed into the simple bathrobes provided here. Although the style was simple, on that group of youthful and beautiful girls, it took on a different kind of charm. Tianyu Zanjin was sitting by the window, wiping her wet long hair. The loose neckline slightly opened with her movements, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Onagawara Rin sat somewhat awkwardly by the bedside, tightly clutching the hem of her robe, seemingly very unaccustomed to the slightly short robe she was wearing. Inaba Tsukuyo sat quietly on the sheet, like an exquisite doll. Not only that, even the black bear fierce person and that little bear had been scrubbed clean, now lying in the corner, groaning comfortably. Creak. The door opened. Heimer walked in. The originally somewhat noisy room instantly fell silent. Everyone's gaze focused on him. With curiosity, with anticipation, and with a trace of unconcealed shyness. After all, what was about to happen, Hestia had already explained to them during the bath. The Falna. That was the necessary path for mortals to transform into adventurers. It was also the most sacred contract forged between a god and a familia. Since everyone is ready, then, let's begin. Heimer wasted no words and walked directly to the large bed in the center of the room and sat down. The Falna, simply put, is that I bestow god blood upon you, thereby drawing out the potential within your bodies and digitizing it. This process requires a small ritual. Heimer's gaze swept over the girls. Who wants to go first? After a brief silence. If you don't mind, I'd like to go first. Unexpectedly. The first one to step forward was not the most fanatical Tianyu Zanjin, but the seemingly most well-behaved Inaba Tsukuyo. This girl, with long silver white hair and blind eyes, was slowly standing up. On her exquisite, doll-like face, there was a solemnity like that of a pilgrim. Good. Heimer nodded. Inaba Tsukuyo slowly walked to the bedside, guided by his voice. Then, please take off your robe. The air in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. Take off the robe. Onagawara Rin repeated haltingly, her cheeks instantly turning bright red, her hands instinctively covering her neckline, her eyes white as copper bells. Not just her. Kikakuho Mary's cheeks turned completely red with shame. Hanasaka Warabi shrank behind the black bear and meekly raised her hand. Do we really have to take it all off? Won't that be a bit much? What are you thinking? We are only exposing the back. The inscription of the Falna acts directly on the connection point between the soul and the body. And the back is the largest area of the human body, and the place closest to the spinal center. It is also the blind spot that humans are most vulnerable about and least willing to expose to outsiders. Therefore, exposing one's back completely to another person goes against the human instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm. But this is precisely the true meaning of the word familia. The so-called familia is not simply a hierarchy between a god and the chosen children. It is a contract built upon absolute trust. The chosen child entrusts their most vulnerable back to the god. And the god acknowledges the chosen child's resolve by inscribing the sacred characters capable of challenging the world upon their back. This is the true meaning of bearing a god's name. Heimer sat by the bed, looking at the group of girls whose thoughts had clearly strayed, and sighed helplessly. I understand. Inaba Tsukuyo, however, did not disappoint Heimer's expectations. Although a faint blush had also appeared on her exquisite, doll-like face, even the tips of her ears hidden by her silver hair were slightly hot. But her actions showed no hesitation whatsoever. Since I have decided to follow Lord God, then Tsukuyo's body no longer belongs only to herself. Saying that, Inaba Tsukuyo's slender fingers reached for the delicate sash at her waist. Rustle, accompanied by the light sound of fabric sliding down. The loose bathrobe slipped off her rounded shoulders, piled up at her waist, and finally completely fell away. The garment fell away, like clouds dispersing to reveal the bright moon. The girl's small yet resilient back was thus completely exposed to the air. It was a breathtaking sight. Not the weakness of one pampered in luxury. Years of swordsmanship training had made her skin firm and elastic. Under the soft glow of the magic stone lamp, it shimmered with a delicate, ivory-like luster. Feeling the cool air touch her back, the girl instinctively flinched. Immediately after, Inaba Tsukuyo bit her lower lip, placed her hands on the sheet, and obediently lay down. Her silver-white hair scattered like a waterfall, covering half of her beautiful back, but through the gaps in her hair, that heart-stopping snow-white made her appear even more alluring. The spinal groove was distinct, and her shoulder blades rose slightly like a butterfly spreading its wings. Like a piece of top-grade Zahn paper awaiting a master's brush. Pardon me, Heimer said softly. Without any unnecessary movement. He stepped directly over the girl's body and mounted her small hips. This was not flirtatious teasing, but a necessary posture for the caster to maintain absolute dominance to ensure the precision and stability of the inscription. A required posture. When the warm, slightly heavy male body mounted her small hips without any barrier. Inaba Tsukuyo's exquisite face, buried in the pillow, instantly turned as red as a cooked shrimp. A short, muffled cry uncontrollably escaped her throat. Even though she had already made her resolve. Even though she knew this was a necessary ritual to gain power. But, the feeling of skin-to-skin contact between opposite romances, and the posture of being completely controlled by the other person. For a girl who had lived in seclusion since childhood and rarely interacted with men her own age, the impact was simply too great. Don't move erratically. This isn't a game. If you shift even slightly, your status panel might end up drawn onto your backside. Heimer felt the tension in the girl beneath him and teased her lightly. Afterward, his expression tightened, becoming solemn. Since this was the sealing of a contract, as a god, he naturally had to show corresponding sincerity. Heimer raised his hand and took a specially made needle from his pocket. He pricked his fingertip lightly. Hiss! A drop of bright red blood slowly seeped from Heimer's fingertip. That was not the blood of a mortal. It was the divine power that sealed his divinity and connected the rules of the heavenly realm to the lower world. Heimer leaned over. He suspended the divine blood over Inaba Tsukuyo's smooth, jade-like back. Drip. The bead of blood fell, merging into her body. Inaba Tsukuyo's body shuddered violently, her hands gripping the sheets beneath her tightly. In an instant, A fluorescent light burst forth. Inaba Tsukuyo's originally smooth back began to glow with a deep red light. This light was not chaotic. Guided by Heimer's divine power, it finally transformed into lines of complex and sacred text, along with a unique family emblem symbolizing the Hamo Familia, deeply inscribed onto the maiden's back. This scene left the surrounding girls dumbfounded. The so-called Falna was, in essence, a back door opened by a god using their own blood on a mortal. Through this door, the possibilities that were originally invisible, intangible, and tightly locked away by the shackles of the flesh to a mortal were materialized in an intuitive, data-driven form. Just as before humanity invented writing, memories were merely chaotic fragments. With writing, human civilization was able to be passed down. With the Falna, the growth of a mortal was the same. It was no longer a vague, ethereal feeling, but transformed into a string of visible data. Living beings are always fanatically obsessed with quantifying everything. From measuring wealth with seashells, to cutting time with hourglasses, to judging wisdom with scores. It is as if only by becoming a number does something possess the value to be recognized. The gods of the lower world are the ultimate practitioners of this perverse hobby. They stuff the weight of the soul, the limits of the body, and even the trajectory of fate into this small inscription on the back, turning it into a game of climbing numbers. All done. Heimer stepped back from Inaba Tsukuyo. He casually grabbed a piece of parchment, took an impression of the data appearing on her back, and showed it to the others. This is Tsukuyo's current status. Name: Inaba Tsukuyo. Race: human. Level: LV.1. Status: Strength, I0, Endurance, I0, Dexterity, I0, Agility, I0, Magic, I0. Development abilities: none. Magic: none. Skills: Magatsu Ko Fleeting Beauty Frail Sword Demon. Seeing this string of 0s, Tianyu Zanjin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Except for the skills, everything else is 0 or none. Is this what you call the Falna? Don't be impatient. Heimer pointed to the letters on the parchment. In Orario, after all Familia members receive the Falna for the first time, regardless of whether they were a warrior capable of defeating 10,000 before, or a scholar with no strength to truss a chicken, in the gods' system of measurement, their status is 0. Everyone's initial status on their panel is I0. The order of status is divided into I, H, G, S. I represents 0 to 99, H represents 100 to 199, and so on, while S is 900 to 999. This is the mountain you must climb in the future. The growth of each value represents you surpassing your past selves. And when one of your values reaches D rank, which is 500 or higher, and you have accomplished a great feat that even the gods would take note of, you can break through the human limit and advance to LV.2. However, at this point, Heimer changed the subject. Although you can advance at D rank, I still suggest that you best hone your status to A 800, or even S 900, or above, before considering advancing. After all, in this world, potential has a capacity. These status values are the foundation. The deeper you lay the foundation, the higher the building can be built. An LV.2 who advances with all S rank attributes can easily crush an LV.2 who advanced with all D rank attributes. This gap will be infinitely magnified as the level increases. Therefore, adventurers who rush to advance for the sake of speed are destined to only become the base of this massive pyramid. The girls nodded, seeming to understand. Although things like great feats sounded very distant, the principle of not losing at the starting line was the easiest language to understand for this group of highly competitive maidens. Furthermore, besides these basic values, the most critical part is this. Heimer's finger landed at the very bottom of the parchment. Skills. There, the few lines of text below Inaba Tsukuyo's 3 skills were emitting a biting aura. Skills are things capable of materializing the traits of the body, experiences, and even the desires of the soul into special effects. As for Inaba Tsukuyo's 3 skills, even Heimer, who knew her background, was quite shocked. Skills. Magatsu Ko. Permanently lose vision as a cost, gain extreme sublimation of hearing and perception, significantly increase the ability to perceive killing intent, aura, and action wind-ups, and guaranteed to obtain the awakening qualification for the rare development ability Mind's Eye. During battle, High probability to see through enemy action flaws, granting preemptive effect. In dark environments, gain additional bonuses to all status values. Fleeting beauty. When performing a sword-drawing attack, agility and strength instantly receive an explosive bonus, with the magnitude of the bonus proportional to the charging time. As a cost, the body will fall into a short period of stiffness after the burst. Frail Sword Demon. Endurance growth rate is significantly reduced, extremely difficult to improve. In exchange, the acquisition speed of agility and dexterity proficiency is doubled. Looking at these three skills, even Heimer, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but have his pupils shrink slightly. Truly, an extreme panel. Heimer sighed softly, his fingers gently brushing over the text. Inaba Tsukuyo's background was no secret to Heimer. She was a child born from the intergenerational close kin breeding of the siblings Narukami Tadakatsu and Inaba Akatsuki. Fate had taken her sight, taken her healthy body, and made her like a sick flower that could wither at any moment. However, when God closes a door, to survive, life will always try its best to smash a hole in the wall. Inaba Tsukuyo was the truest portrayal of life. These three skills perfectly interpreted her life. Especially that Magatsu Ko and Frail Sword Demon. It was as if her fate had been carved into her soul. Endurance growth rate significantly reduced. It doesn't matter. Since her body is fragile and can't withstand a single blow, then before the enemy can strike, she will cut their throat first. Extreme. Lord God. Is Tsukuyo's aptitude too poor? Hearing Heimer's meaningful evaluation, Inaba Tsukuyo, who had been lying on the bed, felt her nimble ears twitch slightly. Although one could not see her expression at this moment. However, Inaba Tsukuyo's body clearly stiffened for an instant. After all, this body of hers, since childhood, had been a broken vessel sentenced to death by doctors. Blind in both eyes, weak and sickly. Aside from swordsmanship, she possessed nothing. If even this sole talent in swordsmanship were denied by the gods, then she would truly lose her reason for existing. No, Tsukuyo. You've misunderstood. Heimer shook his head, reaching out to gently press his hand on the girl's shoulder, which was still trembling slightly. On the contrary, one could even say, your talent is frighteningly strong. Having said that, Heimer rose from the bedside, casually pulling up the fallen nightgown to cover the girl's snow-white yet somewhat frail back. Inaba Tsukuyo hurriedly put it back on properly, fumbling to tighten the collar. The blush on her cheeks hadn't faded, but her sightless crimson eyes turned towards Heimer's direction, her face filled with disbelief. Extremity is not a derogatory term. In life and death struggles, what often determines victory is not your shortest board, but your longest blade. As long as your blade is fast enough to sever your enemy's throat before they can strike your weak point. Then that weak point ceases to be a weakness and becomes a forbidden zone your enemy can never reach. For instance, your skill, Magatsu Ko, grants you perception and preemptive abilities far beyond the ordinary. This means you've already won half the battle before it even begins. And, fleeting beauty, gives you the potential for a momentary burst of power that surpasses your level's limits. This means, even though you're currently a fragile LV.1, if given an opportunity, even a fleeting opening, you could potentially behead an enemy several levels above you. This potential for overcoming superior strength is precisely the shortest shortcut to achieving great feats. In Orario, challenging those above your level is the most efficient way to obtain great feats. Inaba Tsukuyo's trait of a single, decisive kill seems almost tailor-made for harvesting such achievements. It's like playing a game. While others are still whittling down health bars with basic attacks, she directly unleashes her ultimate move for an instant kill. Although she only has one shot. As long as that one shot hits, it's a god-slaying strike. The so-called one-sword Asura probably refers to someone like you. So, have more confidence. Don't underestimate yourself. You are the sharpest, most extreme sword. Born to sever fate itself. Since your body is frail, then simply ensure your enemies cannot touch you. This is the Asura's path of the one-hit kill. After speaking, Heimer reached out and gently ruffled Inaba Tsukuyo's silvery white long hair. Is that so? Feeling the warmth from Heimer's fingers stroking her head and hearing those words filled with affirmation. Inaba Tsukuyo let out a whimper like a small kitten. Her previously tense body immediately softened. Her cheeks flushed an even deeper red. Like a boiled shrimp. It wasn't just because of Heimer's praise that struck her soul. It was also the warmth transmitted from her head. That head-patting gesture, being treated like a child, was an experience Inaba Tsukuyo, forced to mature early, had never had before. She didn't dislike it. In fact, she was a bit greedy for it. Why? Yes. Lord God. Tsukuyo understands. Inaba Tsukuyo's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. She lowered her head slightly and, like a pampered kitten, gently nuzzled against Heimer's palm. Then, she flusteredly retreated to the corner of the bed like a startled rabbit, her face red. After all, although she was happy to be praised, having her bare back stared at for so long was, for this sheltered young lady, simply too stimulating. Meanwhile, with Inaba Tsukuyo's precedent setting the standard, the atmosphere in the room became subtly tense once again. After all, for warriors, what could be more thrilling than witnessing a quantified future brimming with infinite possibilities? The gazes of the girls began to sweep back and forth among themselves. Their eyes were full of unconcealed sparks. Since everyone is being polite, then little Satori won't hold back tilde. Little Satori wants to be the second one. As she spoke, Nemume Satori began walking towards the bedside where Heimer was. However, before she could take a single step, whoosh! A gust of wind swept fiercely past her face. A tall figure leapt over her, blocking the space between her and Heimer like a wall. It was Tianyu Zanjin. Huh. Nemume Satori stopped, tilting her head, the fake smile on her face stiffening for a moment. Amaha-san, cutting in line isn't a good habit, you know. Cutting in line. This isn't about first come, first served. If you don't even have that level of resolve, how can you talk about pursuing power? Having said that, Tianyu Zanjin directly turned around to face Heimer, who was sitting by the bed. Without a single word of preamble. And without any mental preparation like Inaba Tsukuyo had done. Russell. Tianyu Zanjin raised her hand and gripped her own collar with extreme decisiveness. She gave a forceful tug, accompanied by the sound of fabric rubbing. The oversized nightgown was ripped off by her in one motion and casually tossed onto a nearby chair. Eek. Wah, what are you doing? Why you're utterly shameless. This scene directly caused Kikukuho Mary to shriek in shock, hurriedly covering her eyes. Onagawara Rin's mouth hung agape, her entire body petrified on the spot. Even Inaba Tsukuyo, curled up in the corner of the bed, couldn't help but secretly raise her head. Although she couldn't see, her keen perception made her aware of what was happening. Really now? Little Satori even raised her hand. Seeing this, Nemume Satori puffed out her cheeks and could only step back. Currently, what was revealed before Heimer was a body that could be called perfect. Because if Inaba Tsukuyo was delicate and fragile porcelain, then Tianyu Zanjin was fine steel that had been tempered through 1,000 fires. Ivory white. The lines of every inch of muscle were smooth and tight, containing astonishing explosive power, presenting a wild beauty. These were the lines one could possess after developing the body to its extreme through long-term cultivation of ancient martial arts. It was just like a famous sword polished until its cold gleam was piercing. Even just standing there, she exuded an imposing sharpness. This was the incarnation blade. It forged the originally fragile human skin. Through day after day of nearly self-abusive tempering, forcibly into a weapon harder than steel. However, compared to the astonished gazes around them, Heimer looked at the girl who was completely exposed with a bit of helplessness. Although the scenery was indeed unique, this manner was a bit too wild. I say, although I know you're eager. But could you pay a little attention to the impression you're making? Heimer pointed towards Hanasaka Warabi, who was huddled in the corner, covering her face while hugging the black bear. There are children here, you know. Don't teach the kids badly. Huh. Hearing this, Hanasaka Warabi, who had been peeking through her fingers, instantly bristled and suddenly jumped out from behind the bear's belly. Who is a child? I've been an adult for ages, okay. I have a motorcycle license. I have a motorcycle license. Hanasaka Warabi was furious, trying to defend her height, which was hard to describe. However, no one paid attention to her protest. Tianyu Zanjin didn't even spare her a glance. She just slightly tilted her chin. Trivial matters like that don't matter. We will all be your familia sooner or later anyway. Since we have already decided to dedicate our bodies and minds to you, the god. Then this level of openness is just a matter of time. Having said that, Tianyu Zanjin showed no hesitation, placed her hands on the edge of the bed, and skillfully rolled onto it, then lay down on her stomach. Her ink black long, straight hair flowed down with her movement, spreading out on the white bedsheet. She then rested her chin on her arms, turned her head, and smiled at Heimer. Come, God. Let me see. Just how astonishing this body, forged by me to climb to the summit, can make you. This was a lion. No soothing or encouragement was needed. Just give it a direction, and it would pounce forward without hesitation. In that case, as you wish. Seeing Tianyu Zanjin's face clearly written with the expression of, hurry up and conquer me, Heimer didn't hold back after hearing her words. Since the other party had shown her resolve, as a god, he naturally should respond. Thus, Heimer stepped forward. He skillfully settled himself between Tianyu Zanjin's waist and hips. This time, the sensation was completely different. If Inaba Tsukuyo was soft cotton that inspired pity, then Tianyu Zanjin was a fully drawn longbow. Taut. Resilient. Full of elasticity. Heimer could even feel the body beneath him instinctively resisting the external pressure, making slight rebounds. However, Heimer didn't pay too much attention. He lifted the long black hair, revealing the shoulder blades on her back that seemed ready to spread like wings. So this is that so-called incarnation blade. Heimer placed his hand on Tianyu Zanjin's slightly trembling spine, feeling the rhythm containing explosive power beneath his palm. Your body is well trained. Like good iron. HMPH. Tianyu Zanjin, lying on the bed, let out a muffled grunt. Although her face was buried in the pillow, hiding her expression, her voice carried no hint of shyness, but rather a touch of pride. That is natural. My body is long past being mere mortal flesh. It is a weapon. Is that so? Then let me see. Just how sharp can this weapon of yours become under the forging of a god? Saying that, Heimer condensed blood on his fingertip. Drip. The divine blood, drawn by gravity, fell. It merged into that patch of ivory white spine. Boom. A brilliant red light flared up. Complex blessing inscriptions rapidly spread across Tianyu Zanjin's back. A moment later, the light receded. Heimer glanced at the data displayed above. Even though he was mentally prepared, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch slightly. As expected, she's a monster. Name: Tianyu Zanjin. Race: human. Level: LV.1. Stats: Strength, I0, Endurance, I0, Dexterity, I0, Agility, I0, Magic, I0. Development abilities: none. Magic: none. Skills: Incarnation Blade, Delusion of Struggle. Only 2 skills. One less than Inaba Tsukuyo. However. Skill: Incarnation Blade. The body is the weapon. Physical strength is greatly enhanced with the increase in endurance and strength, and is no longer limited by the physical material limits of humans. When subjected to physical attacks, a judgment is made based on the difference between the two parties' strength and endurance. If the side's judgment is higher than the opponent's, they can partially nullify damage and return the absorbed impact force to the opponent in the form of shockwave multiple times, causing a recoil effect. Unarmed attacks are treated as a slash from a famous sword of the same level and possess the armor break property. Delusion of struggle. An extreme obsession with the strong becomes fuel for growth. The acquisition speed of all stats and proficiency receives a massive boost. This boost effect has no upper limit and depends on the depth of the obsession. If fighting an opponent regarded as a target to surpass, the growth rate of all stats doubles. When Heimer picked up a piece of parchment, imprinted the data displayed on her back, and showed it to the others at the same time. What is this? Onagawara Rin stared at the description of Incarnation Blade, her eyeballs nearly popping out. That's a certified stat monster. Kikakuho Mary leaned in, looking at the description, her mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. Even though they only had a superficial understanding of Warario's power system. Just reading the skill description for Incarnation Blade, anyone who wasn't a fool could grasp its sheer value. Physical strength increases with endurance and strength. Bare-handed attacks are treated as attacks from a famous blade. What kind of human is this? This is clearly a blade wearing human skin. The body is the weapon. Onigawara Rin stared intently at those words, her expression complex. As a pure swordsman, she understood all too well what this meant. It meant Tianyu Zanjin could fight hand to hand as if wielding divine weapons. And she wouldn't have to worry about her weapon breaking. Don't just focus on the first one. Heimer's finger slid down, pointing at the second skill. This is the key point. Delusion of struggle. As long as she can find a target she wants to surpass. The deeper the obsession, the fiercer the flames burn. She'll become a monster that knows no fatigue. A target she must surpass. Isn't that you? God. Tianyu Zanjin lay on the bed, her chin resting on her folded hands, her tongue lightly licking the corner of her mouth as she revealed a heart-palpitating smile. Having said that, Tianyu Zanjin slowly rose, barefoot, and crawled over to Heimer, her warm breath touching the side of his neck. Their bodies drew close, so close they could almost feel each other's breathing. If that's the case, then the future really is a sideshow worth looking forward to. Ambition is a good thing. However, since you've already done it, hurry up and put your clothes on. Although I don't mind continuing to appreciate the beauty of this body. But you should make room for the people behind you. TCH. As soon as these words were spoken, Tianyu Zanjin pouted in dissatisfaction. However, since that string of passionate confessions hadn't frightened her god, Tianyu Zanjin naturally and tactfully reined in that devouring expression. She nimbly rolled off the bed, grabbed the nearby sleeping robe, and casually draped it over herself. Just before leaving, she still swept that scorching gaze over Heimer once more, then contentedly walked aside to study her own status. At this point, the atmosphere in the room grew even more delicate. After all, Inaba Tsukuyo was an extreme-type specialized genius. Tianyu Zanjin was a growth-type Tyrannosaurus. With these two monsters setting the opening act. With such pearls before swine, if the panel they opened turned out to be too pathetic, wouldn't it be utterly embarrassing? Thinking of this, the few girls looked at each other, feeling immense pressure. Just then, Nemume Satori, who had been preempted by Tianyu Zanjin earlier, could finally hold back no longer. This girl with long jade green hair pouted, her cheeks puffed up in anger. While muttering things like, mean-spirited, and, people who cut in line won't grow tall, she hopped over. She didn't even wait for Tianyu Zanjin to completely leave the bed. She had already eagerly squeezed over, slipping to Heimer's side like a loach. It's definitely little Satori's turn this time. No one can take little Satori's turn. As she spoke, Nemume Satori extremely boldly untied the sash of her sleeping robe. Her movements were so fast that Heimer almost didn't react in time. Now God-sama, please enjoy little Satori . Heimer looked at this girl who seemed harmless but was actually covered in poisonous thorns. And helplessly shook his head. Behave. Wah. Nemume Satori let out an exaggerated cry, obediently lay down as instructed, and then. Heimer skillfully drew blood and let it drip. Hum. A light suddenly shone. A moment later. Name. Nemume Satori. Race. Human. Level. LV.1. Status. Strength. I0. Endurance. I0. Dexterity. I0. Agility. I0. Magic. I0. Skill. Heartless Blade. Skill. Heartless Blade. Attacks launched in a state of no killing intent have their concealment raised to the limit and cannot be detected by conventional perception skills. If an attack hits a vital point undetected, damage is doubled. When Heimer handed the parchment to her. After Nemume Satori put her sleeping robe back on and saw that lone line in the skill column, her originally expectant little face instantly fell. Why is there only one? Tsukuyo-chan has 3, Amu has 2. Why does little Satori only have 1? This is so unfair. Nemume Satori grumbled discontentedly while turning the parchment over and over, trying to find a hidden second line of text. God-sama is biased. You definitely hid the good ones. Don't rush. Seeing Nemume Satori looking like she was about to throw a tantrum on the floor, Heimer helplessly pointed at the skill's detailed description. Quality over quantity in weapons. This one skill of yours is more lethal than 3 ordinary skills combined. When you can kill as calmly as trimming flower stems. You are the most terrifying assassin in the world. Heimer looked at the thoughtful Nemuem Satori and gave his final assessment. This skill suits you well. Just as a child tears off a butterfly's wings. At that moment, it wasn't thinking, I want to torture this insect. It was simply wondering, what happens if the wings come off? No malice, thus no flaw. Nemuem Satori was the epitome of this. After hearing this, Nemuem Satori thought for a moment, then resumed her carefree smile, hugging the parchment and rubbing against Heimer. HMPH tilde. Since God Sama says so. Then little Satori will reluctantly accept it tilde. Nemuem Satori, holding her parchment, retreated to the side. Now, the spot by the bed was vacant. In the center of the room, only Kikaku Homeri and Onagawara Rin remained standing. In the corner, Hanasaka Warabi was still hiding behind the black bear named Kyujin, only her eyes visible, staring intently at everything. Ahem. Noticing Heimer's gaze fall upon her. Kikaku Homeri immediately straightened her posture, tightly clutching the thick dictionary in her arms, her eyes darting rapidly between Onagawara Rin and Heimer. She gritted her teeth, lifted her chin, and adjusted the collar of her robe. Since everyone is so eager. Kikaku Homeri took a step forward, her voice raised slightly. Then I shall reluctantly. Enough, stop pretending. Come here. Heimer sat on the edge of the bed and beckoned to her, cutting her off directly. Ah! Kikaku Homeri was choked off, the lines she had prepared stuck in her throat. Her cheeks flushed bright red instantly, spreading from the roots of her ears down to her neck. Finally, Kikaku Homeri had no choice but to throw the dictionary, which was as thick and heavy as a brick, onto the bed. With a dull thud, the mattress bounced twice. Then she strode over to Heimer. Fine, I'll take it off. Who's afraid of whom? Kikaku Homeri looked as if she were heading to the execution grounds. However, although she shouted loudly, when her hands actually touched the tie of her robe's collar, her fingers stiffened, and her movements slowed down. The blush on her cheeks not only didn't fade, but burned all the way to her ears. The room was so quiet that only the sound of fabric rubbing could be heard. At this point, Kikaku Homeri closed her eyes and pulled down her robe. The robe slipped down her shoulders, piling up at her waist. Supporting herself on the edge of the bed with her hands, she climbed onto the bed somewhat clumsily and lay prone. Unlike the previous martial artists who had undergone years of extreme physical training, Kikaku Homeri's back lines did not have that taut muscular feel, but instead presented a rounded curve. Her skin was fair, glowing with a delicate luster under the light, with a thin layer of subcutaneous fat covering her shoulder blades, exuding a sense of being pampered. This was very fitting for her status as a young lady of a wealthy family. Heimer straddled her. Kikaku Homeri's body tensed abruptly, and her hands gripped the sheets beneath her. Drip. Blood gathered at Heimer's fingertip and fell. The bright red droplet touched her fair back and instantly merged into it. A red light lit up. Complex patterns spread and intertwined across the girl's rounded back, finally settling into place. The light faded. Heimer picked up the parchment nearby and copied the data from her back. Name: Kikaku Homeri. Race: Human. Level: LV.1. Status: Strength, I0, Endurance, I0, Dexterity, I0, Agility, I0, Magic, I0. Development ability: None. Magic: None. Skills: Noble Judgment, Elegant Footwork. Heimer glanced at the skill list and raised an eyebrow slightly. Interesting. Skill: Noble Judgment. When using Western-style sword weapons, attack speed and accuracy are increased. When attacking a part that has already been hit twice or more, attack speed stacks, with the number of stacks determined by the dexterity value. When stabbing an opponent's nerve center, it causes intense pain several times that of a regular attack, and mental energy can be fed back based on the degree of pain caused. Elegant Footwork. When maintaining specific dance steps during combat, evasion rate is slightly increased. And after each successful evasion, the next attack's accuracy increases, and damage stacks slightly. Swish. With astonishing speed, Kikaku Homeri pulled up the robe that had slipped to her waist, quickly wrapping herself up tightly to cover that glimpse of spring. Heimer handed the parchment to her. She sat cross-legged on the bed, clutching the parchment tightly in her hands, staring down at the words on it. Her eyes widened bit by bit. Are these my skills? Kikakuho Mary's voice began to tremble. Immediately, she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement. How is it? My lord, these are very powerful skills, right? Kikakuho Mary held the parchment up to Heimer, the sentiment of, praise me, almost overflowing. Seeing this, Heimer smiled helplessly, nodded, and pointed at the parchment. They are indeed two very powerful skills. And these two skills have excellent synergy. Combining the two creates a major killer move. The Western-style sword art you are proficient in emphasizes the combination of footwork and thrusting, feeding back mental energy by inflicting extreme pain on the enemy. It means, as long as the battle drags on, the more pain the enemy suffers, the more excited your spirit will be, and the better your condition will be. So, your fighting style can utilize elegant footwork to maneuver. Then use your sword to sever their tendons and pierce their flesh and nerves. Take your talent for crippling opponents to the extreme. Crippling. Kikakuho Mary muttered to herself. Although it sounded a bit like a sadistic tendency. But, why did she feel a strange sense of excitement in her heart? Alright. With such two strong skills, it should be much easier now. Go back. Yes. Hearing Heimer's words, Kikakuho Mary nodded vigorously, then adjusted her somewhat disheveled robe collar, clutched the parchment tightly, and jumped off the bed. She then strode back to the group. However, when she passed by Onagawara Rin, Kikakuho Mary deliberately paused. She lifted her chin high, curled her lips, and glanced at Onagawara Rin out of the corner of her eye. HMPH. Then she let out a short, nasal sound that carried a clear sense of showing off. The provocative meaning was self-evident. Onagawara Rin looked at Kikakuho Mary's triumphant back, her eye twitching slightly. This girl, is she trying to show off to me? Based on Onagawara Rin's understanding of Kikakuho Mary, this girl must be thinking, I've already obtained super strong skills, you hesitant person, just wait to be left behind by me. Thinking of this, Onagawara Rin let out a long sigh. She closed her eyes and adjusted her slightly rapid breathing. When she opened them again, the last trace of hesitation in her eyes was replaced by determination. Since she had come this far, since she had already decided to change, then there was nothing to shrink back from. Onagawara Rin stepped forward. She untied her belt with both hands. Swish. The robe, which was already a bit short, slipped down her body. Onagawara Rin didn't hesitate at all, directly leaned over, climbed onto the bed, and lay prone. Her back wasn't as rounded as Marie's. Nor was it filled with explosive muscle lines like Karukiru's. It was a more restrained line. Taut and well-proportioned. Her spine was as straight as a sword, shoulder blades drawn slightly together as if ready to unleash a sharp slash at any moment. Even in a few inconspicuous places on her back, one could see several faint, old scars, as if left by some kind of sharp blade. These were the medals left by her day after day of sword practice. Heimer looked at this body full of stories, a flicker of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Without any unnecessary words, he straddled over her. A fingertip coagulated with blood. Drip. Fresh red divine blood fell. Red light rose once more. This time, the patterns carved on the girl's spine appeared exceptionally complex. A moment later, the light dissipated. Heimer picked up a new piece of parchment and imprinted the data onto it. Name: Onagawara Rin. Race: Human. Level: LV.1. Basic abilities: Strength, I0, Endurance, I0, Dexterity, I0, Agility, I0, Magic, I0. Development abilities: None. Magic: None. Skills: Sword Heart, Clear Mirror, Sword Soul, Sealed Heart. Looking at these two skills, the corner of Heimer's mouth lifted slightly. As expected, where the heart leads, the body follows. This is the most suitable path for you. Heimer pulled the sleeping robe up to cover Onagawara Rin, then handed the parchment to her. Onagawara Rin quickly put on her clothes, still somewhat nervously accepting the parchment. Her gaze fell on the two lines describing the skills. The next second, her pupils contracted sharply, and her entire person froze in shock. Skills: Sword Heart, Clear Mirror. A clear and unclouded sword heart, unstained by dust. In battle, the calmer and more focused the state of mind, the higher the numerical correction to dexterity and agility. When the state of mind reaches the ultimate realm of emptiness, slash attack power is greatly increased. Sword soul, sealed heart. The mask is both a seal and a switch. While wearing the mask, heart sealed, self-suggestion active. Strength and endurance are greatly increased, and the mental immunity effect is obtained. After removing the mask, seal released, senses fully opened. Agility and dexterity are greatly increased, the hypersense effect is obtained, and the ability to perceive attack trajectories is doubled. When the mask is no longer a shackle from the past, but a trump card you can wield. Then this time, it is up to you to decide. Whether to defend or attack, it all depends on you. No longer constrained by form, loyal only to the sword in your hand. As long as you make the choice you believe is most suitable for you, that is the most suitable sword path for you. Seeing Onagawara Rin looking somewhat distracted, Heimer then reminded her softly. Thus, only one person in the entire room remained who had not yet received the blessing. Everyone's gaze instantly, like searchlights, focused uniformly on the figure trying to shrink behind the black bear. Hanasaka Warabi. Hanasaka Warabi was trying her hardest to curl herself into a ball. However, it seemed she sensed the focus of everyone's gaze. As Hanasaka Warabi's closest comrade in arms, a partner who grew up with her since childhood. The black bear being used as a shield rolled its beady eyes, looking at all those stares, especially the terrifying man's gaze, and then at its own master's cowardly appearance. Thus, this black bear, having mingled among humans for many years and deeply understood the ways of survival, made a decision that betrayed its ancestors. Better the friend dies than the poor Taoist, sacrifice the friend, not oneself. Without any hesitation, the Kyujin immediately made its choice, its massive body suddenly shifting to the side. And then, off you go. Even to clear itself of any association. It even, very conveniently, used its broad, sturdy rear end to give Hanasaka Warabi's body a forceful push. This backstab from a teammate came fast and vicious. Ow! Hanasaka Warabi was completely unprepared. Sent flying by this sudden bare butt impact, she was launched out like a bowling ball. Wah! Hanasaka Warabi let out a shriek. Staggering, she tumbled out. To avoid falling flat on her face in public, putting on a public falling performance. She had to stumble forward several steps before barely managing to steady herself. As a result, when she looked up, she found herself stopped right at Heimer's knees. Less than 10 centimeters away. The air froze for a second. Hanasaka Warabi stiffly turned her neck to look at the black bear, her face twisted with anger. Kyujin, you actually sold me out. And I even shared a piece of steak with you at dinner earlier. You traitor. Awoo. The black bear fierce person covered its eyes with its paws, letting out a pitiful cry, putting on an active, I didn't see anything. Seeing this, Heimer helplessly beckoned. Alright, enough acting. Since you're already over here, hurry up. Everyone else is still waiting to sleep, don't waste time. Tomorrow I still have to take you all to the guild to register as adventurers. Oh. Hearing this, Hanasaka Warabi's momentum instantly deflated. Her head drooped. Since that stupid bear had already pushed her into the spotlight, backing down now would be truly embarrassing. HMPH, who's afraid of who? Thinking this, Hanasaka Warabi snorted through her nose, trying to salvage a bit of face. Then, dragging her feet, she walked to the bedside. Looking at the large bed that seemed a bit too tall for her petite frame, she somewhat awkwardly climbed onto it using both hands and feet. After finally managing to climb onto the bed, Hanasaka Warabi knelt on the bed. Her eyes darted around, looking at Heimer one moment and at the bedsheet the next, just not daring to look directly at anyone. Could you, be gentle? Hanasaka Warabi's voice was as small as a mosquito's buzz. After hearing this, the corner of Heimer's eye twitched involuntarily. Don't say things that are easily misunderstood. Hurry up and undress. Hanasaka Warabi flinched when scolded by the Kyujin. She had no choice but to close her eyes, adopting an expression of utter resignation as if heading to the execution ground. Swish. Her sleeping robe was pulled down. Her petite body was exposed. Although she was a legal lowly, there truly wasn't much in the way of curves. Her smooth back looked completely like that of an undeveloped child, with her scapulae slightly protruding, making her appear exceptionally fragile. Heimer didn't waste time either. He straddled her directly, condensing blood on his fingertips. He placed his hand down. He dripped blood. Buzz. Light flared up. Complex patterns appeared strikingly prominent on Hanasaka Warabi's small back. A moment later, the imprint was complete. Heimer glanced at the skill description above, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. Name: Hanasaka Warabi. Race: Human. Level: LV.1. Ability stats: Strength, I0, Endurance, I0, Dexterity, I0, Agility, I0, Magic, I0. Development abilities: None. Magic: None. Skills: Fanged Linkage, Scent of the Path Ahead. Skills: Fanged Linkage. When performing a coordinated attack with a tamed beast, both parties gain an enhancement to strength and agility. If attacking the same target, damage receives an additional bonus. Scent of the Path Ahead. Borrows the senses of the beast. Possesses extraordinary intuition regarding traps and hostility. Perception checks against enemies hidden in the dark are greatly modified. Pathfinding ability is greatly improved. Not bad. Heimer gave a simple evaluation and handed the parchment to Hanasaka Warabi. Hanasaka Warabi held the parchment. Her gaze swept over those two lines of text repeatedly. Once. Twice. Her originally anxious eyes were slowly lighting up as she continued to read. Then, Hanasaka Warabi suddenly turned her head. She looked at the black bear still on the floor, covering its eyes with its two paws and playing dead. Hey! Hanasaka Warabi's mouth spread into a grin. She let out a chilling laugh. The next second, ha! The petite loli suddenly leapt off the bed. She traced a parabola through the air. And then, bang! She landed heavily. She landed precisely and accurately on the black bear's soft, thick belly. Her knees even used the force of the descent to deliver a hard thrust. Awoo! The black bear cried out in pain, immediately opening its mouth wide and letting out a mournful shriek. The bare paws that were covering its eyes flew open violently, its eyeballs nearly popping out of its sockets. HMPH. What are you yelling about? Hanasaka Warabi stood with both feet on the bear's stomach, hands on her hips, speaking down at it. This is the fate of a traitor. See if you dare betray me next time. Awoo! The Kyujin dared not disobey, only letting out a wrong whine. At this point, watching this pair of clowns make a scene. Pat! Pat! Heimer clapped his hands, unilaterally interrupting Hanasaka Warabi's assault, and drew everyone's attention back. That's enough. Since the favors have all been bestowed, let's stop here for tonight. Although you have favors now, this is just the beginning. Tomorrow morning, I will take you to the guild to officially register as adventurers. That will be the true beginning. So now, go to sleep. Rest up well, tomorrow won't be this easy. Yes. The women responded in unison when they heard this. Even Hanasaka Warabi, who was ecstatic about obtaining the divine skill, obediently jumped down from the bear's stomach. Seeing this, Heimer nodded slightly. Good night, everyone. Good night, Lord God. Creak. Click. Heimer walked out of the room and closed the door behind him, shutting out the chattering discussion of the girls inside. However, as soon as the door closed, a voice came. Are you done dealing with it? Heimer turned his head. A figure was leaning against the wall. Crimson short hair, a single eye covered by an eye patch. It was Hephaestus. I thought you would take a bit longer to handle things. But now it seems you've finished your business over here, so shouldn't it be time to deal with the agreement between you and me? After all, I've been waiting here for half a day for that presentable item you mentioned. You wouldn't want to stand me up at a time like this, would you? Don't worry. Follow me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Heimer's lips curled up into a confident smile. He tilted his head towards Hephaestus, signaling her to follow. Hephaestus raised an eyebrow at Heimer's action. I hope you aren't just bragging. Although she didn't know what trick Heimer was up to, she still saw Heimer turn and walk toward one end of the corridor. Hephaestus stretched out her long legs and followed him. The result was, he took 2 steps. He discovered the corner was a dead end. So, Hephaestus, having no other choice, led Heimer through the complex maze of corridors within the Hephaestus Familia's grounds. Along the way, no one dared to approach and disturb them. Because the direction they were heading was the forbidden zone of the entire Hephaestus Familia. Hephaestus's private forging workshop. Normally, besides her and Tsubaki, no one else was allowed to enter. Click. As the heavy bronze door was pushed open, an even hotter aura rushed out to meet them. A massive furnace stood silently, the dark red fire within undulating like a breath. On the surrounding racks, various rare ores and materials rarely seen in the outside world were casually placed. So, why did you bring me here? Hephaestus leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, gesturing for Heimer to proceed. Heimer was not hesitant either. He walked straight to the shelves storing the top-tier materials. His fingers traced over the ores one by one. Mithril, diamond, orichalcum. Every time Heimer paused his finger and picked up an ore, Hephaestus's gaze would subtly narrow. Because what he selected were invariably the pieces of the highest quality and with the fewest impurities among similar materials. In less than a moment, Heimer already held several ores emitting various colored auras in his hands. He weighed the items in his hands, turned around, and looked at Hephaestus, who had remained silent the entire time. This should be enough. Hephaestus looked at what he held, then at the furnace beside them. Even the dullest person should have realized it by now. Let alone her. You want to forge? Hephaestus straightened up and raised an eyebrow. Yes. Heimer, holding the ores, walked to the forging table and casually picked up a forging hammer to test its feel. After all, in a sense, I am also a god of forging. Although my title also includes miscellaneous things like war and strife, ultimately, weaponry is the vessel for everything. If one does not understand the birth of weapons, how can one claim to rule over all disputes? Moreover, every god who understands forging has their own unique techniques. Mine is no exception. Your Familia does not lack for weapons. To pay off the bill for tonight's grand meal in those few guest rooms. And to exchange for future equipment support for those few children in my Familia. I think I need to bring out something more substantial. Saying this, Heimer raised his head and looked directly into Hephaestus's exposed single eye. For example, a weapon forged by another god. I will then use my hair, divine blood, and theosacred text, that only I can inscribe as payment. To craft for you, a god-made armament, one that can exert super-standard power even without my Falna, a treasure among 10,000. At these words, Hephaestus's breathing visibly paused for a moment. Because she looked at Heimer. At this male god standing before the forging table, his eyes clear and confident. She was moved. Yes. As the god of forging who pursued ultimate craftsmanship, nothing could move her more than unknown divine techniques and god-made armaments never before seen. Furthermore, this was coming from this fellow's hands. Although his reputation in Orario was not prominent. Who among the circle of gods in the heavenly realm did not know this fellow's standing? After all, this fellow was not some consistently well-behaved god in the heavenly realm. A deity rated as a calamity of war by the other gods was certainly no pushover. If a weapon was personally crafted by him and infused with fragments of his own divinity, it would absolutely be a peerless treasure that countless god familias would go mad for, even daring to start wars over it. Countless gods would be willing to bankrupt themselves to collect such a piece of work. Thinking of this, Hephaestus involuntarily let go of the arms she was crossing over her chest. It sounds like truly a deal that is impossible to refuse. But Hephaestus's tone shifted, and she eyed Heimer with some suspicion. Although you might indeed understand forging in the heavenly realm. However, since you descended to the lower world, within this body restricted by rules, have you personally held a hammer? Without cheating by using divine power, are you certain you can complete a forging session? Faced with this soul-piercing interrogation, Heimer simply became forthright. Definitely not. I only just descended not long ago. No money, no resources. I can't even afford a full meal, so where would I have spare funds to buy a furnace and materials? Hephaestus. Her mouth twitched, just about to retort, then how dare you speak so boldly? But then, Heimer immediately handed the forging hammer in his hand to her with extreme naturalness. But, isn't there you here? This supervision step, for you, the foremost divine blacksmith of the heavenly realm. Shouldn't be a problem, right? Sigh. Hearing this, Hephaestus finally understood, and couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh. She took the hammer, weighed it a couple of times, and looked at Hymer again with her single eye. Hymer. I truly don't know if the madness you had in the heavenly realm hasn't subsided, or if you've become even crazier after coming down. To actually think of using my materials, in my furnace, and then making me act as your assistant to forge a weapon to pay off your debt. This kind of empty-handed profiteering operation, you really know how to come up with it. Even the most notorious profiteers in Orario don't do business like you. But, since you've put it that far, and even brought out such a gimmick, I'm genuinely a bit tempted. As the god standing at the pinnacle of forging in this metropolis, Hephaestus's curiosity about Hymer's skills could not be suppressed at all. So, as Hephaestus spoke, she walked over to the furnace and personally pulled the bellows. Whoosh! The dark red furnace fire instantly surged, and waves of heat rolled out, reflecting on her heroic and spirited face, making it flicker between light and shadow. Once the furnace fire and heat waves surged up, Hephaestus turned around and casually tossed the few pieces of top-grade ore from Hymer's hand into the fire. Alright, there's no turning back now. I'll state my terms clearly up front. Although I am willing to lend you these things. In terms of forging, I am not that easy to talk to. If you can't withstand my reprimands, then you should just go wash up and sleep. You'll have to compensate me at full price for these top-tier materials. Having said that, Hephaestus walked aside, pulled over a chair to sit down, crossed her legs, adopting the posture of a supervisor. Don't worry. If I truly can't manage it, you won't even need to say it. I'll pack myself up and deliver myself to your captain Tsubaki as labor. In that case, let's begin. After hearing this, Hephaestus threw the forging hammer back to Hymer. At this point, Hymer walked up to the forging platform. Without any unnecessary words, he directly reached his hand into the furnace flames, hot enough to instantly melt steel. Under Hephaestus's slightly contracted pupils, he grabbed out the ore blanks that had already begun to soften and were emitting a piercing light, and placed them on the anvil. Clang! The first hammer fell. Clear, steady. Sparks flew in all directions. Time thus flowed by amidst the sound of these strikes. From late night until dawn. When the first rays of morning light spilled through the ventilation shaft into the Hephaestus Familia workshop, dispelling the night's oppressive heat. Hiss! As the last plume of white smoke from the quenching rose alongsward, its entire body presenting a dark golden hue, appeared upon Hephaestus's forging platform. The blade was slender, with rows of intricate patterns as fine as gossamer upon it. These were precisely the sacred text characters Hymer had inscribed using his own divine blood. It's done. Is this enough? Hymer set down the forging hammer in his hand. It's enough. In truth, he didn't need to say more. From the very moment this sword took shape, Hephaestus had already ceased to conceal her fondness. She walked up and directly snatched the sword away. This sword belongs to me now. As for the equipment for your children, aside from those few prized treasures I have hanging on the display wall, which aren't suitable for your children, they can freely choose from all the other weapons. I'll instruct Tsubaki to assist you. Hephaestus declared with immense generosity. In the corridors of the Hephaestus Familia, yawn. A very unrefined yawn sounded. At the end of the corridor, a figure was leaning against the wall, idly tossing a gold coin in hand. This was a grown woman with wheat-colored skin. She wore an eye patch over her left eye, had long hair cascading over her shoulders with a prominent ahoge, and was dressed in a practical work skirt and chest wrap, revealing the solid and powerfully built lines of her shoulder muscles. Captain of the Hephaestus Familia, LV.5. The one-eyed master artisan, Tsubaki Kobrand. Though she possessed dwarven bloodline, her physique was even more tall and slender than an average human's, completely lacking the short-limbed characteristics typical of dwarves. Consequently, her height had often been the subject of envy from other dwarves. Catching the gold coin, Tsubaki glanced at the tightly closed guest room door and couldn't help but scratch her head. Seriously. Lady Hephaestus too. Locking herself in her private forge first thing in the morning, and even specifically instructing me to take these newcomers to pick out weapons. And on top of that, ordering them to choose freely, all complimentary. Though she complained verbally, there wasn't much actual dissatisfaction in Tsubaki's eyes. Instead, there was more curiosity. After all, as the Familia member who had followed Hephaestus the longest, she knew her patron deity's temperament all too well. That Hephaestus, who cherished every weapon like a child, could be this generous. This wasn't just giving away weapons. It was practically throwing open the family vault for people to help themselves. Not only did the iron rooster pluck its feathers, it stewed itself into soup and delivered it to your doorstep. Click. At that moment, the guest room door opened. Heimer was the first to step out, followed by the group of girls who, after a night's rest, were now full of energy. Of course, along with those two black bears that still looked somewhat simple-minded even after being cleaned. Morning. Seeing Tsubaki, Heimer greeted with a smile. It seems Hephaestus has already briefed you. Yeah, briefed me crystal clear. Tsubaki straightened up, placed her hands on her hips, her single eye sizing up Heimer thoroughly before sweeping her gaze over the girls behind him. Although these children were still LV.1 novices for now. However, as an LV.5 powerhouse, Tsubaki keenly sensed an unusual aura emanating from them. As expected, Lady Hephaestus's eye has always been sharp. Tsubaki grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Since it's the patron deity's order, I won't waste words. Lord Heimer, follow me. Let me show you what the strongest armory in Orario looks like. After passing through several corridors, when Tsubaki pushed open the heavy double doors, hiss! A collective intake of breath sounded from behind. Even the worldly wise Tianyu Zanjin couldn't help but slightly narrow her pupils at this moment. What came into view was a vast space. More like a museum than a warehouse. Thousands upon thousands of weapons were neatly displayed on racks, stretching from the ceiling all the way to the floor. Great swords, spears, battle axes, crossbows. Every single weapon gleamed with a cold light under the illumination of magic stone lamps. One could even faintly sense the weak flow of magical energy pulsating in the air. What's displayed here are all the masterpieces our Familia has forged over the years. Striding inside, Tsubaki casually picked up a dagger from a shelf and twirled it in a beautiful flourish. Everything is here, from beginner gear for those just starting out, to high-grade items only those LV.4 and above can wield. Lady Hephaestus said. As long as you can carry it and it feels right in your hands, take whatever you want. As soon as these words were spoken, the movements of several Hephaestus Familia members organizing shelves nearby froze. Sea Captain. A young blacksmith holding a bundle of spears widened his eyes, almost dropping what he was carrying on his feet. Is it really permissible to let outsiders take things freely? Just like that, for free. Not just him. The other few Familia members also exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with confusion. This is an order from Lady Hephaestus. Tsubaki turned around and dismissed her subordinates. Then she looked back at the group of eager young women. All right, don't be polite. Choosing a weapon is all about first impressions. However, Tsubaki's gaze fell upon Onigawara Rin. You there, little girl in the mask. Haven't your eyes been glued to that sword since we walked in? Onigawara Rin froze. Her gaze had indeed been stuck on the crystal case in the very center of the hall. Inside that case was the famous sword Black Crow she had seen when passing by last night. Not bad taste. Tsubaki walked over, opened the case directly, and took out the tachi worth several million valis. Catch. Onigawara Rin fumbled and caught the thrown sword. A heavy weight settled in her hands. She drew the blade from its sheath. Jung. A crisp sword cry echoed. Cloud patterns flowed across the pitch-black blade, radiating piercing coldness. Is this the feel of this sword? Onigawara Rin's hand trembled slightly. It wasn't fear. It was excitement. This sword is forged from obsidian steel unique to the middle floor. Its hardness is extremely high, and it provides a special boost to slashing attacks. Tsubaki crossed her arms and spoke expertly. For a swordsman who follows a path of hard striking, this is a fine blade. This is the one. Onigawara Rin swiftly returned the sword to its sheath, her eyes filled with unwavering determination. As for you, Tsubaki looked toward Inaba Tsukuyo standing to the side. The girl stood quietly with her eyes closed. Are you blind? Tsubaki's question was very direct. Even a bit offensive. However, there was no malice in Tsubaki's tone, only pure inquiry. Inaba Tsukuyo nodded. Then don't use such a heavy weapon. Tsubaki turned and took a long, sheathed sword from another rack. This sword was slightly thinner and longer than a regular tachi, and its scabbard was pure white. This one is called white egret. It's light, fast, and makes almost no sound cutting through the air when swung. For someone who fights relying on their sense of hearing, it won't interfere with their judgment. Inaba Tsukuyo took the sword. Her fingers gently stroked the hilt. Thank you. The girl's voice was light, but the fingers gripping the sword were very strong. Immediately after. What about me? What about me? Kikakuho Mary couldn't wait any longer. She squeezed to the front and pointed at herself. You. What kind of weapon do you want? A Western sword type. A Western sword type. That's quite rare. Tsubaki stroked her chin and pointed in one direction. The Western swords are over there, on the third shelf. There's one called Rose Thorn there. It comes with a bleeding effect, making stabs very painful. Stabs are very painful. Kikakuho Mary's eyes lit up. I want that one. This was practically tailor-made to complement her noble judgment, skill. Thus, under Tsubaki's guidance, the selection continued. You there, little girl with green hair. What do you want? Little Satori wants a weapon that can turn defeat into victory. In that case, Tsubaki pointed to a row of swords on a shelf in the corner. The stock over there is more suitable for someone who likes to ambush others. Nemume Satori heard this, and her eyes immediately curved into crescent moons. She hopped over, her fingertips gliding over rows of blades, finally stopping at a seemingly unremarkable tachi with a dull gray blade. This sword is called Gray Serpent. Tsubaki glanced at it and introduced it casually. The blade has been given a matte finish, so it barely reflects light in the dark. Moreover, the edge has extremely fine guide grooves pre-cut. If you were to coat it with something. Tsubaki didn't finish her sentence, merely shrugging her shoulders. Iya tilde how thoughtful tilde. Nemume Satori snatched up the sword, fondling it lovingly in her hands, a pure smile spreading across her face. On the other side, Tianyu Zanjin didn't bother looking at the dazzling array of weapons. She walked straight toward the armor section. Although she possessed the skill Incarnation Blade, which treated her flesh as a weapon. That didn't mean she liked running around naked to get beaten up. I want that set. Tianyu Zanjin pointed to a set of light armor hanging on a mannequin. It was protective gear woven from black leather and metal plates, ensuring flexibility at the joints while providing sufficient defense for vital areas. Good eye. Tsubaki walked over and patted the armor set. This is woven from the hide of a middle Florshadow leopard, and refined steel wire. It's light and abrasion resistant. Wear this, and even if you roll on the ground, you won't scrape your skin. Tianyu Zanjin neatly took off the armor and put it on herself. She moved her arms and legs around. It fits perfectly. Tianyu Zanjin curled her lips. With this layer of skin, she wouldn't have to worry about clothes tearing. As long as her vital points were protected. What remained was pure slaughter. At the same time. A weak voice suddenly interjected. I want it too. Hanasaka Warabi, clutching the tachi she had chosen, tugged on Tsubaki's clothes with her other hand, pointing at the big black bear still scratching its head behind her. I want a set of equipment for my Kyujin too. Tsubaki looked down at the loli who only reached her waist, then looked at the massive, honest-looking big black bear. She couldn't help but feel a headache coming on, rubbing her messy red hair. Hey, little sister. This is an armory, not a pet shop. Who on earth makes armor for a bear? Besides, the customization fee for a physique like that is very expensive. But, Hanasaka Warabi pouted, her face full of grievance. Kyujin is also very afraid of pain, you know. Awoo. The black bear on the ground seemed to understand its owner's meaning, let out a cry in perfect coordination, and then took the opportunity to roll on the ground, revealing a look of being quite fragile. Tsubaki. Tsubaki's mouth twitched, watching the shameless display of this person and bear. She sighed helplessly. Fine, I'm afraid of you. Tsubaki sighed helplessly again and turned to wave at a few Familia members who were moving cargo. Go bring out that dusty thing in the corner of the warehouse. A moment later. A set of slightly rough, but extremely sturdy beast armor was brought over. although it wasn't full body coverage. The chest, back, and key joints of the limbs were all protected by thick leather and metal plates. Especially the chest piece, which had an extra layer of steel plate specifically added. Here, try this. Tsubaki had someone throw the armor on the ground. The black bear knew a good thing when it saw one. It immediately got up and sniffed the pile of armor. Then, without needing any help, it skillfully climbed into it itself. Hanasaka Warabi hurriedly stepped forward to help fasten the buckles. Click. The size was unexpectedly perfect. After putting on the armor, the big black bear, which originally looked a bit silly, instantly gained the temperament of a fierce war beast. Wow! So cool! Hanasaka Warabi was full of excitement. Now Kyujin is the #1 war bear in Orario. Don't get too happy too soon. Tsubaki crossed her arms, leaned against the shelf, watched the scene, and said in a flat tone. This thing was originally custom made for a beast tamer from a Familia. That guy was also a weirdo who kept monsters as pets and spent a lot of money on this equipment. Quote. Speaking of this, Tsubaki paused. A flash of indifference that only a seasoned adventurer would understand passed through her eyes. As a result, the equipment was finished, but the person never returned. I heard he died on the 20-something floor, and they didn't even find his whole body. So this thing has been lying in the warehouse for almost 2 years. Since this bear can wear it, it's a bargain for you. As soon as these words were spoken, Hanasaka Warabi's hands, which were excitedly fastening the buckles for Kyujin, paused slightly. Dead. Is that strange? Tsubaki glanced at Hanasaka Warabi. In the dungeon, death is as common as eating and drinking. Once you enter the dungeon, no one can guarantee if they will be alive to come back and pick up their custom equipment the next day. So this is what you call dead person's wealth. If you mind, it's not too late to take it off now. Hanasaka Warabi swallowed. Looking at the dark red marks on the armor, her original excitement cooled down a little. But soon, she gritted her teeth. Wear it. Why wouldn't I wear it? This is free. Since this is something left behind by a senior. Then Kyujin will surely be able to inherit that luck along with it. Oh whoa. Kyujin seemed to understand something and hurriedly chimed in with a whine. Seeing this, Tsubaki revealed a look of appreciation. HMPH. The mindset is not bad. Tsubaki grinned. She didn't dampen the newcomer's enthusiasm. After all, in Orario, if you don't even have this level of awareness, it's better to go home and farm early. At the same time, Tsubaki's peripheral vision caught a figure walking into the depths of the armory. It was Heimer. As it was seen, he stood in front of a row of long weapons, his gaze lingering for a moment on a spear that was silver all over, but with a dark red spear tip. Afterwards, he reached out and grasped the shaft of the spear. Hum. As the spear was lifted, it seemed to emit a low, vibrating hum. Heimer held the spear with one hand and casually spun it in a spear flower. The movement was smooth and flowing, without a hint of awkwardness. Oh. Tsubaki raised her eyebrows in surprise and walked over with long strides. Lord Hamo, are you also looking to pick a weapon? You are a god, after all. In the lower world, although gods possess endless lifespans. Because gods in the lower world are subject to the iron rule of being forbidden from entering the dungeon and forbidden from using divine power. The vast majority of gods have no strength to truss a chicken, let alone wield a spear designed specifically for slaughter. Facing Tsubaki's confusion, Heimer stood the spear beside him and smiled. My name at least touches upon the concept of martial arts. Although I cannot go down into the dungeon to fight monsters. But occasionally, my hands get itchy. Heimer stroked the patterns on the spear shaft with his thumb. A war god, huh? Tsubaki nodded thoughtfully. Although she didn't know the specific divinity of this god. But looking at the casual spear spin just now, he was clearly a trained expert. Tsubaki didn't ask any more questions. She turned back to look at the group of girls who were fully armed and so excited they couldn't wait to find someone to fight immediately. Since that's the case, you have the equipment now. Next is actual combat. What do you think? Lord Hamo. I see these newcomers are all in Orario for the first time, right? Would you like? Tsubaki pointed at herself. After they register as adventurers, I will personally take them to the dungeon for a tour. It just so happens I don't have anything to do right now. I also want to see exactly how much potential these newcomers recruited by Lord Hamo have. By the way, I can also teach them some of the rules of the dungeon. Consider it an onboarding guide for them. This was also a bit of selfishness on Tsubaki's part. On one hand, it was to do a favor for Heimer. On the other hand, as a blacksmith, seeing new weapons with owners, if I don't see the actual combat effect with my own eyes, I always feel an itch in my heart. Hearing this, Heimer also thought about it. This proposal was indeed good. After all, as a god, he cannot personally lead a team into the dungeon. Having an experienced LV.5 veteran who knows the dungeon ecology well to lead the way would undoubtedly greatly increase efficiency. Furthermore, Tsubaki, as a blacksmith, possessed an understanding of weaponry far beyond that of ordinary people. With her here, she could better guide these girls on how to utilize these new weapons to their absolute limit. It was just unknown what kind of reaction Tsubaki, this LV.5 veteran, would have after personally witnessing these girls cause bloody carnage in the dungeon when they were still LV.1. Then I will leave it to you, Miss Tsubaki. Heimer nodded in thanks. Lord Heimer is too kind. Tsubaki laughed heartily and waved her hand. Immediately after, Heimer thought for a moment and asked Tsubaki. By the way, where is that Hestia fellow? With such a big commotion, why didn't she run out to join the fun? Logically, given the lowly goddess's personality, she should have already jumped out by now. Lady Hestia. Mentioning that name, Tsubaki's expression became somewhat subtle. As for Lady Hestia, she should still be sleeping in the guest room right now. Sleeping. Heimer raised an eyebrow. Still sleeping. Look at the sun outside, what time is it already? That's something Lord Heimer doesn't know. Tsubaki spread her hands in a helpless manner, as if this was a common sight. During the time Lady Hestia has been freeloading off our Familia, she has developed an unshakable biological clock. That is, she absolutely will not open her eyes until lunchtime. Even if the sky were to fall right now, she would probably just roll over and continue sleeping. Hearing this, Heimer also remembered. Hestia. This person had been living off the Hephaestus Familia, being lazy and gluttonous, ever since descending to the lower world. Fine then. Since she is dreaming, let's not disturb her. Heimer waved his hand, decisively choosing to abandon this burden. Let's go. The morning in Orario was always filled with noise and vitality. When Heimer and his group walked out of the Hephaestus Familia's main gate, the streets were already bustling. Wow. Although they had glimpsed it last night when they arrived, Orario bathed in the morning light still felt novel to the women. Especially the Babel, which stood in the center of the city, piercing straight into the clouds. It refracted a dazzling white radiance under the sunlight, like a divine pillar connecting heaven and earth. As that, the entrance to the dungeon. Amawa Zanzan narrowed her eyes, gazing at the colossal tower. Don't rush. Before going there, I first need to get identities sorted out for you. It was the starting point for all adventurers. The Orario Adventurers Guild headquarters. Whether it was a youth full of dreams or a vicious thug. Anyone wanting to legally enter the dungeon to reap rewards in this city had to report there first and obtain a license. This was the power of the system. Even in this world of sword and magic, bureaucratic procedures remained an indispensable link, as only this way could the adventurers of Orario be managed effectively. Thus, the Orario Adventurers Guild headquarters. The Pantheon. The process of going to the guild and registering was unremarkable. It was nothing more than filling out forms and registering. Can't see. Weak, helpless, and pitiful. When Heimer squeezed into the hall with a gaggle of beautiful women, plus 2 black bears that didn't look very bright, they instantly became the center of attention. After all, the concentration of good looks in this group was too high. Even in Orario, which was full of beauties, such a gathering of top-tier women with varied styles packed together was definitely a rare sight. This is the guild. It's not quite what I imagined. Kikakuho Mary held her rapier with a hint of disdain. Tsubaki, walking in front, said without turning her head. This is the real adventurer ecosystem. Don't think being an adventurer means enjoying rewards glamorously every day. Most of the time, adventurers are dealing with mud and monster blood. With that said, Tsubaki skillfully parted the crowd and led the group to a relatively quiet counter. A young female clerk sat there. Emerald eyes, signature pointed ears, and even while seated, one could tell her spine was perfectly straight. At this moment, she was pushing up the glasses on her nose, meticulously checking the documents in her hands. Her fastidious manner was as if the word "serious" was carved onto her forehead. Aina Zul. Aina. When she was pushing up the glasses on her nose, meticulously checking the documents in her hands. Her fastidious manner making it look like the word "serious" was written on her face. Tsubaki slapped the counter directly. Smack. A crisp sound startled the documents on the desk, making them jump. Yo! I'm here. Aina was startled, and the feather pen in her hand almost tore the document. She quickly looked up and saw the big sister with an eye patch grinning widely. The originally serious expression on her face instantly revealed a visible trace of helplessness. Miss Tsubaki. The captain of the Hephaestus Familia, LV.5. The one-eyed master artisan, Tsubaki Kobrand. Who in the guild wouldn't recognize such a high-ranking figure? Aina sighed helplessly and lowered her voice. This is a workplace, please refrain from making loud noises, it will disturb the other adventurers. Is Miss Tsubaki here to handle some business? I'm just bringing these newcomers, who managed to make the tight-fisted main deity pay out of pocket, down to the dungeon to see what they're capable of. Tsubaki shrugged, moved aside to make space, and pointed to Heimer and the group behind her. Bringing newcomers. Aina was completely confused about what tight-fisted meant. However, out of professional courtesy, she didn't ask about gossip. Instead, she quickly adjusted her demeanor and looked where Tsubaki was pointing. Then, her gaze could no longer move away. A group of beautiful women, an older sister type, a loli, a young lady, a blind swordswoman, a green-haired girl. What kind of adventurer squad was this? And then, are those black bears? Those two creatures sniffing around the clean floor of the guild, even trying to lick the nearby pillar. They are definitely bears. Aina. Seeing this scene, Aina couldn't help but raise her hand and rub her temples hard, feeling that her migraine today might start early. Although the guild didn't explicitly forbid adventurers from bringing pets inside. Bringing in such large, obviously aggressive beasts. It really was a bit too much. Aina was just about to look up and ask about the origins of these people. However, a figure caused Aina's hand, which was rubbing her brow, to suddenly freeze. The gates of memory were kicked wide open in an instant. 1 month ago. It was also at this counter. It was also this person. At that time, he came to register his familia. When filling out the section for his name and title, Aina followed the standard procedure and asked for his divine office and titles. The result was that the person immediately reeled off a string of titles that were enough to scare anyone into paralysis. Lord of War, Calamity of War, Creator of Strife, Father of all weapons. At the time, Aina thought this was just another newly descended deity trying to tease her for fun. After all, in a place like Orario, there was no shortage of deities who liked to play pranks on guild officials like them. But later, out of caution, she consulted the register of celestial deities and even privately summoned the courage to ask some of the veteran deities in Orario. The feedback she received was always, huh. That madman has come down. All of the titles were, in fact, real. Lord Heimer. Long time no see. Aina pushed up her glasses, her voice immediately becoming reserved. Long time no see, Miss Aina. I didn't expect you to still remember me. I was worried that the guild's busy work would make you forget about me. How could that be? Aina let out a dry laugh. Forget. Who could forget a resume like that? Are these the Familia members you have recruited, Lord Heimer? Aina quickly changed the subject, looking at the group of girls with a complex expression. That's right. Heimer nodded. You can see for yourself. They are all good children. They just have a bit of personality. Watching the little bear that was currently trying to chew on the corner of the counter, Aina's expression twitched slightly. Is this what you call having a bit of personality? However, since they were the familia of a deity, Aina dared not neglect them and immediately took out a thick stack of registration forms. Then, please fill out your basic information. With that, under Aina's efficient management, the registration process began quickly. However, they hit a snag when it came to Inaba Tsukuyo. Inaba. Miss Tsukuyo. Aina called out tentatively. Are you calling me? As soon as she said this, Inaba Tsukuyo turned her head slightly toward Aina's direction. Seeing this scene, Aina's fingers holding the guild card tightened slightly, and the feeling of discord in her heart finally found its source. From the moment she entered until now, this young girl had never opened her eyes. Even her walking, although steady, had that subtle sense of probing, which Aina, as a guild employee who had seen countless people, was all too familiar with. Forgive my rudeness. Your eyes. You cannot see, right? Aina's tone revealed a hint of caution. Inaba Tsukuyo did not have an extreme reaction. She just nodded lightly, and a serene curve appeared at the corners of her mouth on that delicate, doll-like face. Yes. Tsukuyo cannot see. Aina's gaze fell on Inaba Tsukuyo's blood-red eyes, which were open but devoid of focus. Delicate, fragile, like a porcelain doll that would shatter at a touch. Thinking of this, Aina couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although she had guessed it in her heart, confirming it with her own eyes still made her feel a sense of suffocation. Blind. In Orario, this was equivalent to being a cripple. Let alone going to a place as dangerous as the dungeon. Even living a normal life in this city would be full of difficulties. Thinking of this, Aina frowned tightly, her hand holding the pen tightening slightly. Although as a guild employee, she should uphold fairness and not criticize the physical condition of adventurers. However, looking at such a weak and helpless blind girl, Aina truly couldn't bear it. Lord Heimer. Before Aina could finish saying, Tsukuyo cannot see, she is so weak, helpless, and pitiful, she is really not suitable for entering the dungeon. The blind girl, who had already noticed that she had been labeled as weak, helpless, and pitiful by Aina, Inaba Tsukuyo interrupted her first. Miss Aina. Your heartbeat has changed. Aina was stunned after hearing this. The belly full of persuasive words she had just prepared was suddenly stuck in her throat. As she watched, Inaba Tsukuyo raised a hand. She pointed her slender, fair index finger steadily toward a corner of the counter. Here, under the stack of documents on your left, there is a quill pen pressed down, with the nib pointing toward me. As soon as she said this, Aina subconsciously looked down. Under the documents on her left, there was indeed a quill pen pressed down. It was exactly right. And, Tsukuyo tilted her head slightly. Her waterfall-like silver hair slid down gently, revealing a pair of ears that were trembling slightly. It was as if she was capturing imperceptible messages in the wind. At 7 o'clock in the hall, 15 meters away from here. There are two people whispering about the dancer from the tavern last night. One of them has boots with soles that are likely very worn out, and their footsteps are a bit dragging. Aina turned to look in the 7 o'clock direction. There, two adventurers were huddled together whispering. Seeing Aina look over, they looked confused. The left foot of one of the tall adventurers, the sole of that boot was indeed worn out, one side higher than the other. As you can see, some things are not only visible with the eyes. In my opinion, my hearing, and my sword, are more useful than eyes. After saying that, Inaba Tsukuyo lowered her hands and folded them in front of her, returning to her appearance as an obedient doll. This child is blind, cannot see, and is weak, helpless, and pitiful. This is a self-proof of the strong. It is also a clarification of attitude. Thus, the most troublesome part is settled. The subsequent process will be smooth sailing. When Heimer led this massive party out of the guild gates, the sun had already climbed high into the sky. Let's go. Next up is practical combat training. Tsubaki Kobrand stretched, her muscle lines extending into a curve full of power, and then she took the lead, walking in front. Heimer led the women closely behind. They walked through the bustling streets. Very soon, that towering, pure white giant tower standing in the center of the city and piercing the clouds, Babel, occupied everyone's field of vision. On the central plaza beneath the tower, it was already packed with people. This is the heart of Orario, and also the transit station that every adventurer must pass through every day. Adventurers of various races and from various familias gather, form parties, and trade here. The noise rose and fell in waves. Among them, the most conspicuous ones were none other than the supporters who carried giant backpacks, almost larger than their own bodies, weaving through the crowd and calling out to sell their services. You adults over there. Do you need a supporter? I see you are new faces, I can offer a discount. Only 500 valis. Choose me. I am very familiar with the upper floor's map. When they saw Tsubaki co-brand leading such a group of bright, shiny people whose style was clearly different from ordinary adventurers, and even bringing along two bears, a bizarre combination. Several sharp-eyed supporters immediately acted like sharks that had smelled blood. They crowded around, their faces full of ingratiating smiles. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance. This was a baby group, led by a big shot of level 5. Such parties are usually generous with their spending. And because there is a big shot holding the line, the safety is extremely high, so there is no need to worry about losing one's life at any moment like with a wild party. It was simply a lucrative job in the eyes of a supporter. However, go back, don't waste time here. We don't need a supporter. Before those supporters could even get close, Tsubaki co-brand refused very bluntly, even a bit coldly. But this was also the attitude a veteran should have. Not to mention that they were only active in the upper floors area, and there simply wasn't much loot that needed carrying. The expense of finding a supporter was a complete waste of money. But, a supporter was clearly unwilling to give up and wanted to try to persuade them a bit more. Can't you understand human language? Tsubaki co-brand glared with her one eye, and the aura belonging to a first-class adventurer leaked out a little. We are just going to the upper floors for a stroll. If we need a supporter to carry luggage for just this little bit of road, then what kind of adventurer are we? Go home and drink milk while you still can. Being yelled at like that. Those supporters immediately scattered like birds and beasts. After all, although it was a pity about the potential commission, no one dared to touch the bad luck of this level 5. Geez. Seeing that those supporters had finally left, Tsubaki co-brand curled her lips, restrained her aura, and turned to explain to Lord Hamo. Lord Hamo, don't blame me for speaking harshly just now. At this stage, letting newcomers develop the habit of relying on supporters is not a good thing. What's more, in the dungeon, you must never easily trust any stranger. If you raise newcomers to habitually trust these supporters found randomly on the side of the road, who knows which day they will be stabbed in the back. When that time comes, they won't even know how they died. Such things are not uncommon in Orario. Miss Tsubaki co-brand is right. These words from Tsubaki co-brand made Lord Hamo nod in agreement. After all, he clearly remembered what had happened in the original work. People's hearts are hidden behind their skin, let alone these supporters who would risk their lives for money. The party continued to move forward. However, as they got closer and closer to the dungeon entrance, trouble came after all. Stop. Several guards wearing uniform outfits and holding spears blocked their way. They were members of the Ganesha Familia responsible for maintaining order in the plaza and at the dungeon entrance. One of the leading guards held a thick spear in his hand. His gaze was vigilantly fixed on the large black bear behind Hanasaka Warabi. It is okay for adventurers to bring pets, but this bear is too large, and it isn't wearing a muzzle. The foot traffic here is so high, what if it goes crazy and hurts someone? The Kyujin had a build like a small mountain, standing taller than a person, just standing there was scary enough. Coupled with that heavy armor, it was practically like a heavy tank. It was no wonder the guards were nervous. However, Hanasaka Warabi was not happy when she heard this and immediately jumped out to protect her ward. The Kyujin is not dangerous at all. It is very obedient. Kyujin, sit down for me. To prove the innocence of her child, Hanasaka Warabi immediately ordered the Kyujin. Ow! Seemingly sensing the hostility of these two-legged beasts in front of it, the Kyujin blinked its somewhat comical green bean eyes innocently. Then it sat down on the ground with a thud. With a muffled bang, the ground seemed to shake. Furthermore, this behemoth also used its huge front paw to scratch its belly, and by the way, rubbed its big butt on the ground. With a silly look on its face. This contrasting silliness left the guards dumbfounded. It's fine, I will vouch for it. At the same time, seeing this situation, Tsubaki co-brand also hurriedly walked forward and showed her identification badge. Besides, with a god present, there won't be any trouble. After saying that, Tsubaki co-brand turned to the side and pointed at Lord Hamo. The guard was stunned. He looked at Lord Hamo. When a god reveals their identity, their unique presence cannot be fooled. In Orario, you have to give face to gods. And there was also the level 5 inches the one-eyed master artisan, personally vouching for it. The guard thought about it, then withdrew his spear and stepped aside. Since Lady Tsubaki Kobrand and a god are present, then please come in. But please be sure to keep an eye on it. If it hurts someone, it will be hard to explain to Lord Ganesha. Thanks. Tsubaki Kobrand waved her hand at the guard. The group thus strode into the ground floor hall of that pure white giant tower that led directly to the underground, Babel. This was the place where the dreams of all Orario adventurers began. The Path of Beginnings. The reason it is called by this name is that in the center of the hall, there is a circular hole that is staggeringly huge. There is also an incredibly wide spiral ramp that spirals all the way down into the dungeon. This is the only official entrance to the dungeon. Magic stone lamps are embedded in the walls. Countless adventurers come and go here. However, because Heimer, as a deity, cannot enter the actual dungeon area, the rules dictate that he can only escort them to the entrance of the spiral ramp. Looking at the 5 swords who were already eager to try, as well as the Empress, Heimer nodded to signal them. All right. Go ahead. I will be waiting right here for your good news. The road ahead is for you to walk yourselves. Yes. Lord Hamo, Tianyu Zanjin, Inaba Tsukuyo, and the others replied in unison upon hearing this. Tsubaki Kobrand also grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Rest assured, Lord Hamo. With me here, I guarantee I will bring them back in one piece. Heimer nodded. Then I leave it to you, Miss Tsubaki Kobrand. Well then, see you later. With that, everyone waved goodbye to Heimer and, following the flow of people, disappeared around the corner of the spiral ramp. However, as everyone gradually ventured deeper along the spiral ramp, and the initial excitement cooled down a little, the strange gazes from those around them became somewhat piercing. It couldn't be helped. Because this group was simply too eye-catching. Along the way, there were only beautiful girls, accompanied by 2 bears, and even a blind person walking with their eyes closed, as well as a woman who was empty-handed and didn't even bring a weapon. Even with a LV.5 big shot leading the way, it couldn't stop the whispers of others. Hey, look over there. A few adventurers resting on the spot and wiping their weapons gathered together, their eyes drifting towards this side involuntarily. That's Tsubaki Kobrand from the Hephaestus Familia leading the team, right? That's quite a lot of face. Who are the people following her? And bears. And one big and one small. This is too absurd. They even brought a blind person. Maybe these little girls came down to get some gold plating. Although the whispering was lowered, in this environment, it still drilled into everyone's ears with extraordinary clarity. These guys. Hanasaka Warabi was so angry that her cheeks puffed up like buns, and she glared back fiercely. But that non-lethal glare only caused those few people to burst into laughter. Even the black bear fierce person bared his teeth in annoyance, letting out a low growl. Ignore them. Tsubaki Kobrand walked at the very front, not even turning her head, her voice coming over lazily. In the dungeon, the mouth is the most useless thing. The only way to make someone shut up is to use your strength to dislocate their jaw. And, Tsubaki Kobrand turned her head. You are indeed newcomers, that is a fact. Being looked down upon is one of the required courses for newcomers. That's what she said. Although she was using the tone of a veteran to lecture the newcomers, as a LV.5 first-class adventurer, the intuition honed on the edge of life and death in the dungeon still made Tsubaki Kobrand feel that this group didn't seem as simple as they appeared on the surface. Especially that blind girl named Inaba Tsukuyo. That display of echolocation at the guild earlier, even she, a LV.5, was slightly surprised. That kind of hearing is definitely not something an ordinary blind person could train. And another one. Tsubaki Kobrand's gaze fell on the black-haired girl named Tianyu Zanjin. This one was even more of a heavyweight. She toured her own armory and didn't even pick up a decent weapon, and the only equipment she had on her when entering the dungeon was that set of light leather armor. Empty-handed, unarmed. This attire made Tsubaki Kobrand think of the battle prostitutes from the Ishtar Familia who specialized in physical techniques. Those battle prostitutes often didn't want to carry weapons either. After all, a large portion of them practiced martial arts. Could it be that this child was also following that path? If that were the case, she would suffer greatly in the early stages. After all, no matter how hard a human's fist is, it will still hurt when hitting a monster's bones. Alright, this is the true labyrinth area. Unknowingly, the wide spiral ramp around them had disappeared, replaced by intricate rock tunnels. The light also dimmed accordingly. Only the low-purity phosphorescent moss occasionally embedded in the walls emitted a faint blue light. Tsubaki Kobrand stopped, turned around, and pointed to the dark tunnel entrances all around. After truly stepping into the dangerous area of the dungeon, these complex tunnels will greatly disperse the adventurers. Don't expect to see groups of teams like you did above. And although this is only the first floor, it is a real battlefield. The first 5 floors, as the beginning of the upper area, are mainly populated by low-level monsters like goblins and kobolds. Although they are weak individually, and can be beaten to death with a casual stick, they win in numbers and like to launch sneak attacks. Further down, around the 6th floor, you will encounter a monster called a War Shadow. That thing is fast, has sharp claws, and is a newcomer killer in every sense. As for after the 7th floor, if you are unlucky enough to encounter a hard-shelled killer ant, once you fail to take it out immediately, it will call for its companions, which might trigger a small-scale monster stampede. Having said this, Tsubaki Kobrand paused, her gaze sweeping over the group of delicate-looking girls behind her. However, at your current stage, it is enough to just adapt to the rhythm of the first 5 floors. Today's goal is to let you see some blood, and by the way, squeak. Before Tsubaki Kobrand could finish the second half of the sentence, by the way, get familiar with your weapons. At the corner in front, several short, black shadows suddenly darted out. Green skin, sharp, large ears, wielding rusted short swords and wooden clubs in their hands, emitting annoying screams from their mouths. Goblins. There were 6 of them in total. Here they come. Tsubaki Kobrand raised an eyebrow, thought for a moment, then stepped aside to make room, crossing her arms and leaning against the wall. Although they are the lowest level trash, they are enough for a warm-up. Go ahead, let me see your. As a result, before Tsubaki Kobrand could finish speaking, Tianyu Zanjin immediately charged straight into the middle of that group of goblins. Hey! Don't rush so. Tsubaki Kobrand frowned, just wanting to speak up to warn her not to be careless. But, the next second, her voice got stuck in her throat. The few goblins obviously didn't expect a human female to dare to rush up empty-handed. In the moment of hesitation, they waved their short blades around randomly. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. That rusted short blade slashed onto Tianyu Zanjin's raised arm, actually feeling like it had struck a steel plate, with sparks flying everywhere. It didn't even break the skin. Tsubaki Kobrand's pupils constricted slightly. After all, even with armed guards, this kind of head-on collision would have broken the bones of an average adventurer long ago. And, what shocked her even more was yet to come. Tianyu Zanjin was expressionless. Her right hand's 5 fingers were closed together and straightened. It was just like a hand blade. Then, with a forward thrust. Poochie. It was just a straight stab. Blood splattered. The goblin, which had been baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, suddenly froze. Tianyu Zanjin's fair hand, like a red-hot blade slicing through butter, pierced directly through the goblin's chest, which, although unarmored, was protected by tough flesh and ribs. The entire palm sank in through the front and emerged from the back. Gee! The goblin let out a short, mournful cry and twitched twice. Then, pung! It directly dissolved into a puff of black ash, vanishing into the air. Leaving behind only a demon stone the size of a fingernail. The essence of refined steel, limbs transformed into blades. This was the incarnation blade. This strike. Even Tsubaki, who had already guessed that Tianyu Zanjin's method would be similar to the battle prostitutes of the Ishtar Familia who specialized in body arts, couldn't help but have her eyelids twitch. What the heck was that? One must know. Although goblins are weak, they still possess the physical body of a monster. They have a ribcage protecting their chest. Even an adventurer wielding a sharp blade would find it difficult to pierce them so cleanly. Let alone doing it with their bare hands. Furthermore, when she pulled her hand out, aside from some bloodstains, it seemed there wasn't even a scratch. Was that a hand made of flesh? However, the battle didn't end there. The other goblins didn't retreat because of their companion's death. Instead, they were stimulated by the smell of blood and rushed forward more frantically, screaming. Since Amaha has already made a move, we can't fall behind either. Onigawara Rin stepped forward. Too slow. Seeing another goblin attempting to charge over. Onigawara Rin placed her hand on the priceless famous sword, Black Crow at her waist. But she didn't draw the sword. It seemed she felt that a monster of this level wasn't worthy of dirtying her new blade. So, she slightly shifted her body and exerted force from her waist. Masked state, strength and endurance greatly increased. Pung! A simple, unadorned kick. Her long leg, clad in black stockings, lashed out like a steel whip. Bang! The goblin was struck head-on, its entire body instantly folded in half, flying backward 3 times faster than it approached, smashing hard against the rock wall, and exploding into a cloud of black smoke. On the other side. How crude. It's better not to get this filth on one's clothes. After seeing Onigawara Rin's action, Kikakuho Mary curled her lip, unwilling to be outdone. She took a step forward and gave a slight flick of her wrist. The rapier in her hand, Rose Thorn, traced a beautiful sword flourish. Before another goblin could pounce. Shua! A silver light flashed. The tip of the sword instantly and precisely stabbed into the goblin's throat. After sinking in, she instantly pulled it out. The goblin clutched its throat and before it could even stagger a few steps, it directly turned into flying ash. There's still one more, oh tilde. A goblin that had been lurking in the shadows of a rock crevice, clutching a sharpened leg bone pried from some unknown corpse, its small bean-like eyes flashing with cruel light, stared intently at Onigawara Rin's unguarded back. It saw an opportunity. It clearly intended to sneak an attack. It grinned its mouth full of yellow teeth and was just about to exert force and pounce. However, it failed to notice. The breath of death was already spraying onto the back of its neck. Until, Shua! A gray arc of light silently swept across its body. Fast. Too fast. The goblin was still holding the posture ready to attack, its toes barely lifting off the ground. But its vision suddenly became misaligned. The scene seen by the left eye flew upward, and the scene seen by the right eye fell downward. The world disintegrated in its eyes. Poochie. A line of blood extended from the exact center of its head down to its crotch. Immediately after, the entire goblin was accurately sliced in half. Pung! It didn't even have time to scream. The 2 halves of its body turned into black ash in midair, leaving behind only a thumb-sized demon stone. It clattered onto the ground. Behind that pile of black ash, Nemume Satori stood gracefully. In her hand, she held the dull, lusterless Tachi, gray serpent, her beryl green long hair gently swaying in the dungeon's cold wind, her face still bearing that harmless, sweet smile. Oh my tilde, this sword is really easy to use, isn't it tilde? Nemume Satori smiled, flicked the blood off the blade, and then lightly sheathed her sword. Click. As smooth as silk. This. Onigawara Rin, hearing the movement behind her, whipped her head around. Seeing the demon stone on the ground, a cold sweat broke out along her spine. Don't be so surprised, okay tilde. We're companions, mutual cover is what we should do, right? Nemume Satori tilted her head, seemingly completely unaware of how terrifying her previous action was. HMPH, don't celebrate too soon. There are still more. Hanasaka Warabi looked at the last few goblins and snorted disdainfully. Kyujin. Clear the area. Awoo. The giant black bear let out a roar and charged out like a heavy tank. Its thick armor emitted a dull metallic clang during the impact. Facing such a behemoth, the goblins' fragile little bodies were like paper. Pung! One goblin was slapped against the wall by the bear's paw, instantly becoming a mural. Pidgey! Another was sat upon, not even having time to raise any dust. Well done, Kyujin. Hanasaka Warabi stood on her tiptoes and patted the black bear's thick rear end proudly. Watching these scenes, Tsubaki, who had been observing from the rear the entire time, straightened up, clapped her hands, and drew everyone's attention back. For newcomers, you all did quite well this time. Although she was outwardly suppressing the newcomers' sharpness, Tsubaki's heart had completely dropped its contempt. After all, the strength of this group of girls was indeed not bad. Their movements were agile, there was no redundant chatter, and more importantly, none of them showed the discomfort typical of newbies seeing blood for the first time. Furthermore, whether it was Tianyu Zanjin's near-beastly physical strength, or Onigawara Rin's solid foundation in swordsmanship, or even Kikukuho Mary's precise and lethal techniques, and Nemume Satori's unpredictable assassination methods, even the little girl who looked the weakest possessed impressive combat prowess. Every one of them had the potential to hold their own. Consequently, since this bunch was so capable of fighting, the original plan would definitely have to be scrapped. After all, with this kind of strength, bullying weaklings in the first 5 floors was a complete waste of time. And so, for the next part of the journey, Tsubaki led everyone downward, continuing their push. Floor 2. Floor 3. Floor 4. As they went deeper into the floors, the surrounding environment began to undergo subtle changes. The color of the walls gradually deepened, and the humidity in the air increased, carrying a faint scent of mildew. The monster spawn rate became visibly higher. In addition to groups of goblins, agile kobolds began to appear, as well as dungeon lizards that loved to hide perfectly on cave walls for sneak attacks. However, this did not hinder the girls' progress in the slightest. Along the way, whether it was groups of goblins, kobolds, or dungeon lizards, in front of Tianyu Zanjin, Onigawara Rin, and the others, it couldn't even be called a challenge. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass was left standing. Basically, as soon as a monster showed its head, it would instantly be greeted by several weapons simultaneously. Especially towards the end, a faint scent of competitive gunpowder even developed among the girls as they vied for kills. That one's mine. Finders keepers. Ah. Marie, you're cheating. Little Satori saw that one first. They broke through like a hot knife through butter. Soon, without realizing it, the surrounding environment began to change. Everyone had arrived near the entrance to floor 6. The light here was dimmer than above, the glowing moss on the walls became sparse, and large patches of shadow dominated their vision. Take a break. Tsubaki raised her hand to signal the team to stop. After fighting all this way, although the monsters weren't strong, the high-intensity march had still consumed a fair amount of stamina. The girls each found a place to sit and rest. Tsubaki took a sip from her water bottle, her gaze involuntarily falling on the figure sitting upright on a rock. It was the blind girl with long white hair. Inaba Tsukuyo. Tsubaki noticed. Ever since entering the dungeon, this blind girl had not drawn the long tachi named White Egret even once. She had been quietly following in the very center of the team. Like a bystander. Whenever a monster tried to ambush her, before the monster could even get close, the other girls, or that black bear, would immediately rush over to take care of it. It was as if there was a silent understanding. Everyone was protecting her, whether intentionally or not. If one didn't consider that stunning display of echolocation back at the guild. Judging by her appearance alone, she did indeed look like someone who needed constant protection. But that wasn't right. As a level 5 first-class adventurer, instinct told Tsubaki, this blade, hidden within its white scabbard, might actually be the sharpest one in this team. After all, for a blind person, this girl's performance during the march was far too steady. Walking all this way, the dungeon floor was uneven, littered with rocks, and full of unpredictable pits. Even a normal person would stumble over a stone from time to time. Her body's center of gravity hadn't wavered even once. Furthermore, several times, just as those dungeon lizards lurking in the rock crevices revealed a hint of killing intent, before they even fully showed themselves. Tsubaki had noticed that the blind girl's hand was already resting on her hilt, poised and ready to strike at any moment. This terrifying mastery over her environment, and the composure of being ready for a lethal strike before a crisis even occurred. Rather than saying she was being protected by everyone, it would be better to say, because the others were too eager to act, they simply never gave her the chance to draw her blade. Thinking of this, Tsubaki screwed the cap back onto her water bottle, hung it casually at her waist, and strode with her long legs directly toward Inaba Tsukuyo, who was resting with her eyes closed after the long walk. Tsukuyo. May I call you that? Tsubaki looked down at the girl who was as delicate as a porcelain doll, her tone unusually softened. Of course, Tsubaki. Senior. Inaba Tsukuyo tilted her head up. Those blood-red pupils lacked any focus. Yet they gave Tsubaki the illusion of being precisely locked onto. I noticed you haven't made a single move this whole way. Is it because you can't see, or do you feel that those battles weren't worth drawing your sword for? Tsubaki didn't beat around the bush, she simply sat cross-legged opposite Inaba Tsukuyo, her voice tinged with inquiry. The question was blunt, but it suited her usual habits. As Tsubaki's blunt words landed, the surrounding girls, who were either bickering or wiping their weapons, all paused their movements in unison. Several gazes quietly converged on them. After all, though they didn't say it aloud, they were all curious about what Inaba Tsukuyo would say next. Faced with Tsubaki's direct questioning, Inaba Tsukuyo did not show the slightest bit of awkwardness. She merely adjusted her sitting posture slightly, her hands resting gently on the scabbard of the tachi named white egret placed across her knees. A faint smile appeared on her face. Senior Tsubaki must be joking. The reason Tsukuyo hasn't drawn her blade is simply because Tsukuyo feels everyone's swords are too fast. Before those monsters could even get within a few steps of Tsukuyo, they had already turned to dust. Since everyone is so full of desire for battle, why should Tsukuyo vie for credit and spoil everyone's fun? If it's just about not wanting to compete for credit, then what if? What if an opponent appeared that even they couldn't react to, coming straight for your throat? At that moment, what would you do? If such an uninvited guest truly appears, then the blade in Tsukuyo's hand will naturally contribute its meager strength. After all, while Tsukuyo does not wish to compete for glory, I also do not wish to become a burden that drags everyone down. Oh. Hearing these words, Tsubaki raised an eyebrow, a flash of brightness crossing her single eye. This tone. It certainly suited her taste. However, before Tsubaki could say a few words to casually change the subject, suddenly, a sudden change occurred. Sizzle. On the ground behind Inaba Tsukuyo. Originally, it was just an ordinary shadow cast by a rock. But in an instant, that ordinary shadow seemed to come to life. The originally static blackness boiled and twisted as if it possessed life. Immediately following, gurgle. That pool of black liquid surged upward violently. In the blink of an eye, the stain finally solidified into a humanoid silhouette. The monster was roughly 1.6 meters tall. To put its appearance simply, it was a pure black shadow with only slender limbs and 3 sharp, glinting hooked claws at its wrists. This was precisely a type of monster that generally only begins to appear after the 6th floor. War Shadow. Relying on agility far exceeding that of goblins and kobolds, they often deliver a fatal blow when a rookie party lets down its guard. Because of this, they were dubbed the Rookie Killers by the adventurers of Warario. And at this moment, the timing of this War Shadow's appearance could be said to be excellently chosen. It was exactly during the gap when everyone had relaxed their vigilance and was chatting. Furthermore, after that faceless, pitch-black visage appeared, the target it chose was locked straight onto the blind girl sitting upright on the rock with her eyes closed, who was closest to it. In an instant, hiss. The War Shadow let out a strange hiss without the vibration of vocal cords. Those sharp claws, carrying a gust of wind that tore through the air, went straight for Inaba Tsukuyo's slender neck. The distance was less than half a meter. Fast. It was indeed very fast. Compared to the sluggish goblins encountered before, this War Shadow's speed was on a completely different level. In a surprise attack at this distance, an ordinary rookie would have their head removed before the thought of turning around even surfaced. Seeing this, Tsubaki's pupils contracted slightly. As a level 5 first-class adventurer, she could naturally react. Almost the instant the War Shadow lunged, her hand had already touched the hilt of the weapon on her back. As the leader, she naturally needed to provide backup. She absolutely could not let a rookie come to harm under her nose. No matter how much potential these rookies had, facing a surprise attack specifically designed to kill rookies was still too dangerous. However, before Tsubaki's blade could even leave its scabbard by half an inch, her movement stopped. Because someone was faster than the War Shadow. Only a sound was heard. Jung. An extremely clear and resonant ring suddenly erupted. It wasn't the noise of metal clashing, but the clear cry like a crane's call produced by a sharp blade rubbing against the inner wall of the scabbard at high speed. Fast. Too fast. A flash of white light suddenly appeared in the dungeon. Inaba Tsukuyo's left hand pushed open the tsuba. Her right hand drew the blade from its scabbard as fast as lightning. The white blade suddenly traced a perfect semicircular arc. It was a shadow of a blade that the naked eye could barely capture. As if moonlight had suddenly appeared. Ei. Anyo. Swish. The sound lagged behind the light. When that slight cutting sound reached everyone's ears, the battle was actually already decided. The war shadow's pitch-black claws, which were about to touch the girl's nape, stopped dead in midair. The distance from that snow-white neck was less than 3 centimeters. But these 3 centimeters were an absolute chasm between life and death. Stasis. The entire scene seemed to have been paused. The next second. Sizzle. A faint white line emerged from the waist of the war shadow's pitch-black humanoid form. Immediately following. Puchi. The war shadow's entire body was sliced clean in half at the waist. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Thud. It didn't even have time to let out a scream before dying. The 2 halves of the black remains, along with that certain kill claw from just now, turned into a cloud of dense black ash under this strike and dissipated into the air. Leaving only a magic stone the size of a fingernail and a broken, sharp-hooked claw falling to the ground. Phew. The girl gently exhaled a breath of turbid air. Then, with a flick of her right wrist, she performed a beautiful sword flourish. She sheathed the blade. Click. With the crisp sound of the tsuba meeting the scabbard's mouth, the chilling killing intent that had erupted in that instant also vanished without a trace. It was as if that stunning flash of the blade just now was merely an illusion shared by everyone. At this point, Inaba Tsukuyo turned her head slightly, her vacant red pupils accurately facing Tsubaki's direction, her face still wearing that gentle and quiet expression. Senior Tsubaki. This is Tsukuyo's answer. Watching this scene. Even as a well-traveled level 5, Tsubaki couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity at this moment. After all, that drawing speed just now. The tension of erupting in an instant and perfectly converting between stillness and extreme speed was simply too breathtaking. And the most crucial thing was that judgment. Without the slightest hesitation, without a half-second of doubt. It was as if the moment she perceived that sliver of killing intent directed at her, her body had already made the most perfect response before her brain could even process it. Lord Heimdall really picked up a treasure. Thinking of this, Tsubaki couldn't help but click her tongue inwardly. After all, although the war shadow was just a slightly troublesome creature in the upper floors. But, don't forget, this child named Tsukuyo is still just a LV.1 rookie. And she's blind too. To be able to strike second but land first, killing a monster in one hit during a surprise attack. This kind of talent is rare even in Orario. Even in Tsubaki's mind, the figure of a blonde girl known as the Sword Princess emerged. The Loki Familia, Ice Wallenstein. That genius who took only a single year to level up from LV.1 to LV.2, breaking the record for the fastest level up in Orario. For a long time, this record has been like a mountain looming over all who followed, leaving them far behind. But now, Tsubaki looked at the blind girl. Her intuition told her. If it's this child, perhaps, she might actually have a chance to break that record. Thinking this far, Tsubaki's interest became even stronger than before. After all, it seemed that taking on this job of leading rookies was indeed the right choice. Witnessing the birth of a monster has always been a rare pleasure sought after by the gods and adventurers living in Orario. Not to mention for a blacksmith like her. To see a weapon she forged with her own hands shine so brilliantly in the hands of a peerless genius. That sense of satisfaction was more intoxicating than drinking the finest spirits. At this point, clack, Tsubaki casually picked up a small magic stone dropped by a war shadow and tossed it, tracing an arc through the air. Inaba Tsukuyo lightly raised her hand. Her 2 slender fingers caught it with precision. She didn't even turn her head. Seeing this, Tsubaki couldn't help but scratch her messy long hair, the smile at the corners of her mouth completely uncontrollable. Speaking of which, I'm really a bit curious about where Lord Hamo dug up a bunch of freaks like you. But, since you're so capable, I can't keep treating you like rookies entering the dungeon for the first time. I originally only planned to take you around the floors above the 10th to get used to the environment. But now it seems. Tsubaki's lips curled into a grin. That level clearly isn't enough to satisfy you little monsters. In that case, I might as well take you further down to play with something more decent. After Tsubaki finished speaking, the team set off once again. The pace of their advance this time was significantly faster than before. And because they were being so blatant, with no intention of hiding their tracks. They had just reached the 7th floor. When trouble arrived. Rustle rustle. A scalp-numbing sound of dense crawling echoed from the shadows deep within the passage. Immediately after, over a dozen pairs of crimson compound eyes lit up in the passage. Red carapaces gleamed with a metallic luster, and sharp scythe-like forelimbs swung through the air, making clack-clack sounds. Killer ants. They were in a swarm, at least a dozen of them. These monsters not only had hard carapaces that could even chip an ordinary iron sword. But once surrounded, their relentless madness was enough to instantly wipe out an unprepared LV.1 party. They were troublesome creatures that only appeared after the 7th floor. But, the one leading the way was the LV.5 Tsubaki. Especially after witnessing the strength of Tianyu Zanjin, Inaba Tsukuyo, and the others along the way. Tsubaki wasn't really worried about any accidents occurring. She just habitually wanted to fulfill her duties as leader by reminding the others that the killer ants' weak points were at their joints. However, before Tsubaki could speak, a black figure charged ahead. Unsurprisingly, it was Tianyu Zanjin. She didn't have the slightest intention of slowing down. Facing the scythe-wielding killer ants, she lowered her center of gravity instead. And slammed into them head-on. Clang! A killer ant's scythe slashed hard against her shoulder. Sparks flew. But her skin only showed a faint red mark. Too weak. Tianyu Zanjin's lips curled into a wild smile. In the next second, instead of retreating, she advanced. Her fair palm suddenly transformed into a hand blade. With a whistle that tore through the air, she plunged it fiercely into a gap in the killer ant's hard carapace. Poochie. Brute force erupted. She actually ripped the killer ant's head in half, its thorax clean off. After the killer ant died, it instantly turned into black ash. Tianyu Zanjin didn't even blink. Instead, she lunged at the next one with even more excitement. She was like a humanoid tyrannosaur in human skin. Seeing this sight again, Tsubaki still found it exceptionally incredible. After all, one must remember. She was still only LV.1. At just LV.1, her body was already this tough, able to directly tank the scythes of killer ants that could even slice through rock. If she were to achieve a feat and complete her level up in the future. Just imagining that scene was enough to give Tsubaki the chills. Most likely, this girl would become even more of a monster than the monsters in the dungeon. Thinking of this, Tsubaki couldn't help but shake her head. Then she lifted her foot. Splat! A crisp sound. As her foot landed, it was like squashing a ripe tomato. A killer ant that had tried to sneak up and ambush Tsubaki from behind in the chaos. Didn't even have time to squeeze its signature hiss out of its throat. Before its entire head was instantly crushed by the heel of Tsubaki's heavy work boot, turning into a pile of black ash. A fingernail-sized magic stone was left behind, rolling onto the ground with a clink. Tsubaki naturally had no interest in such a tiny magic stone. She continued to cross her arms, watching the scenes with great interest. For now, it seemed these dozen or so killer ants, which would be lethal to an ordinary adventurer party, were nothing more than whetstones for these little monsters. Meanwhile, while the slaughter in the dungeon was in full swing, on the surface of Warario, the midday sun was just right, casting a long shadow from the towering Babel. In contrast to that, was Lord Heimer's slightly helpless face. He was holding the silver-white long spear he had conveniently taken from Hephaestus's place, wandering aimlessly on the stone-paved road of North Street. Normally, since he had left his Familia to Tsubaki, that reliable LV.5, to lead their training, as a primary god, seeing his Familia begin to develop steadily, he should have been able to take advantage of this interval to enjoy the local customs of Warario, which would have been a pleasant thing. However, the current situation was a bit subtle. Clatter. Lord Heimer took a step forward, holding the silver-white long spear he had taken from the Hephaestus Familia. The originally bustling crowd, in the places where he walked, split apart like Moses parting the sea, instantly and uniformly retreating to both sides, forcibly making a 3-meter wide path for him. No one dared to approach. The adventurers on the roadside were all as silent as cicadas in winter, with a hint of strange curiosity as if they were watching a spectacle. This was not because Lord Heimer was holding a spear. After all, in Orario, adventurers carrying weapons on the street were as numerous as cow hairs. There was no other reason than the person following behind Lord Heimer. Finally, after turning into an alley to no avail, Lord Heimer could bear it no longer, sighed, and stopped his pace. Then he turned around. I say, Captain Shakti. You've been following me for 5 streets now, aren't you tired? Now, standing 5 paces behind Lord Heimer was an extremely eye-catching adult woman. She had short dark blue hair and refined, upright features, exuding a textbook standard aura of dignified righteousness. She was tall and slender, and even though she wore tightly fitted standard light armor, it could not hide her near-perfect body curves. The captain of the Ganesha Familia, LV.5. The staff of the elephant god, Shakti Varma. As the head of the military police responsible for maintaining public order in all of Orario. Shakti's face had a deterrent power in Orario that was practically comparable to a walking wanted poster. Not only was she fully armed, she even wore gauntlets. Facing Lord Heimer's questioning, Shakti's expression remained unchanged. She bowed slightly, performing a standard etiquette, but her tone held no hint of backing down. Lord Heimer. Please do not misunderstand. This was specifically instructed by Lord Ganesha. If Lord Heimer appears in a densely populated area holding a weapon, to prevent accidents and also for Lord Heimer's safety, someone must be sent to guard you by your side. Guard. It looks more like surveillance to me, doesn't it? And even if it is protection, there's no need to make it look like you're escorting a prisoner, right? People who don't know better would think I'm some terrorist planning to blow up Babel. Lord Heimer must be joking. While it's true you may currently have no intention of blowing up Babel. However, Lord Ganesha specifically instructed. Your descent to the lower world caught all the gods by surprise. You are a god who will bring great changes to the structure of the lower world. Coupled with the uniqueness of your divinity. For someone with such characteristics, we, out of safety considerations, attach high importance to it. It is necessary to invest in security. After saying that, Shakti even gave a standard bow. Her attitude was respectful and her tone sincere, without a single flaw to be found. It was practically textbook-level official rhetoric. Using the most polite attitude to say the firmest words. In those blue eyes, a kind of almost stubborn persistence was clearly written, knowing it might be wrong, but still doing it because it was the mission. This kind of person was the most difficult to deal with. Facing this posture of raising the banners of, for your own good, and, safety first. If one were to get angry, it would instead make them seem unreasonable. But Lord Heimer was already tired of hearing this official jargon. Safety considerations. Attaching importance. Anyone can say pretty words. Thinking of this, Lord Heimer flicked his wrist. The long spear in his hand dropped vertically. Thump. A dull, heavy sound rang out. The butt of the long spear instantly sank into the hard stone-paved road, sinking in by 3 inches. With the spear's butt as the center. A circle of fine spiderweb-like cracks bloomed on the ground. As soon as this action was taken, Shakti's voice stopped abruptly. Her body, which had been maintaining a standard standing posture, also showed obvious tension. This movement also gave the adventurers who had been pricking up their ears to eavesdrop nearby a fright. As a god, Lord Heimer naturally did not want to be labeled with various tags before he had even been in this world for 2 months or done anything yet. Especially this feeling of being treated like a potential criminal was truly unpleasant. If one were to talk about a bad track record, Loki had even instigated the gods to kill each other in the heavens. And this was not the heavens. It was the lower world. If he had really done something bad in the lower world and been caught, then he would naturally have nothing to say. But the problem now was, he hadn't even been caught. How had he already been labeled? This was a big problem. Lord Heimer would not accept all of this just because someone raised the banners of, for your own good, and, safety first. Therefore, Lord Heimer forcibly interrupted Shakti, giving her no chance to continue speaking. Then he tilted his head, letting Shakti look at the surroundings. Here. It was Orario's North Street. It could be said to be one of the most prosperous districts in all of Orario. Now, the originally bustling crowd had formed a vacuum circle with a diameter of 10 meters because of the two of them. No one dared to approach. Yet there were still countless pairs of eyes standing outside this vacuum circle, paying attention to everything happening here. Look at the eyes of these people, Captain Shakti. What do you think they are thinking? Look, a god is being watched by the captain of the military police, he must have committed a crime. Even the Ganesha Familia captain has been mobilized, this god is definitely a dangerous element. Maybe he's even an evil god preparing to blood sacrifice Orario one day. With every sentence Lord Heimer spoke, a few people in the crowd shrunk their necks as if their tails had been stepped on. Clearly, this was not groundless. Due to special reasons, evil gods had always been a taboo in Orario. As the military police of the Labyrinth City, the captain of the Ganesha Familia. Every time Shakti Varma appeared fully armed. In the eyes of these citizens and adventurers living in the Labyrinth City, it meant official intervention. Violent suppression. An absolutely untouchable red line. It meant there was a riot, a brawl, or some malicious incident requiring violent suppression occurring. Over time. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.